3 championships done, 3 to declare here at Whilton Mill. 5 rounds are in the books. This is the one that will send some incredible riders to the Junior World Series. It's British mini bikes. The road to MotoGP 2024 is about to reach its conclusion. The humidity is high here at Whilton Mill and the pressure is on. I'm Jake Sanson. Beside me is Chris Azora. Whilton Mill at its best with some of the best young motorcycle riders in the country. Bring it on.
Yeah, great to be here, Jake. It's a fantastic track, Whilton Mill. It's one of these tracks where a lot of these riders have practiced here. It's in the central part of the UK, Northamptonshire. A lot of bikes get regular track time here, so most of the riders know the track well. And comparing this to circuits like Pembrey and Three Sisters, it's a lot less of a slipstream and it's a lot more tighter and technical. And with the changes in the track this year, it's opened up quite a lot of the circuit as well.
Well, last year, last round, I should say, which was yesterday, we actually declared 3 of our champions. So we've got 3 more to declare today, including this class, the Mini Moto rookies. Emilio Pereira comes into this round with 171 points. We'll talk about the ramifications as we get underway. The Mini Moto rookies underway. The man at the front, though, is Tommy Williams briefly, as through to the lead has come the hard-charging Freddie Taylor, who did a fair job yesterday, but this is a big moment for him as he charges his way along My Fine Lady and up Manuel's Bank. The man coming across to take the lead away from him is the championship leader, Emilio Pereira, coming through to take the lead from Freddie Taylor. Tommy Williams thought he could get his front wheel in there as well. Nellie Newth, the hard charger, 4th position. She really has been a bit of a rocket coming into this championship fight in the second half of the year. But there she is in P4, trying to muscle her way into the top 3 once again. She was so strong yesterday, picked up 36 points, 3 more than Emilio Pereira yesterday. For Pereira, this is about playing the percentages. Not that you would think so on the opening lap. He's in the lead, but Tommy Williams, who won both races yesterday, is out to get another clean sweep today.
Yeah, not the longest races, of course, so the start's always very important. One rider in a bit of trouble on the first lap as they make their way through to the amended boot section, of course. It's a little bit more technical, really opening up the final part of this lap, making their way out to the first lap, but mostly, I think everyone getting away with a good, clean start here in the Mini Motos, and the 31 Pereira looking very good, making their way through up towards Christmas Corner, and as you can see, he's guarding that inside line against an overtaking opportunity here.
I think it's Austin Dilks who's in trouble, and that unfortunately puts him out of the running to get in the top 3 in the championship. He had a mathematical chance of getting there, but I'm afraid a retirement in the first race of the day definitely now puts him out of the run for the top 3. Can still be top 5 though in the championship. Very unfortunate for him.
If Tommy Williams here just starting to tag along to the back of Emilio Pereira here, just looking at the lines in his early stages, and that's Freddie Taylor in 3rd, just starting to lose a little bit of pace here, but interesting to, a little bit of a wobble there coming up towards boot, and that could allow Tommy Williams in here. Williams at the moment just watching the back wheel, looking at the lines and trying to decide a way to get through on some of the exits of the corners. Very quick on the exit there, coming through the second part of the boot up towards the straight. Let's see what he does coming out here, just tagging along at the back here and just hanging in there as well, Freddie Taylor. And looks like, Nelly Newth's gone through.
Yeah,
Newth up to 3rd.
Newth has got past Freddie Taylor. Then we got Finley Stiles still trying to hunt down 3rd position in the championship, which he currently holds, of course, in P5 in this race, where he finished twice yesterday. Only 22 points from him, so he could really do with more than a 5th place today. Joey Adazich in P6 from James Dermott, Logan Paisley, Randy Carter, and then I think we've also lost Sticky Barn, I'm afraid, as up the inside of the back marker. This is an opportunity now for Tommy Williams, trying to take on the lead of the race. Emilio Pereira trying to hold it round the outside, but Tommy Williams has got the confidence, and Tommy Williams is going to really hold this and continues round Oziers. That is a brilliant move from Tommy Williams. He hits the front.
Yeah, lovely move there from Tommy Williams, just keeping that momentum on the outside line. Of course, not the most powerful bike, so if you can keep the momentum going coming out of the corners, that outside line would work. So a really neat move there from Tommy Williams. Got some nice lines in the centre of the circuit, I would say, looking very smooth indeed as they make their way over the line. So 103.796 last time round. They're lapping very consistently. Track looks a little bit greasy with the high humidity, as again you see Tommy Williams is guarding the exit, but they're leaving the opening into Christmas Corner, and down the inside goes Emilio Pereira. Very neat move. Classic block pass there, coming out through Christmas Corner, guarding the outside of the corner. And this is where the move happened last time. Let's have a look at what Tommy Williams can do.
And this is quite significant because if Nelly Newth is beaten by Freddie Taylor with Emilio Pereira taking the win, then Pereira wins the title. So if it stays like this, the gap is 24 points with 25 available in the final race of the season. So it's pretty much nailed on. So Pereira clearly wants to go at this and win it going away. As we watch the battle further round, there is a little bit of a duel going on lower down in the field. This is the squabble between Nelly Newth and Freddie Taylor, I do believe, for third position. So Nelly Newth desperately trying to get away from Taylor. Tommy Williams right in behind Pereira, though. This is not done. Look at Nelly Newth. She really has rocketed away. This is a 3-bike fight now.
Yeah, Nelly Newth has slowly pulled away in third place. And as these two at the front start to battle for position, this is just allowing Nelly Newth into the reckoning here. She's brought the gap down to 1 second. And you would have to say, if these two start banging bars at the front here, this could really allow the third place rider into the reckoning. Still a long way to go in this race. We've got 8 more laps after this one to go down to the end. And Newth really is closing here. These two, I think, are fighting full on for position here, Jake.
Well, Tommy Williams has got nothing to lose at this stage of proceedings, going very well at the moment. If it were to finish like this, then Pereira would be on 196, Newth on 172, Stiles on 153, and Tommy Williams on 145. So third in the championship is exactly what Tommy Williams is after here, and there's a genuinely good chance of that at the moment. Dilks is still going, by the way, so it was Sticky Bun that we saw off on the first lap. Dilks has lost a lap, though, somewhere, so down in 10th position, only looking good, I'm afraid, for 6 points, and that's really going to hamper his chances. Oh, that's Nelly Newth! That's Nelly Newth! Any chance of the championship? Surely a hammer blow there for Nelly Newth. That is disastrous for her. Third position was on the mark, and I'm afraid with Nelly Newth down, that has given Emilio Pereira surely the championship.
And, well, Nelly Newth is unfortunate there because she was looking very neat through the boot section, the new section on that right-hander. Just seemed to lose the front end on the greasy surface. Very small mistake, a real shame for her as she was really starting to close up on these two. But Tommy Williams and Emilio Pereira perhaps with a little bit of a let-off here with third place going down. It reverts back to a two-way fight for the lead. Freddie Taylor up to third, Finley Stiles, Joey Athasich in fifth place, James Dermott, Randy Carter, everyone getting shuffled up the pack. I think Newth is back on the machine in a way. Or, well, there's the wave yellow, so she is back on the...
No, I don't think they're allowed to get back up again in the junior categories.
Course, yeah, it's off the track at least, so that's out of safety's way, so...
You've got to feel for Nelly Newth. She was keeping the championship fight alive all the way through to this last race of the season, but with no points on the board for Nelly Newth, that now makes it very tough for second in the championship. That's a big hammer blow to her ambitions. What it does mean, of course, is that whatever happens now in this race, Emilio Pereira is going to be the champion unless he retires. So if he falls as well, then Nelly Newth's chances are... renewed, but with a retirement you score no points, of course. So now Tommy Williams has a chance here to get into second in the championship, never mind third. So this is all of a sudden very lucrative for Tommy Williams if he really goes for it. 13 points is what Finley Stiles is now predicted to get. So how tight is this going to be going into the season finale? Newth will be on 156, Stiles will be on 155, Williams will be on 150. 6 points between 3 riders for second in the championship if it stays like this. So Freddie Taylor really starting to hammer home the advantage in third place and try to get away from Stiles and Athasich.
Emilio Pereira just starting to get it together here in the closing stages, putting together some neat lines as Tommy Williams again trying to find a way through, but Pereira has got wise to where the potential overtaking opportunities are. This is always an interesting section coming up to Christmas corner as Williams tries the outside. Got to try and get the momentum in towards Christmas, but not leave that inside line too open. Oh, as Williams just gets bulked momentarily by the back marker. A bit unfortunate going through towards Inkermans as the lap rider had nowhere to go, really. So a bit unfortunate for Williams. He's got to try and regroup here as Pereira just starts to break away, maybe by a second or so. Freddie Taylor, Finley Stiles, and Joey Athasich still running out the top 5. Dermott, Randy Carter, Paisley, Austin Dilks, of course, back underway. Nelly Newth and Sticky Bun, I think, appearing to be out of contention now. Of course, Newth going down a couple of laps ago, but Tommy Williams has regrouped really well here. Got a nice line going through the boot and going to try and line up now, coming down towards Crook on towards the first corner. Nothing going on the first corner there as Pereira has a nice sweep. Let's have a look as they make their way up towards Christmas corner, though. You should see Pereira just guarding the inside line. This will push Williams wide. And now, of course, Pereira will need to open up the corner coming into Christmas. Does so very neatly, but Tommy Williams now right back in there.
Yeah, really good opportunity for Tommy Williams. If he finishes second to Pereira, then Pereira will win the championship with a 40-point advantage over Nelly Newth. If he gets ahead, then Pereira still wins with a 35-point advantage with 25 available. So all Pereira has to do is finish the race, and he is the Mini Moto rookie champion. And if he DNFs as well, the way that Nelly Newth did, then, well, it's opened up again. You've got to feel for Nelly Newth, who was actually faster than both these men in terms of our fastest lap. The fastest laps have come through. Well, Emilio Pereira has now done a 1:03.5, to be fair. But certainly the way that they're currently going, Nelly Newth's best time was faster than both of the riders in the lead's current pace. So Tommy Williams still hustling Pereira. 4 to go as they come across the line now.
Yeah, Emilio Pereira's got the lines really covered quite neatly here, as Tommy Williams has got to try and find an opening here in these last 4 laps of the race. Coming up towards the Christmas corner now. Pereira just starting to break away on the lead up the hill. That's actually a fairly steep hill. It's deceptive how steep that bank is when you get to the top of the circuit. Down towards Inkermans and Ashby they go into the right-hander. And Williams having a peek down the inside. Difficult to make a move stick there because it is an off-cambered corner. And just getting the drive out of the corner. But you'll see Williams, where he did that fantastic move earlier in the race. Again, just peeking down the inside, looking at potential overtaking opportunities here, still with a few laps to go.
Look at the way the pressure's off Emilio Pereira, and he's just grown in confidence as a result, knowing that Newth is no longer in the race. He knows that the championship is won as long as he finishes, so he can just enjoy this battle with Tommy Williams. Tommy got him twice yesterday and won both races. For Tommy Williams, it's all about now trying to catch up to Newth and Stiles in the championship fight. This is very much game on as far as he's concerned. So from Emilio Pereira's point of view, he can just enjoy this race for what it is. He doesn't have to put any pressure on himself. There's actually 4 laps to go, not 3 laps to go as it says there on the timing screen, but it's going to be an interesting one now to see what Tommy Williams can do as he puts pressure and hampers the leader of the race and the championship, Emilio Pereira, who is going to win the title if he just stays on the bike. But Tommy Williams is definitely giving him a lot of attention now. It's not done until the fat lady sings, and she isn't going to warm up her vocal cords for another 3 laps.
I think Tommy Williams, he's more interested in the race here, just getting that checkered flag. It's a pure race between these two. As a little bit further back, we've got the likes of Freddie Taylor, Finley Stiles still fighting away. Just a little bit further down.
That's the duel. I think that's the duel between the recovering Austin Dilks and
Austin
Randy
Dilks.
Carter. So Dilks has got ahead of Carter, so that puts Austin Dilks now into 7th place. He's trying to chase down James Dermott. Sorry, that's Dilks and Paisley. My apologies.
Yeah, that'll be Austin Dilks in the yellow and bright yellow riding kit there. Coming over the line they go once again. As Williams, again, just trying to find a peek down the inside. We saw him on the previous lap having a look on the downhill run into Ashby, which he can get a move done there. Got to be really hard and brave onto the brakes, having a look on the inside into Christmas corner. But again, Pereira with a nice sweeping line on the outside, carrying the speed, heading towards Inkermans, and down the hill they go. Let's have a look at what Williams does here. Down the inside he goes once again. Tries to get a wheel in there, but not quite close enough there as they make their way out of the off-camber. Again, Williams jinking to the right-hand side, trying to get the drive as they make their way down towards Chapman and the final part of the lap here. Williams again just looking for lines, but Pereira at the moment riding very neatly and covering the track quite smoothly.
Tommy Williams having another think about it into the heel of the boot. They go through to the ankle. Tommy Williams is going to dive in. That's brave, but he decides to back out of it at exactly the right moment. So it's still pretty tight between these riders as they continue their duel. Tommy Williams doing his best to keep himself in the mix for the victory. Across the line, 2 to go. And now Tommy Williams tries again into Crook. Not going to have the opportunity. Through Oblivion, he can build back up the throttle and the momentum. He's going to draw level potentially if he keeps this going along. Manuel's banking up, fine lady. Tommy Williams with a chance to run up to Christmas, but he bails out of it in the end. He decides he's got another chance further round. So he follows and hassles in behind Pereira, who is just in cruise mode. He doesn't have to win this one, but clearly he wants to win the championship with a victory.
And Tommy Williams, some of this might be psychological as well. It's if he can get a front wheel in there coming into the corner, even if the pass isn't on, it just lets that rival know that you're in there and you're keeping the pressure on. Again, he's having a look on the inside. was interesting to look. He bailed out very early from that move going into Christmas Corner, trying to get something going into Ashby. That's still fighting away further down the field. He's coming through the field quite smoothly at the moment. Here comes Tommy Williams on the outside into the boot, going to try and get the drive coming into that final corner.
Do you know who that is? That's Dilks having unlapped himself from Joey Adasic, and they're having a stunning battle, those two. It's quite interesting because Austin Dilks is actually a lap adrift, but he's going wheel to wheel with Joey Adasic, who is a lap ahead of him. Right, last lap. And here we go, Pereira versus Williams. Williams has got the throttle coming off of Oblivion. He's going to go left side because that's where Emilio Pereira is going to place him. He decides to bail out of it for the run. Up towards Christmas, he's not close enough, but he can certainly have a think about it into Ashby.
Pereira getting the elbows out on the rump to Christmas Corner there, guarding that inside line. Down towards Ashby they go. This could be Tommy Williams' final opportunity. Down he goes. Now, can he make the move stick? So he's going to lose ground. Yes, there you see Pereira getting the drive out of the corner. That's why it's so difficult to make a move into Ashby. He had to give it a go, really, but he's going to have to try and fight again now going into the boot.
He's only going to have one last chance, really, down to the braking zone for the left-hander into the boot. He may decide to go ugly into the toe as well. Pereira's got the line and the confidence. This is going to be a charge now to the final couple of corners. Pereira doesn't need to cover his lines here as they come down to the final chicane. Tommy Williams is going to try. He has to. He's a racer, but he's not going to make it. Emilio Pereira's going to win the race and the Minimoto rookie title in one fell swoop. Emilio Pereira is the king of Minimoto rookie in 2024. He takes the race and the title, just a whisker ahead of Tommy Williams. Wow!
Yeah, fantastic way to start off this day here at Whilton Mill, and some brilliant racing there between Pereira and Williams. Oh, that's Dilks still.
Check
there
out
we go.
Adasic and Dilks, they're still going at it.
Wilson Dilks, my apologies to Austin Dilks there. Austin Dilks having a fantastic ride there. Looks like he's finally done it after all that pressure, so it's going to be Freddie Taylor in third, Finley Styles and Joey Adasic, of course, finishing in fifth place. Dermot Carter, Austin Dilks, he didn't care, did he, Austin Dilks?
Not
he was
at all.
for it.
Just go for it. Why not? Just give it a bit of a battle. He needed to score some points, and he has. He's come away with 4 points from that race for finishing 8th place, albeit a lap down. So very unfortunate there for Austin Dilks. He's not quite been able to get what he wanted to out of that race, but hey, he put on a fighting show there.
Some brilliant racecraft, I have to say, there between Pereira and Williams. Williams really having a go, keeping it on the right side of hard but fair, you would say, but he was looking for opportunities right up until the final corner. Didn't give that one up, and that was just pure racer's instinct. He, in terms of the championship, didn't need to go for the win there, but try telling that to Ryder in the middle of the race.
So there's the provisional results then. Emilio Pereira takes the win and the Minimoto rookie title for 2024 ahead of Tommy Williams. Freddie Taylor in third position. Finley Styles in fourth ahead of Joey Adasic and James Dermott. Seventh is Randy Carter. Albeit a lap down, Austin Dilks was still fighting fit in front of Logan Paisley. Sadly, retirements for both Nelly Newth, who is now fighting for second in the championship, and Sticky Bun himself, Charlie Bunn. Hopefully he'll be back for the final race of the season. Right, Minimoto rookies is wham, bam and done for the moment. They'll be back a bit later. Time for the BMB 140s, and it's been a very exciting battle all the way through for them. Coming into this penultimate round of the championship then, because they don't have to finish today. Their final round, of course, is at Red Lodge in the autumn. There's still 360 points on the table. It's still a very open contest. And get this, there are 11 riders that can still win this title. Michael Med, Tommy Armand, Dan Merrin, Tim Patterson, Tom Wise, Stuart Hardman, Stephen Humphreys, Ben Lord, who is not here, Liam Trinder, Jordan Merriweather, and Lindsay Yates. By the end of this race, potentially even this particular race, I should say, rather than the round, there could be 2 or 3 riders dropping out of contention with 360 points on the table, and Michael Med with a healthy advantage over Tommy Armand coming into this one. It's looking pretty tidy for him at the moment. It's about consistency for him right now. Yeah,
Michael Med, very experienced rider. I think the thing with the mini bike 140s is that there are so many well-established names on the BMB scene racing here. They've all been there before, quite a few past champions in there as well, and plenty of close racing on offer. Tommy Armand will not be giving this one up, but he knows, of course, he'll need to try and fight back on this Sunday programme here at Whilton Mill. Good start, always very important with the mini bike 140s, especially on such a technical track here at Whilton Mill. Very easy, of course, to get caught up in a first lap melee on some of the more technical corners, especially we've seen plenty of times in the past riders going down. Christmas Corner, Ashby, a corner that catches the riders out with so many opportunities on that first lap of the race, so they've really got to get away and stay out of trouble in that opening part. But the great thing with Mini Bike 140 is some very experienced riders here, and tends to throw up some very close competitive racing.
Now, I've said coming into this one that there are 360 points available on the table, but in reality, of course, Michael Med has the chance to win the championship today with the 3 races we've got. He currently has a lead of 163 points over Tommy Armand, so all he needs to do... 167 points, I should say. So all he needs to do here is outscore Tommy Armand by just a mere 17 points, I think it is, over the course of these 3 races, and he will have the championship title. He has a 163-point lead, and there's 180 available for each round, so if he outscores Armand by just 17 points, then he has the title. Harley McCabe, however, is the man who's on pole position. He won all 3 races yesterday, so he's definitely in command, as you see Ben there with the flag at the front end of the grid. Stuart Hardman alongside on the front row from McCabe, then Dan Merrin and Tommy Armand, who is ahead of our championship leader Michael Med. He's down in 8th position on the starting grid, so it's going to be a tough challenge whichever way you look at it. We're going to get to see, can Harley McCabe make it 4 wins out of 4 this weekend? Let's find out. Good start from McCabe, good launch as well from the one bike.
Oh, trouble on the first corner, rider going down, couldn't quite see where that was in the...
Oh, it's a real cluster effect.
Yeah.
So many riders going down.
About 5th place went down there, and right on the apex of the first corner as they
that's really got sloppy, hasn't it? I think somebody's lost a knee slider in all that as well, so that definitely hasn't helped as they work their way through the first corner. But the leaders have well and truly broken clear. The first 6 have basically gapped the rest of the field, who had to take avoiding action.
Great to have Harley McCabe back in action this weekend as well, a rider who we've enjoyed in the BMB series in the past. He's gone on to other things, of course, in more recent seasons, and does occasionally come along to guest at the British Mini Bikes, and he really is a rider to look out for the future in terms of motorcycle racing, as that we'll pick that up on the lap charts at the end of the first lap. That stricken rider hit the deck quite hard on that first corner, so no surprise to see they're a bit winded. Wave yellows, of course, on the end of the first lap. Just trying to identify who that was. I think it was
Tommy Armand, you know. Tommy Armand, that's the championship contender. Tommy Armand was involved in that one, so that essentially gives Michael Med a gateway to the championship title. It was Hardman that got through in second place behind McCabe, but again, a championship contender. We had it in the Mini Moto rookies with Nelly Newth. Now we've got it with Tommy Armand. He was the one that went down, and he's out of the race before it even really gets underway. So that's almost certainly one hand on the title for Michael Med.
Yeah, Michael Med will have seen that, of course, so he will know he's just got to try and keep it together here somewhat. He's running strongly in the top 5 at the moment, as the midfield runners still fighting away. Further down, Jordan Merriweather, Dean Carver and Rhys Morgan having a good fight in the midfield. Liam Trinder and Ryan Hayburn a bit further back with Lindsay Yates and Adam Harrison there as they make their way through. There's the treble 8 of Dan Merrin, just starting to put the pressure on Stuart Hardman for second place. We've got a clear track now. It looks like the 21 of Tommy Armand is off the circuit now, so we have got a clear circuit. Harley McCabe putting in some very neat lap times. Quickest lap 54.8. That should go down as the race goes on, or I think on a clear track. But to Harley McCabe, really great wildcard this weekend and starting to pull away. Stuart Hardman coming under some real pressure here from Dan Merrin in that third place on the treble 8. Merrin just having a look, sweeping to the outside, but Hardman keeping it nice and neat. Very nice exit out of the corner, heading towards the boot section. Harrison Quincy looking good in 4th place. Michael Med 5th place, but that will be good for him right now with his main rival out of contention here as they make their way through the boot. Harley McCabe really started to pull away. Just going to have a look at the lap time when they go through, 54.5 seconds. And Harley McCabe, the race leader, really running very smoothly at the moment, but getting in some nice smooth lines. And he's really starting to show his form. This is a big deal for Tommy Armand being out of this race, because with Michael Med looking to be in 5th position, scoring 40 points, that's going to put his lead up to 203. Now, if he leaves the weekend with that kind of gap, he's the champion, whatever happens at Red Lodge, because there's only 3 races on the card at Red Lodge, so he's not going to be catchable. That is the most dramatic way for this first race to unfold, with Tommy Armand out, no points, so obviously 40 points minimum for Michael Med if he finishes 5th place. He's already pressuring Harrison Quincy, so if he makes any more of a gain, then it's almost impossible, no matter what happens in the last 2 races, for Tommy Armand to make this back. I can't believe in the first 2 races of the day, the championship has been decided by the second rider in the standings falling. Yeah, well, it's all the, not the pressure as such, but all of the emphasis now is on Michael Med. But as we've seen so many times in British mini bikes, that could unravel on one corner. So Med still got a bit of work to do here in 5th place. The most important thing to do here is to keep it on the deck, you would say, because Whilton Mill's a demanding circuit. It's quite greasy as well, and any kind of a mistake from Michael Med and that advantage will be obliterated.
Yeah, it's still not done yet, of course. I don't think this championship is going to be decided until the end of race 3 at the earliest. But you've got to take into account the fact that Tommy Armand has got to do a lot of work in races 2 and 3 later to try and keep that gap favourable. He'll have to find another 27 points more than Michael Med, 24 points more, sorry, I should say, than Michael Med across the last 2 races, and that's not going to be easy to do. So this battle continuing on as we watch Patterson putting a lot of pressure on Stephen Humphreys. Patterson was so strong yesterday, but he just seems to have started on the back foot today. He was mighty in the minibike 160s. It's in the 140s where he's not quite had the same sort of pace that the wildcard Harley McCabe has had. But fair play to Stuart Hardman. He's staying in touch. The gap is a lot smaller than it was yesterday. McCabe was able to stretch out about 10 seconds yesterday. It's only 6 seconds today. Here comes Patterson up the inside. Humphreys is really going to have to work hard to keep him at bay. No chance. Patterson had him on the ropes there into Christmas.
Yeah, nice line there going to Christmas corner. Get the front wheel in there, and the block pass very important. There is a wave yellow going in through Ashby, so there's a rider on the edge of the track.
There's 2 riders down. Now that could be very costly as far as the championship is concerned. I couldn't see who that was.
Was that 88 on the machine? Was that?
Well, if it's 888, that's Dan Merrin.
I think that may have been Dan Merrin. We'll have a look on the lap charts as they come through. Of course,
who else is that involved? Because that's treble 8 that I think that may have been Dan Merrin. But if that's a similar rider, well, Stuart Hardman's gone through.
Yeah, it is Dan Merrin.
It is Dan Merrin. I can't believe it. Merrin seems to have tripped over a back marker. That's great news for Michael Med. That's going to put him up to 42 points now for the race. 4th position will give him another 2 points. That makes Tommy Harmon's job even harder later.
Harley McCabe just seems to have reined it in at the moment. He's lapping consistently around 55.5 seconds. Lost a bit of time on the previous lap, so Hardman is just starting to settle down a bit at the front here.
Just to drop in, Merrin did get going again, so he is in 7th position, so I think it's the back marker that he ended up clipping that's ended up stopping out. That's Jack Stanford, I do believe, in the 60 bike, so Jack Stanford has not continued on.
Stanford just trying to get the machine going. These 4-stroke machines can be a bit difficult to start sometimes when they get hot, so he's still trying to get that machine going again. As we see the number 1 of Michael Med. He'll know, of course, that his rival hit trouble on the first corner. Fairly certain he'll have seen that when he came through on lap number 2. So Med is coming under a bit of pressure here from, looks like Harrison Quincy.
Yeah, because Med got ahead of Quincy, and now Quincy's trying to get him back again, and he has done so. So Michael Med got into 3rd position briefly, but Quincy has managed to get him on the run-up. Fine lady and along Manuel's bank. Now they go out of increments up towards Ashby. Can he get him again on the inside line? Yes, he can. 3rd position for Michael Med. One hand on the title.
Did well there to cover that line coming out of Ashby. The outbraking maneuver, very difficult to carry that off. It's easy to get the pass done, but to get it completed on the exit of the corner, bearing in mind, of course, that Harrison Quincy has a weight advantage here, you would say, being a smaller rider, would potentially get the power down a little bit quicker out of the corners as we head towards the last lap of the race, but Harrison Quincy not giving this one up and keeping the pressure on Michael Med.
So this is it for Harley McCabe. Well clear of Stuart Hardman, a gap of about 6 seconds. Now, this is fascinating because Hardman's getting held up in the traffic here. Med has a chance to get 2nd place if he picks his line perfectly. McCabe has got the win, don't worry about that, but Michael Med could actually pick up a few more points here. If he can catch Stuart Hardman on the final lap and get into 2nd place, he won't score 45, he'll score 50, and that really will put the title pretty much to bed.
Just watching Harley McCabe coming in some of these corners. He's not afraid to throw the bike about here. So the back end dancing away, going under braking into Ashby Corner. He has been lapping very consistently. He seems to have settled into a nice 55-second kind of rhythm here. And Harley McCabe looking very smooth as he makes his way through the boot once again, showing that experience that he's gained in the last few seasons. Great to have him here this weekend. And Harley McCabe crosses the line to take the checkered flag.
He does indeed. That's 4 out of 4 so far. Who's going to get 2nd, though, between Hardman and Med? Is it going to be Stuart Hardman? It is indeed, but only just. Stuart Hardman does seal 2nd position. Michael Med was only 1.3 away in the end, and that now puts Michael Med on 778 points in the lead of the championship, with Tommy Armand still on 570. that means that his lead in the championship fight is an astronomical 208 points,
yes,
with quite a significant amount. There's only 300 left on the table this season, so with a 208-point swing and 300 available to score, Michael Med definitely has one hand on the title, and he knows it.
Yeah, certainly puts the takes the pressure off Michael Med. He's just got to try and stay out of trouble, but as you've seen so many times over the last few years, sometimes that doesn't always work out, but Michael Med's certainly looking in a good position as Harley McCabe celebrates with a wheelie. It really has been great to have McCabe back with us this weekend. Past BMB rider and really showing his experience there, looking very smooth. And I was interested to watch the way he's really sliding that bike about, coming in some of the slower corners as well.
Well, if he keeps this winning form up and he turns up to Red Lodge and wins all 3 races there's actually an argument to suggest that he could suddenly snatch second in the Riders' Championship. He can't win it because this is the first time he's been there, but you know, he scored 180 points yesterday. If he does it again today and then does it again at Red Lodge, suddenly he's sitting in the top 5 of the championship. It's amazing. Harley McCabe gets the victory then in front of Stuart Hardman. Then Michael Med, 3rd position, and one hand on the title for me. Tim Patterson, 4th, from Stephen Humphreys, Harrison Quincy, Dan Merrin and Ben Johnson. Then Mark Portis and Jordan Merriweather in the top 10. Liam Trinder pretty much dropping out of contention in 11th place from Dean Carver, Rhys Morgan and Lindsay Yates. Then Adam Harris and Ryan Hayburn ahead of Zach James and Dean Rowland, Tom Wise and Jack Stanford. There were a whole host of retirements though. Tommy Armand, Harry Swan, Simon Portis, Simon Gates, Warren Henry and Sam Morrison all involved in that first lap incident. But what a dramatic turn of events. Dan Merrin has actually moved into 2nd place in the Riders' Championship now. 589 points for him. He's now 19 clear of Tommy Armand. So we'll pick up that story again a little bit later on. But Michael Med is definitely now the favourite for the title. Back into the action we go again then. And this time it is the BMB 190-70 Cup. Now we need to point out that for this weekend the title fight is so tight in the 190s that they've actually separated the races this time. So we've got the 70 Cup on their own today because they did not want the 190 championship fight to be interfered with. So Wilson Dilks is in pole position for this one on his own, with Travis Shaw, Jensen Bishop and Thomas Matthew to battle with. Lucy Curtis in 5th place. The real battle today is between 6th and 7th in the seniors. David Whilton and Rupert White, who come into these final 2 races of the year for them 1 point apart. It really could go either rider's way.
All very close in these final parts of the championship as we head towards the autumn. Of course, this is the business end of all of the racing seasons, really. All of the hard work across the 2024 season comes into these final few meetings. 190s looks set to be a very good race here. There are some very strong riders here, some real fast starters as well, so the first lap could see some fireworks as they fight for position. Yeah, there's some very strong experience riders here, the likes of Wilson Dilks, Travis Shaw, Jensen Bishop, Thomas Matthew, ones to look out for really. And both Wilson Dilks and Travis Shaw know how to get it off the grid as well, so this could be a good one.
We'll watch Marco Holt as well. He's definitely one to watch out for. The 58 bike, he'll definitely want to charge his way forward. Don't expect him to stay at the back for long. He'll be starting from 8th place, having not set a time in qualifying, but this is definitely going to be a ride for him to charge his way forward. So it's going to be White versus Wilton for the title in the seniors in 2nd place. Off we go. No problems at all for Wilson Dilks. Business as usual as he charges away into the lead off the start. He may have a slight issue with the transponder, but that will be corrected quickly. Travis Shaw in a 2nd place. Jensen Bishop already settling in nicely to 3rd position, and that looks like Marco Holt is already charging through to 4th position. So a great start for Marco Holt. Here we go. Rub hands with glee. It's time to get a very serious race action underway.
Marco Holt got away very neatly there, but Wilson Dilks absolutely nailed the start. Very quick reaction times, good technique to get the bike away very smoothly indeed. Sometimes if you're a bit too ham-fisted with the throttle off the line, it can make things a little bit wide.
Yeah, you won't see him again in this one. After yesterday, he just disappeared into the distance of both races. He'd already won the title at a canter. This is going to be a Sunday ride in the countryside for him. He will disappear. You won't see him again. The battle is going to be for 2nd place between Shaw, Bishop and Marco Holt. And this is going to be a battle.
Yeah, this looks close here with just holding that line there, the number 4 on the inside, Travis Shaw, Jensen Bishop and Marco Holt really advancing quite quickly here. Of course, Marco Holt has to, look at that down the inside into Christmas corner, and he should hold that on as well. So through to 2nd place, classic outbraking manoeuvre and a good block pass on the exit there.
Very nicely done from Jensen Bishop, but Travis Shaw already thinking about coming back at him into Ashby. Marco Holt just sitting there watching the brief in fourth position, just watching to see where his fellow riders are vulnerable. Through Wilkins, little bit of power, squeaking up the inside into Oziers, and into third position goes Marco Holt. Lovely bit of riding there as he works his way past Travis Shaw, but he can sense the opportunity already on Jensen Bishop, and noting his style, he'll want to get on with this early. He even had a bit of a whisker of a look into the toe of the boot as they work their way through the left, through the right, onto the home straight again. Expect Marco Holt to be on the offensive on this next lap. He's going for second.
Yeah, Marco Holt, he's just taking his time here, looking for half opportunities to get a front wheel down the inside, especially in his early stage of the race. As Bishop there just having a look on the inside. Here comes Holt. Oh, there we go, very neatly into Christmas corner. Just get that front wheel in there, just take the apex away, and he should guard the line quite neatly into, again, using the foot there for the stability coming in towards Ashby corner there, very neatly through the corner. And Marco Holt, some lovely overtakes on that previous lap, is very quickly through to second place. Wilson Dilk setting some nice neat laps at the front, 51.6 last time round. He's settling into a nice rhythm, so Marco Holt is just going to try and use him as a benchmark and close the gap as one ride hits trouble there. That's the Rupert White, I believe.
No, it's Lucy Curtis.
Lucy Curtis,
so
yeah.
Lucy Curtis, unfortunately, with mechanical issues there up at Ashby. Very unfortunate indeed for Lucy Curtis. She had a difficult day at the office yesterday, had to cope with a fifth and a sixth, and it looks as though she's not even going to get that from the first race today. Very unfortunate indeed for Lucy Curtis, not able to pick up the points in this one. But Marco Holt from the back of the grid, charging through to fourth at the start, then to third, then to second. The yellow flags are out, of course, for Lucy Curtis, but a brilliant ride so far for Marco Holt. He's the only one, really, who's been able to hold anywhere near a candle to Wilson Dilks. And with Dilks already 3.9 ahead, there's no way that Marco Holt's going to have the time to close him back. But certainly this gives Marco Holt a nice warm-up for later. That's what he's really focusing on here.
Yeah, Marco Holt keeping it nice and neat as Lucy Curtis pushing that bike off into the infield. Should get a clear track very shortly. And Wilson Dilks again over the line, 51.43, lapping very consistently here. Within a few tenths of his fastest lap. Marco Holt over the line with a 52.2 line. So Dilks just starting to maintain that good rhythm out there. In towards the Christmas corner they go, down towards Inkermans and the race leader. Wilson Dilks looking very smooth at the front of the field, carrying a lot of speed through Ashby, bringing it down quite nicely. Just let the bike float onto that curb. You don't want to take too much on the exit to the corner. Through towards those ears, that long left-hander that brings you up towards the boot of the final part of the lap here. And Wilson Dilks again just keeping it nice and smooth at the front of the field. Through the boot he goes. Just keeping it smooth, carrying the speed through. This is a new section of the track here, this extra kink added in for the interest of safety. And what it has done, it's really opened up this run down towards the Christmas corner, the first few corners here. Really carrying the speed on there, but Wilson Dilks' fastest lap of the race there, 51.2, really settling into quite a nice rhythm here.
Yeah, this is exactly what he did yesterday. Once he gets into his mojo, he's absolutely unshakable. Through Inkermans to the braking zone into Ashby, looking so calm and composed. It's that attitude, it's that confidence that he carries through every corner. He knows that he's in his zone. He already has the championship shown up in the 70 Cup, so this is very much just balancing himself. This will be a warm-up for his battle later on, of course, because he's still got to go for the glory in the Mini GP UK 160 title later, going head-to-head with Tyler Humphries. So this is a good chance for him to warm up and flex his muscles ready for that.
It's keeping the consistency as well. We're looking at the lap time. He goes through once again, 51.48. He's lapping very consistently within a few tenths here and there. So really has settled into a nice rhythm. Marco Holt over the line in second, just under 6 seconds adrift as Dilks floats the bike down into Christmas corner. He's just keeping everything smooth, keeping everything nice and simple here, carrying that speed down through Inkermans and into Ashby. Difficult right-hander. There's a little bit of there's a few very slight braking bumps into that right-hander. It can be difficult to bring the bike down to speed on a flying lap, but keep it nice and smooth. There is a yellow flag there, so somebody may have hit some trouble. This might just be a case of a stationary bike on the side, or...
I think you might be right, yes. Yeah. Somebody else certainly seems to have disappeared from the phrase. We pick up Marco Holt, still running a very good race in second position, 5.9 back from Wilson Dilks. It's amazing just how much pace he's been able to pick up This is an extended warm-up session, essentially, for Marco Holt to run in second position. He'll want to pick up some good points from this. Jensen Bishop just trying to keep it favourable in front of Travis Shaw. So they still motor on together. Thomas Matthew is having a fairly quiet run of things in fifth position, just keeping it nice and tidy for the moment. But the battle between Whilton and White, it's Whilton that's picking up the pieces at the moment as he runs in front of Rupert White. Don't forget, Whilton came into this one on 115, Rupert White on 114. It really is just 1 point between those two riders to finish out this season.
Thomas Matthew a bit further down. He is running quite well here. Sometimes it's difficult when you're on your own in the midfield. You've got no one really to race against or use as a benchmark, and it's just a case of keeping that momentum going, avoiding the mistakes. But he's looking good in that fifth place. David Whilton and Rupert White a little bit closer with, of course, Lucy Curtis, unfortunately, out of the race at this stage. But we're watching Marco Holt, the trademark, of course, 58. Presumably, of course, in honour of Marco Simoncelli. Over the line he goes, 52.2 last time round. So he is lapping very consistently here. And Jensen Bishop, 52.3. That's Bishop's best lap of the race here. So he's just trying to get a pull here from Marco Holt in second place, making their way down through Inkermans and down the hill towards Ashby. This is a deceptively difficult corner, I always think, when you're racing on that course. It's keeping off that curb. If you use too much curb, you just lose too much ground. Just watching Jensen Bishop in third. We're going to have a look at his lap times and he comes back in again. I think he's looking at some of the lines and just using Holt as a bit of a benchmark here. He's determined not to let Holt get down the road here. As Marco Holt again very neatly goes through the boot. And we'll have a look here when he goes over the line. Oh, look at Marco Holt using all of the track there, just brushing onto the grass there. Over the line he goes. So Holt, 51.9, picking up the pace on that previous lap. Bishop, 52.5. So Bishop is getting a bit of a tow here from Marco Holt in second.
Yeah, it's a little bit more about traffic management for Wilson Dilks now. He's backed off the pace a little bit, so the fastest man on that last run was Marco Holt. But here's Jensen Bishop, looking very comfortable for third position at the moment. There is a there's a waved yellow for...
Oh, rider gone onto the grass there, I think, just on the side of the circuit. There he is, back onto the course now. One of our lappers, that's the 77 of Rupert White.
That is Rupert White, so that pretty much hands the place for now to David Whilton. Now, the advantage he's got in this race is by just carrying on, he's only going to score 1 point less than at Whilton. But what he needs to do here, essentially, is find a couple more places. So if Whilton beats him in this one, then it's very, very difficult for Rupert White to beat him again, because their pace has kept them in 6th and 7th the whole way. If Whilton beats White in this one, then it pretty much is game over. He'll only have a 2-point lead, but with 1 point advantage to gain maximum, it's pretty much David Whilton's to lose then. Yeah,
that is David Whilton actually just being lapped by Jensen Bishop going up towards Christmas Corner. So he's keeping it nice and smooth out there, and he's got to hold on to that position, so he'll have presumably be aware that Rupert White made that mistake coming down towards Ashby. I wonder if he just got maybe, well, speculation here of course, but perhaps got spooked by some of the faster riders coming through, maybe just got a wheel on the grass. Did very well to save that one actually, because it's a hard pack out there, the soil quite greasy at the moment. Dry conditions here at Whilton Mill. There are some risks of a thunderstorm. I live 10 minutes down the road nowadays, and it was absolutely bucketing it down when I came in here this morning. So they'll be hoping that we stay on a dry track. Very hot and humid out there out on the circuit this morning, as Wilson Dilks continues to charge away at the front. Marco Holt still there in second place. Jensen Bishop, Travis Shaw and Thomas Matthew rounding out the top 5. As up towards Christmas Corner they go, and Dilks 52.05 last time round. 3 laps to go here in this BMB 190, first moto of the day here at Whilton Mill for this class. And the number 4 down into the right-hander now. Travis Shaw still charging away, and the race just starting to settle into a bit of a rhythm here with 3 laps to go.
Well, I'm afraid to say that Rupert White has not continued. It looks to me as though Rupert White has actually dropped out of the race now. He's lost a couple of laps to David Whilton, and it looks like it's going to be 3. So if he is confirmed as retiring from the race, then that pretty much hands second in the 70 Cup to David Whilton, just by virtue of the fact that he will finish the race and score points, and Rupert White will not. So that is pretty much putting that one to bed. But Wilson Dilks, the man you're watching on your screen already, has already taken the title. He got that done yesterday. It's been a flawless season for him, to be perfectly honest with you. 3 races at the beautiful Cumbria circuit. That was the only time this year he hasn't won a race. He got the double at Teesside, he got 2 out of 3 at Rowrah, and then he got the double at Pembrey, got the double again at Three Sisters, and now he got the double yesterday. He's going to get the double again today if everything goes according to plan. The dominant charge for Wilson Dilks. I'm really looking forward to seeing what happens when he steps up to Mini GP full-time in the 190s. It'll be really exciting to see what he can do.
Yeah,
he's obviously he's in the 160s this time, and he's fighting for the title with Tyler Humphries, but he looks to me like he's ready to step up to 190 in 2025.
Always been a promising rider, Wilson Dilks, and he really seemed to hit into his stride at Pembrey. It's a tricky course there at Pembrey, not the sort of track that the mini bikes would regularly be used to, fast, wide open circuit, but seemed to cope with that one very neatly. And he just seems to have carried that momentum on. He just seems to have moved it up a gear this season. And as we head towards the end of 2024, really starting to use that experience to good practice here on the final lap.
So Wilson Dilks is going to come through to continue his flawless run in the 70 Cup in 2024. Out of the final turn, and the checkered flag is his. Dominant ride. Wilson Dilks unchallenged. And that really sets him up for a good go at the FIM Mini GP UK 160 title later. Admittedly, he's got 32 points to make up with 50 on the table, but it certainly starts his day in the right way. Jensen Bishop coming through for a very decent run to second position. What happened to Marco Holt? Marco Holt was in P2 for a long time, though, so that must have been what the yellow flag was for.
I think he lost a bit of time on that previous lap, didn't he?
Well, he's lost a couple of laps. Yeah. So Marco Holt, I think he actually stopped out on the circuit. Jensen Bishop, second place then from Travis Shaw. And Marco Holt is not going to finish the race after all, but David Whilton is going to come through to finish in 5th position, and that very much confirms him as second in the championship. So excellent run for him, and a very tasty end to the day for him. They've got one race later, and that will be just another tick of the boxes, essentially, for the remaining riders. So with Wilson Dilks finishing off the job, David Whilton will come through for 5th position. That's 11 points to add to his tally. That puts him on 126. Rupert White is going to need a miracle to gain back the 12-point deficit he now has for the remaining race of the season. But it's all good for Wilson Dilks as he bangs in another 25 points. That puts him on a grand total of 286. He has scored all but 14 of the points available this season.
Yeah.
What an amazing performance.
So he's carried a lot of form there. Wilson Dilks then from Jensen Bishop. Travis Shaw, Thomas Matthew, David Whilton, Marco Holt dropping some positions on the final lap of the race with Rupert White and Lucy Curtis DNFs. Wilson Dilks, though, really carrying a good run of form since Pembrey and looking unstoppable yet again on a very different type of circuit.
Right, we're going to move away from the 70 Cup now and move into the Junior Supermoto 90. This is a very competitive class this weekend. We've already seen Cian Daly come away with 3 of the wins, but Carter Spinks was the one who outfoxed him in qualifying. So Carter Spinks showing his real speed here, top 5 of the championship and not in contention to win it. So Carter Spinks with a 1 minute flat 7.36 in qualifying, really showcasing his flair. The real title battle here, it's mathematical, but realistically it looks like it's about to be sealed by by Cian Daly. The gap between them is fairly substantial, but there's 150 points available because, of course, they still have this round of the championship, 75 points on the table, and then Red Lodge in the autumn. But Cian Daly, realistically, has the chance to seal it today because he currently has 350 points on the table. He starts on the front row of the grid, but the man who's closest to him in the title fight is JJ Manchester, who's got the biggest fan club in Christendom. There were so many people watching along on the stream yesterday. But in reality, he's 123 points back with 150 points available. Technically speaking, Cian Daly can actually win the title in this race.
Yeah, JJ Manchester's always a firm favourite. Well, gets a lot of support in the paddock and on the live streams as well. Cian Daly, though, really has been a superb rider this year, has looked in top form, and some of these really young rookies, you would say, the racecraft from the riders as well, when you consider the age of them, they really have shown some great form in 2024. Been some fantastic racing, and they really have learnt a lot as well. They've improved as the season goes on. There's some very new riders in this class as well, and it's been interesting to watch how they picked up and improved throughout 2024.
Yeah, Alan Taddeo and I have talked about this in the course of the season as well on the television programme. It's very difficult when you haven't got club races that you can fall back on. It's not like karting when you can basically be the best at your circuit and then move up. You know, in the mini bikes, you've got to go straight into the British Championships and hope that everything sticks. You're learning on the job with the gaze of the world on you. So it's very high pressure in the mini bikes paddock. But here in Junior Supermoto 90, there is still technically 3 riders in contention: Cian Daly, JJ Magister and Dan Tanton. Let's quickly run through the grid. Carter Spinks and Cian Daly on the front row of the grid for this one. JJ Magister and Dan Tanton on the second row. Then Will Dickinson, Rex Armand, Thomas Med, CJ Maguire, Dylan Cook, Ryan Merrin, who had his big fall on the starting grid of race 2 yesterday, and Oliver Med. Let's go racing. Oh, a bit of a crawl, a bit of a false start there for the man on the front row of the grid, Cian Daly. That is so rare for him. Cian Daly's been the dominant force. We've got another rider that's stopped out on the circuit.
The engine for the 27, I think, was it? The engine stopped on the line there, and 1 or 2 riders just caught out by that, actually. So they were looking at the rider, looking at the lights, and that was a bit of a messy start there.
That was Rex Armand in the... Oh, he's on the 21, Armand, actually. So Rex Armand having a stop out. But Cian Daly, he actually crawled forward initially. Now, that could end up coming back to hurt him. That could be a penalty for jumping the start. That's the first mistake Cian Daly has really made all season. And look who's in the lead as a result. It's JJ Manchester with the chance to catch back some points.
Yeah, Manchester getting away very well. That was a messy start. Rex Orman put his hand up there, lost the engine on the line, and just caught the attention of 1 or 2 riders there. They didn't really know what was going on. It's difficult at the start sometimes. You just got to try and block out other riders and just, to paraphrase a football term, play to the whistle, and 1 or 2 riders didn't do that at the start, so it's mixed things up a bit here. But JJ Manchester did everything right there, got away very neatly indeed, and now has the opportunity to try and control the race. Got to get a couple of good quick laps in here. Just got to get these first 2 laps out of the way, put some good lines in there, try and build a gap. He's got about 1.1 seconds at the front. But what Manchester really needs to do here is just get his head down here, put 2 or 3 good laps in here, and just try and pull away from that battle for second place.
This is a really pleasant bit of good fortune, but JJ Manchester needs to turn this into a solid ride now. There's Dan Tanton, second place. Cian Daly trying to come around the far side. He's going to go the long way round Wilkins to try and finish off this move into Osiers. Surely he can't quite get that done yet. Even Cian Daly is not going to take that risk. He'll have another opportunity coming towards the boot. JJ Manchester a little bit sluggish through Wilkins and Osiers. That is going to give Tanton and Daly the chance to catch up a little bit. So we are going to get some wheel-to-wheel stuff now between the bikes as they work their way through. Manchester's not pulling away as much as he would need to. Dickinson 4th position initially, but I think Carter Spinks has actually got through into 4th place, and there's a problem for a rider further back. I think that's Oliver Med having had a bit of an issue further back. Yeah, Carter Spinks is into 4th position with the fastest lap of the race. Here comes the move though from Cian Daly. He's got the run. If he keeps this going, he could end up in the lead. Never mind second. He's going to go straight forward. Passes both men. Excellent work. Past Tanton, past Manchester. Cian Daly back in front. And from his point of view, normal order is resumed.
Nice move there from Cian Daly. Just carried that momentum going through into Christmas Corner. Saw the line, and I'm not sure that Manchester was expecting that one, but Cian Daly just getting that front wheel in there going into Christmas Corner, making the move stick. And Cian Daly, after a difficult start, he's done everything right since then. He's just kept his composure. Interesting to watch how he's floating about, looking at the exits of the corner here, always looking for an opportunity to make the move, just creating opportunity for himself all the time here, Cian Daly. Here he comes in towards the boot once again, and much like I said about Manchester on the previous lap, now this is his opportunity to try and break away at the front here. Manchester just trying to get a toe here, looking at the lines and just trying to get pulled along here, because Carter Spinks and William Dickinson still looking very strong in 3rd and 4th. Daniel Tanton on the move as well.
We just saw in the inset Rex Armand getting himself back into the fray. He's managed to go around the outside of Ryan Merrin there into Wilkins, so he's on the comeback charge. But Cian Daly, a good recovery from him. I've always said it, in adversity, just ride to what you know. You know, you've got to just rely on your own ability, and it's very well done so far from Cian Daly to bounce back from the difficulties at the start. JJ Manchester still holding his own though. He could have let that go to his head, but he's still hanging on in front of Dan Tanton. Tanton is still keeping... hang on a minute.
There's a waved yellow.
There is a waved yellow. One of the riders is missing from the top 3. Has Tanton gone down? I can't tell if that's Tanton or Manchester that's missing, but we certainly got one rider that's gone.
There's trouble on Ashby.
There's 2 riders gone down, actually.
There's trouble on the exit of Ashby, I think that was. 2 riders in trouble. CJ Maguire was looking good there in the midfield, so they were making their way through as well. We'll have a look at those riders on the lap charts in a moment. So
one of them is definitely Tanton. One of them is definitely the number 5 of Tanton. He's not come through. It is Manchester and Tanton. I can't believe it. Manchester and Tanton have tangled together at Ashby. That is horrific bad luck. as we watch Carter Spinks now coming up to Oliver Med to lap him. So Carter Spinks is now through to second place, but on the inset you could see there the riders that were battling for second place, JJ Magister and Dan Tanton, have ended up in a tangle. What a tragic way for their race to end.
That's the trouble with Ashby Corner. It's a tricky little off-cambered right-hand corner, very easy to come together. And, well, I can only assume we were looking at the race leader. They must have tangled handlebars on the exit of the corner, somewhere on that apex. Great news, of course, for Dylan Cook and CJ Maguire, the number 15, who's been slowly but surely making his way through the field, now up to 5th position. And, of course, Rex Ormond.
I'm afraid I've got some bad news for CJ Maguire fans, though. He's picked up a penalty by the look of it. So the number 15 has got a penalty coming his way. He's currently in fifth position, but Rex Armand is going about 3.5 seconds a lap quicker than him after his difficulty at the start. So Rex Armand is gaining on CJ Maguire, who not only has a penalty, but is dropping 3.5 seconds per lap to young Rex. So it looks like that 5th position is not as safe as he would like it to be.
Cian Daly now well clear at the front, the cap 4 seconds and 1 minute 0.6, the fastest time of the race for the number 35, the race leader. Carter Spinks, though, the rider we're looking at the moment, having a very neat race here, being urged on. He's 4 seconds down, and I think some of his supporters there just being told just to tag on to the back wheel of number 35, try and get a pull from him here, because he's almost matching him for pace as they make their way down towards Oziers and the boot section to complete the lap once again. That's a tricky little combination there. Long left-hander, the right-handed flick towards that back straight in towards the final boot section here at Whilton Mill in this new section for 2024. Let's watch Carter Spinks through here, keeping it nice and neat. Daly a little bit more speed through the tighter parts of the track, but Spinks being urged on and only a few tenths behind in terms of pace from the race leader.
Well, this is a nice bit of recompense for Carter Spinks after the difficulties yesterday. He really had a headache in the first race, dropped out in the end with mechanical difficulties. So it's great to see Carter Spinks get his chance to come back into it. There's Will Dickinson, 3rd position. He had a bit of a topsy-turvy day yesterday, so it's nice to see him come up to what is likely to be a 3rd place finish as well. Good ride from the 24. So 3rd position for Will Dickinson in front of Dylan Cook, CJ Maguire, but he has A penalty, and B, a bit of a hard charge from Rex Armand. In fact, Armand has got through now to get into 5th position past CJ Maguire, who's done a 1:10.2 on that lap. I wonder if CJ Maguire's got a mechanical problem developing, because he's really losing pace. Ryan Merrin in 7th place, Oliver Med in 8th position, those two obviously in the position of having to learn on the job. And the retirements, of course, JJ Magister and Dan Tanton. So unfortunate for those two when they were battling over 2nd place.
So Daly looking very good at the front of the field with 2 laps to go. And there is the number 21, actually, of Rex Ormond through Ashby. Looking very good, keeping it nice and smooth. Had that trouble at the start when he lost the engine, of course. It was too late for the start to be abandoned, he would say, because it was literally on the drop of the lights when that machine failed. But he's kept his composure, kept it through nice and neatly as he makes his way down towards the boot once again with 2 laps to go. The number 21 of Rex Ormond, and through the boot he goes. Race leader Cian Daly, halfway round the lap, just gone through Ashby, so really motoring at this stage as the 5th place rider now, of course, Rex Ormond. Over the line he goes. He has 2 laps to go in this Junior Supermoto 90 in association with Motos. And Ormond up towards Christmas Corner. He's had a good steady race after that trouble at the start.
Very nice run from Rex Armand to get back into the fight after the difficulties at the start. But he's got that composure. Do you know what? I think he's actually got a chance to catch Dylan Cook before the end here. The leader's just gone into the last lap. Rex Armand, don't forget, is still on the penultimate lap. He's got time to close up to Dylan Cook, and he's going 1.5 seconds faster per lap. So Rex Armand might just snatch 4th position before the end of the race here.
Yeah, he's motoring at the moment. Armand's really gone into a nice rhythm, lapping in the 104s at this stage. So he's about 4 seconds adrift from this guy, the race leader, Cian Daly. Another rider who really has flourished in 2024, keeping it nice and smooth as he makes his way down towards the boot for the final time down the back straight alongside the start-finish straight. They sweep through into this tricky little demanding section here. It's slow, it's tricky, good line choice. Very important through here, but Daly's done all the hard work. Just got to bring it home here.
And with this victory, of course, I'm fairly sure that is the championship pretty much done. He will come through to take the checkered flag. He leads by 148 points in the championship fight, and that is game over. Cian Daly has just sealed the Junior Supermoto 90 Championship title. That was how important it was that Manchester and Taunton scored. They tangled with each other. Their title fight is over. Cian Daly is the Junior Supermoto 90 champion for 2024.
And well deserved for him, he would say. He won the title in some style there, you say. Just looked after his own race, didn't get a particularly good start. He made a couple of mistakes on that first lap, but very quickly got his head down, didn't let it ruin the composure. As we look at Rex Ormond, is he out of time here? You can see Dylan Cook, he's just determined to guard those apexes. Let's see if Ormond can get the line on the final corner. I don't think he will.
Oh, it's going to be close. It's going to be really tight.
Just couldn't quite get the drive out to the final corner there. It looks like
1/10 of a second in it. So close for Rex Ormond.
Good.
Oh,
look
cruel.
at Dylan Cook got his arm in the air there. Say thank you, well done to that battler. He was determined to get the boot nailed there on the final lap. Just got the drive out to the final corner, and all that Ormond can do there was just go for that outside sweep and just try and carry the momentum. But it wasn't quite enough there. But yeah, Daly champion for 24, and that's real vindication for him of what a great season he's had.
Yep, there's 125 points available with the 3 races at Red Lodge and the 2 remaining. So Cian Daly with 148 points lead now. He's uncatchable. He is the new Junior Supermoto 90 champion, as well as today's winner in the first race. Carter Spinks in second position. That's a little bit better after the difficulties yesterday. Will Dickinson in third. Dylan Cook just pipping Rex Ormond to the line for fourth position. CJ Maguire, P5, ahead of Ryan Merrin and Oliver Med, who are a lap and 2 laps adrift respectfully. But JJ Magister and Dan Tanton, very unfortunate. Their fight for the title comes to an end in a collision. Their only chance now is to fight for second place in the Riders' title. Right, it's now time to move on to the Mini Bike 160 plus the Vets. And this is obviously a title fight that is still very much alive and kicking, and there's a lot still to discuss about this one. They go into the 4th race of the weekend. Tim Patterson and Richard Rice on the front row of the grid, Sam Morrison and Dave Cook on the second, then Robert Med and Michael Judkins, Jamie McClelland and Ben Johnson, Pete Johnson and Barry Clark, Adam Harrison, Liam Booth, Andy Williams, Oliver White and Gaz Jacobs. The latter 4 did not set times in qualifying, and after yesterday expect Andy Williams and Oliver White to not be present. However, the big story there is obviously, again, in the title fight, we've got an interesting one in the Mini Bike 160 in Vets. There's still quite a long way to go in their championship fight, and it looks like it could go all the way to the death, because it's not done yet for Tim Patterson by any means. He has 676 over Dan Merrin's 573. That's a lead of 103 points with 360 points available, so that's still very open.
Yeah, still a very long way to go. We've always seen plenty of action there as the unfortunate victims from the previous Moto making their way back to the paddock. There is JJ Manchester. You see the blue leathers, and comparing notes, I think they not too much they can do now really, but off we go then for our sighting lap, warm-up lap for the 160s and the Vets. And Vets always some really experienced competitors out there. A lot of these riders making the move to mini bike racing from the world of circuit racing. A few ex-Supermoto and motocross riders in there as well over the years as well. And really allows the riders to continue in motorcycle racing after they may want to turn away from the circuit racing. A little bit of a lower cost, you would say, potentially kinda on the body sometimes as well. So the Vets always very popular, and plenty of experienced mini bike racers out here in this next Moto, which looks set to be a very good one.
Yeah, it'll be fascinating to see what the battle is going to be like in this one again after the duels yesterday. Tim Patterson was able to fight his way through to victory, not in a dominant form on every occasion. He certainly had a bit of a tough ride of it in some of the races yesterday, but he did manage to come through after a very tight battle to win all 3 encounters. It wasn't easy to dominate them from the front. He had to make up some places in a couple of the races, but he was always able to put himself into a very solid and strong position in the end. There were also 3 victories out of 3 in the Vets for Richard Rice, so that's obviously an important one for him to continue to push forward for. But it's very much the battle between Tim Patterson and Robert Med that is going to be the big focus in Minibike 160. And just to give you a bit of context, the gap between them, as I mentioned, is 103 points. But Tim Patterson starts this race from pole position. Robert Med is back in 5th.
Yeah, Med with a bit of work to do, of course, and a good start always very important as they wait for the lights to go. Here we go. And away go the 160s and the Vets. Lovely start on the inside, Tim Patterson. Good strong start. Had to get the elbows out a bit there though, because Richard Rice had a look on the inside as they make their way up towards Christmas Corner for the first time. Immediately Rice down the inside, going to try and get a front wheel in there, but running out of road. Patterson covers that line. Rest of the chasing pack just keeping it nice and smooth through Christmas Corner for the first time. Heading down towards Ashby, and Tim Patterson has had a fantastic start there, but Richard Rice is right with him in second place.
Yeah, no problems at all in the end of the start for Tim Patterson. There was a little bit of hesitation, but as you mentioned, through Crook and Oblivion, the elbows had to come out there a little bit for Patterson to keep Richard Rice at bay. So the leader in the 160s and the leader in the vets, 1 and 2 at the moment. So Patterson and Rice definitely going about things the way they wanted to do going into this one. The championship fight looking like it's very much going to go down to the wire at Red Lodge, but they're still trying to take as many points away from this weekend as they possibly can. They both came away with 180 points apiece in 160 and vets yesterday, so if they just keep the statistics favourable for them in this one, then it's very much one-way traffic as far as Red Lodge in the autumn is concerned. But certainly Patterson out in front of Richardson, no problem. Then it is Dave Cook ahead of Sam Morrison. Michael Judkins has made a good start, 5th position for him now in front of Ben Johnson, then Robert Med, Jamie McClelland, Adam Harris, Pete Johnson and Barry Clark, just 11 of the original 15 entrants.
The thing with Red Lodge, of course, is it's very much a Marmite circuit amongst the riders because it is so different. It's about the most tightest, most technical track on the BMB calendar. Some riders not really a fan of such a circuit. Other riders really do love the tight technical layout, so it's a bit of an outlier amongst many of the tracks that we go to across the season. So that could really throw things into the mix in September, well, later in September now, I should say. Of course, it's the first today, but Tim Patterson, over the line he goes, and Richard Rice just tagging on to the back there. Both riders lapping very quickly in the 57 seconds there. Sam Morrison has moved into 3rd position. Dave Cook, Ben Johnson rounding out the top 5. Michael Judkins, Robert Med, Jamie McClelland, Adam Harris, Pete Johnson, and Barry Clark a little bit further behind as we get the action down the inside from Ben Johnson through Christmas Corner, and that's how you do it. Get the front wheel in there and block pass on the exit, very neat, and let's see what happens on the run down towards Ashby Corner. No, not quite close enough, and very neat move there from Ben Johnson to move up another position.
I think Robert Med is having a nice little duel as well with Michael Judkins just behind them, the two vets going to battle, so nice to see how they continue their run. But Tim Patterson extending the gap by another second to Richard Rice, 57.5, the fastest lap of the race the last time around. Good to see Sam Morrison really starting to jog on a pace now in 3rd position. 4th for Dave Cook, having to drop back behind Morrison in this stage of the race. But Ben Johnson managing to get past Dave Cook as well. It kind of gives you an idea that maybe Dave Cook has got a slight problem developing, because not only has Ben Johnson got ahead, look at how quickly he's pulled clear of Dave Cook's bike. I do wonder if he's got a slow problem developing, as Dave Cook has lost a lot of time in a very short space of time. And out in front, Tim Patterson, no issues.
Could be a possibility. We'll have a look at Tim Patterson. It is very easy just to lose that rhythm. It's sometimes similar, especially for the adult riders, similar in a sense to karting. A few mistakes and that momentum, once it's gone, it really can push you back in terms of your pace. As we look a bit further back, that wonderful retro livery on the leathers there, of course, reminiscent of the Rothmans Honda team in the 80s. Very well turned out machine, I always think, for him. There he is on the inset. I think that's is that Robert Med having a look on the inside of Judkins.
It is. Yeah, you know, you're absolutely right. And Robert Med is doing everything he can to try and stay as close to as possible. Very impressed with Richard Rice, keeping the lap times as close in as possible. Ben Johnson has just banged in a 56.6. So that's 0.4 of a second quicker than the leader, Tim Patterson. So Ben Johnson, I think it may be 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. Dave Cook may have an issue, but Ben Johnson has gone like lightning in the last couple of laps. So 56.6. He's closing in on Sam Morrison. Has he got him? I think he's got him. Yeah, he's got Sam Morrison already. So Ben Johnson up into 3rd position. His next target is Richard Rice.
Yeah, well, look at number 34 here. Ben Johnson has really gone into a smooth rhythm here and has put in some very quick laps. 56.672, fastest lap of the race, and half a second quicker than the leaders at this stage. So we can see Sam Morrison just trying to tag on to the back here. Morrison would do very well to follow the number 34.
4 laps to go at the end of this one. There is a chance here for Ben Johnson to get Richard Rice. He can certainly jog on a pace. He's definitely found his move. So let's see. Richard Rice goes across the line, 57.6. 56.9 for Ben Johnson. He's 7/10 of a second quicker. He really is moseying on towards this second position. This is a case of when Ben Johnson catches Richard Rice, not if.
And look at Sam Morrison here. He's tagging on to the back here as well. And they are both catching up on the leading group here. When you look at Ben Johnson here, number 34, when you are charging like this and you can see yourself closing up on the rider in front, psychologically it just pulls you along as well. You just settle into that rhythm so much easier when you can see yourself catching up on the rider ahead of you. And interesting to watch Sam Morrison, who's done very well here to catch on to the back. They've got Richard Rice just ahead of them now, so we're looking at that gap. It's really brought down. Ben Johnson really is motoring here, and he's still got time on his side here. Sam Morrison has done very well to tag on to the back of the number 34. He's getting involved in this one as well. We'll look at the lap times as they go through. Patterson over the line, 57.1. Second, third and fourth all together, and Ben Johnson fastest lap of the race, 56.665. Here they come up towards Christmas corner, and I think Richard Rice can hear that they are charging here as Johnson has a look through the right-hander. Sam Morrison is right on his tail now as they make their way down towards Ashby corner. Here he comes down the inside. Oh, can he make it stick? Yes, he can. Ben Johnson with a lovely move into Ashby, very smoothly goes through to second place. 3 laps to go here, and the gap 2.4 seconds, and he's going to be charging. He thinks he could perhaps snatch this victory. Now, of course, Sam Morrison struggling to get past Richard Rice here, so this could be the opportunity that Ben Johnson needs to try and pull away in second place. So over the line they go. So Tim Patterson still charging out to the final corner now. Further back, Michael Judkins still fighting away in the midfield. Looks like Robert Med with him as well. Second, third and fourth over the line. Oh, look at that down there. Bar-to-bar action as Sam Morrison tries to find a way through here. Richard Rice guarding that inside line as, he tries to find the opening into Christmas corner. No, it looks like Richard Rice has held on here. Tim Patterson, incidentally, has responded to the pressure. I think he must be aware that the pack is closing because he has banged in a 56.4, fastest lap of the race, and Patterson still controlling the race here.
Well, there's a little bit of pride at stake here, isn't there? Richard Rice doesn't want to be beaten by the 160s. He really wants to be up in this top 3 overall. So obviously he's looking good to win in Vets. No issues there at all. He's just looking down at the bike. Maybe there's a slight issue developing for him as well, because he's suddenly gone from second place, a second away from Tim Patterson, to now suddenly being cannon fodder for first Ben Johnson and now potential mincemeat for Sam Morrison. Morrison really starting to edge it up. We go into the last lap. Patterson's looking good for the win. There he is through oblivion as he rides along Fine Lady up Manuel's Banker towards Christmas, but third position is not done. Rice has got Morrison right up his chuff.
I think he's just lost the rhythm there, Richard Rice, a little bit. Ben Johnson really rode well in the middle part of the race, caught up and got past quite quickly, and of course with Sam Morrison at his heels as well, it just seems to have engulfed the 21 of Richard Rice. As they fight for position a little bit further down there, going bar to bar through Ashby, and Richard Rice is determined to hold on to that third place. As a great move there from Sam Morrison down the inside, but didn't quite come off, as Tim Patterson keeping it cool, calm and collected through Boot for the final time, heading towards that new little section for 2024 through the switchback out to the right-hander, and Tim Patterson controlling the race very smoothly indeed to take the checkered flag. Ben Johnson still absolutely charging out to the final corner. Over the line he goes. 4.2 seconds the gap at the checkered flag, and it's Richard Rice and Sam Morrison neck and neck for third place. Rice just about holding on.
That'll do nicely for Richard Rice. It's another 60 points on the board for him in Vets. It's another 60 points on the board for Tim Patterson. No issues at all, and certainly getting one step closer to sealing the deal as far as the title is concerned. What about Robert Med, though, of course, because he wants to make sure he comes through with a decent points tally. That's where it's really going to be pretty neat and tidy. Tim Patterson is pretty much already confirmed as the champion in 160, but in terms of the two classes mixed together, well, Robert Med comes through in 6th position, 3rd in Vets, so that's going to give him 45 from this particular race, so he loses 15 in the overall rankings to Tim Patterson. It's all a bit complex, but obviously by the time we get to Red Lodge it will all be a little bit more easy to understand and to get a handle on. Essentially what you need to know is that Patterson's won in 160, and so too is Richard Rice in Vets.
Yeah, there he is, Tim Patterson, back to the paddock. We'll see him later on, of course, and everyone always seems to get the high fives from the riders for some reason. They come into the pits, it's just a bit of a Wilton Mill tradition, I think. That's a great,
it's a great ritual. It happens in karting, it happens in bikes. It's a nice little thing for the paddock to be able to lean over and just give a fist bump or a high five. Patterson then takes the provisional win ahead of Ben Johnson. Richard Rice in third place wins in Vets. Sam Morrison just behind him at the line. Dave Cook ahead of Robert Med, who's down in sixth position, but that's still a good, creditable third in Vets. Jamie McClelland seventh ahead of Michael Judkins, then Adam Harris, Pete Johnson, Barry Clark, and then a lap adrift, we have, retirements. Liam Booth, Andy Williams, Oliver White and Gaz Jacobs. Three of those did not start. Liam Booth did not complete the first lap. Right, are you ready for some firepower action? It is time for FIM Road to MotoGP time, and we are going to kick things off with the 190. This is going to be one of the most electric battles we have seen in recent history. This is where things get proper serious. The title battle is very tight indeed between the top three riders coming into this one. Blake Wilson, Marco Holt and Henry McCartney. Blake Wilson has 228, Marco Holt has 205, Henry McCartney has 190. It is so tight between these three. If Blake Wilson goes down in this race, the whole championship goes nuclear. The other two have had their moments. Marco Holt had his slip-up, of course, at Rowrah. Henry McCartney went down last time at Three Sisters. If now Blake Wilson has the same thing, then this championship is wide open. But all Blake Wilson has to do to win the title today is finish third twice. He doesn't even have to beat these two.
Blake Wilson, it's one of these unique situations here where it depends on the rider's mentality, really. The pressure could be off or it could be on here. Blake Wilson, of course, it is very much in his own hands here, you would say. But
how about this for pressure, though? McCartney is the one who's going to be on pole position, the man in third place. So he's got nothing to lose in this championship fight. Blake Wilson has everything to gain, of course, being in the lead of the championship, but he's got Henry McCartney in front of him on the grid. This is going to be so exceptional. And Jenson Bishop could actually hold up Marco Holt on the start. Bishop third on the grid, Holt in fourth place, then Arnie Carr, Annabelle McCarthy and Sid Marshall. There may only be 7 of them on the grid, but that is the reason that we've separated the 190 from the 70 Cup, to give these guys a chance of a fair fight without traffic. So it's now going to be that magnificent barrel run between Wilson, McCartney and Holt. This is such a close battle coming.
Yeah, here they go. We've got some very experienced riders here, and you see McCartney getting some temperature into the tyres. He knows how important this start is going to be. Got that prime line into the first corner. Sometimes you can get a good drive on the right-hand side of the circuit. The grid, of course, a lot more split up than it used to be. Riders positioned all across the starting line in the interest of safety, should there be any stalled riders on the line. So there's a nice sweep into the first corner, of course, nowadays. And you can get a good drive on the outside. Here we go. So it's about to get underway. Riders under starters orders. And the lights go out. Lovely start on the inside from Henry McCartney. And he's got that nailed. But Blake Wilson getting a wonderful drive into the first corner.
And Marco Holt straight through to third position. He was motivating himself on the grid as well. So Holt is into P3. So the top three in the championship are now 1, 2 and 3. This is where the bandwagon was going to be, all the way for the title. And so the top three riders fighting for the title are in the first 3 positions. And already Marco Holt having a look at Blake Wilson to try and get into second position. So this is already full guns blazing. Wilson only has to finish third behind these two in this race and the next one to be champion. But you can see the pressure. The pressure is already mounting. Marco Holt absolutely throwing his weight into the battle for Blake Wilson. He does not want to finish third to him. He's got to come forward. He's got to make the moves.
Yeah, Marco Holt immediately getting the pressure on the second place Blake Wilson. This is good racecraft. Oh, it looked like Wilson struggled for drive coming out to the boots, but he's got the line into the first corner here. Let's have a look at what Marco Holt can do. Oh, he's got a nice drive into Christmas corner. And Holt down the inside. This is a pass, potentially 3 laps in the making here. Oh, and he's done it.
Beautiful from Marco Holt. That was absolutely necessary from his point of view to be champion. He had to get ahead of Blake Wilson at that point. So Wilson can just afford to play cautious here. He's got the measure of Jenson Bishop behind him. He can afford to sit here in third position. The one thing he can't do is fall. If he falls down, then suddenly this title fight blows wide open.
There was a nervy moment there for Marco Holt. He ran out of track going into the double apex right-hander there. Just got a wheel on the grass and did very well to keep his momentum and not make a mistake. That pass there from Marco Holt was about half a lap in the reckoning. Just the tiniest of mistakes on this corner here from Blake Wilson. The back end just stepped out on him and he just struggled to get the momentum going through to Christmas corner. Marco Holt did have to work hard though to pull that one off. 51.756 here for Holt, and he's gunning for this guy here, number 31, Henry McCartney. who's had a brilliant race so far.
Yeah, McCartney really needs the points from this. A victory will certainly give him a little bit more of a kick as far as his championship aspirations are concerned. He really has to keep the momentum his way. He's got to keep the statistics favourable. If he gets the win here, that's 25 points to the good for McCartney, 20 points for Marco Holt, 16 for Blake Wilson. What that does to the championship is it puts Blake Wilson on 244, Holt on 225, McCartney on 215. So you cannot afford a single mistake. Every time you drop the ball, your rival is going to come straight back in there and take it from you. And look at Marco Holt. He's eating up the road to McCartney.
Marco Holt has got some really good sweeping lines on some of the more technical parts of the circuit. You see him just drifting a little bit wider on some of the exits of the corners here, just trying to carry that momentum as much as he can, and it really is working well for him. Marco Holt has really got he's got this Whilton Mill circuit dialed at the moment. You see again, he's just carrying the momentum as much as he can, taking slightly wider lines in some of the corners here.
That's why we saw Marco Holt out earlier on, because he wanted a little bit of experience of what the circuit is like right now.
Ooh.
Never mind that he was on a different bike. He wanted to get some knowledge of the track conditions. Henry McCartney not able to do that. Not in another class, as we see Arnie Carr and Annabelle McCarthy having a good little tussle for position a little bit further back in 5th and 6th positions. So they're still having a good race of it. But look at Marco Holt. He is determined. He wants to get some good points. Gets a good run off the turn. He's going to go side by side. McCartney's going to squeeze into Crooked Oblivion, almost dismounting off the pinion. This is very tough stuff for Marco Holt as he now races up towards him. Surely a run at Christmas is going to be on here for Marco Holt, but it's well covered by McCartney.
Now, Marco Holt bailed out of that potential overtaking manoeuvre quite early. He knew that it wasn't on there. He's going to have a look into Ashby here down the inside. Not quite, no, he's just following here. So let's have a look what Marco Holt can do here. He just seems to have eased off a moment here, just looking for opportunities. And he's just playing this tactically at the moment. Still a long way to go in this race. Just tagging onto the back wheel of Henry McCartney. Oh, a little bit close to the apex there for Holt, but he recovered quickly. And here we come into the boot once again. Watch 58 in second place here as he got the battle further back on the inset as well.
This is McCarthy and Marshall still going at it, hammer and tongs for P6, with Arnie Carr well clear in P5.
That final corner coming out of boot is where Holt is very strong indeed. He gets the line perfect out of there. This sets him up nicely for Christmas corner. But Henry McCartney just about got enough here. And again, you see Holt resisting the urge to go in under braking there. He's just tagging onto the back wheel of McCartney here, just looking for his moment. Down into Ashby he goes. And,
it's going to be tight.
No, he's...
How close was that? They know already, of course, they cannot afford to clash into each other. If they fall, championship is done. Game over in favour of Blake Wilson. They cannot afford to roll that dice a second time.
He was just having a look there, Marco Holt. I think he wasn't really intending to go for the lead almost there. I think he's almost just letting McCartney know that he's there and just keeping that pressure on. But again, like you say there, Jake, he's... not really going to go. Back end going down.
Marco Holt has gone down. Championship is over for Marco Holt.
That came out of nowhere. The back end just stepped out. That's the corner where he was very quick on, and it came back to bite him there because the back wheel just stepping out under acceleration out of nowhere.
And he can't pick it up. It's the junior class. You're not allowed to pick the bike up again. Marco Holt is out of the race, out of the championship fight. I can't believe it.
Yeah, Marco Holt, that's that corner where he was very quick, but just on the apex there, the back end stepping out of him. Very strange accident there. It's the greasy surface here today at Whilton Mill. It's got the potential to catch the riders out, and really unfortunate for him as they come through in towards the final corner. So Henry McCartney all of a sudden has the race all to himself. He will see what's going on here when he comes into the final corner.
And that's going to give Blake Wilson the title because he's going to be on 248 points. Henry McCartney's going to be on 215 for the win, and that will be a points gap of 33 points with 25 remaining. That fall for Marco Holt has just gifted Blake Wilson the championship.
Yeah, Blake Wilson's really got to keep it together now in the last 6 laps or so. We've seen now how easily it can be to make it'll be a bit harsh to call it a mistake there from Marco Holt.
I just can't believe it. The pressure got to him, didn't it?
I just think the back wheel caught him out there. That's that corner where he really had it nailed. But the thing with Whilton Mill, it's such a, potentially on a day like today, a greasy surface as well. The back end just seemed to wash out on him out of nowhere.
Well, Blake Wilson doesn't even have to race in second position. He can just follow behind Henry McCartney now. Second position will gift him the title. He doesn't even have to race Henry McCartney. Just bring it home and the job is done.
Jensen Bishop and Arnie Carr a bit further behind. Annabelle McCarthy and Sid Marshall having a good fight further. This is the fight for 5th place, of course.
Yeah, this has been a really tasty little battle since the start. Annabelle McCarthy has been able to very much hold her nerve up against Sid Marshall. And of course, it may not be for the win, but look, going into 2025, you want to beat your opponent. You want to make sure that in this little rivalry, you come out on top. It gives you the confidence, it boosts your morale, and it really sets you up for a good run for the following season.
Yeah, they're having a good tussle. It's all experience at the same time as well. And Annabelle McCarthy, another rider who's been running very strongly as well with Sid Marshall. Both these riders really have come on leaps and bounds in 2024. And it's all about building that racecraft out there. They're bringing some superb racing here, these two. And you can see Annabelle McCarthy riding very neatly here. She's covering all the apexes quite neatly and making life difficult here for Sid Marshall, who's trying to find a way through at the moment. So 5 laps to go. Henry McCartney's just gone through over the line to start another lap, so may well close up on these two having their own fight. And again, you can see Marshall just having a peek on the inside, but knows he's not going to make that move stick going through into Ashby. And McCarthy keeping it nice and smooth into the double apex. You can see the riders a little bit further down the field, not using quite so much of the track here, not carrying quite so much speed here. They've got the racecraft most definitely, though. And just telling the difference between, you'll see here now, look how much of the circuit Henry McCartney's using. Really, as well, we even saw Marco Holt even got a wheel on the grass at one stage there. They really do use as much of that circuit as they can. But it's all experience, and Annabelle McCarthy and Sid Marshall really have come on throughout the season.
Yeah, it's a really solid effort from these guys, putting in such a good show. Annabelle McCarthy hanging on near in front of Sid Marshall. 5th position, still very much up for grabs, and the points that go with it. Don't forget, 4 laps to go for the leader. Henry McCartney still 2.8 seconds clear of Blake Wilson, but there's no panic for the number 8. Blake Wilson just needs to bring it home now. 20 points for 2nd position will be enough to put him on 2:48, with Henry McCartney on 2:15. Marco Holt will remain on 2:05, and that will be job done as far as the FIM Mini GB UK 190 Championship title is concerned for Blake Wilson. There is your leader, Henry McCartney on the inset, having a great run of it, and there is Blake Wilson in 2nd place. Doesn't need to work himself too hard here. No pressure whatsoever on him. He has already goaded his rivals into the mistakes this year. McCartney, of course, went down at Three Sisters. Marco Holt dropping it at Rowrah, and of course here now as well. So in terms of the psychological edge, Blake Wilson has had the mentality all season long.
Blake Wilson riding within himself at the moment. Looking at the lap times really have dropped now. 52.2, 55 and 7. So he's about a second off the pace of his fastest lap. He just seems to have reined it in a bit here, but you don't want to go too slowly, of course, and make a mistake. Sometimes you can just bring yourself back into trouble. But the action on track here is between Annabelle McCarthy and Sid Marshall. Just seems to have found a bit of a drive here and has closed back up on McCarthy in 5th place. McCartney leads the gap 3.7 seconds between 1st and 2nd place. Jensen Bishop's had a quiet race so far in 3rd place. Arnie Carr in 4th.
It's a fair point you made about Blake Wilson, because although he's in 2nd position and he's got the championship pretty much in his pocket, if he DNFs now, it's still on. You know, the championship is still on, because he'll lose that 20 points. He'll have 228. Henry McCartney, if he goes on to the win, will be on 25. So this is not done yet. He's got to be careful how he goes through these two. There's the leader. So McCartney's got to be careful how he works his way through the traffic. Take your time. Don't rush it. Just pick your moment. Sid Marshall, is not going to make this too difficult for him.
Now, you see, Annabelle McCarthy, she won't know this is necessarily the leader until he gets a wheel in there. Beautiful. Very well there.
Absolutely beautiful from Henry McCartney. No problems at all there to get through. Now, the big question, of course, is going to be Blake Wilson. He just needs to take his time. Don't rush it. For goodness sake, keep the bike upright, finish 2nd position, and the job is done and the title is over.
The good thing is, at least for Blake Wilson, is now that the lead has gone through, those two riders fighting for position will be aware that faster riders are coming through. That's Wilson there, I think, coming through towards the lappers. Yep, yes, indeed it is. So, heading towards the boot here, which could be awkward. Here they go, though. Number 31, Henry McCartney, around the final corner. But, yeah, definitely Blake Wilson does not need to rush things. Those two riders fighting for position, of course, so he might get past Sid Marshall quite easily, but Annabelle McCarthy may or may not be aware who's coming through until Wilson gets a wheel in. It's just getting that wheel in when you're lapping riders. When they know it's a faster rider coming through, they will concede the line, but equally you don't want to screw up your race at the same time either. So that dynamic can be a bit awkward sometimes.
Well, it's been a great season in the FIM Mini GP UK 190 all season long. These three riders who've been in the fight for the title right from the start have been immaculate. Marco Holt, Henry McCartney and Blake Wilson. Their battle for supremacy yesterday was monstrous. The two riders giving it excellent racing in both of the encounters. They stayed together all the way through, but it is going to be Henry McCartney that takes the victory. He'll take the pride out of this one for getting the job done. All he could do was win this one to stay in the fight. He's done that. Henry McCartney takes the victory, but behind him, Blake Wilson is the champion in FIM Mini GP UK 190 in second position, 248. The points tally is uncatchable. He wins the title with a 33-point swing with 25 available. The number 8 rider, Blake Wilson, is your 2024 FIM Road to Moto GP UK 190 Mini GP champion.
And over the line there goes Jenson Bishop, very neat third position there. Arnie Carr, Annabelle McCarthy and Sid Marshall round up the field, but that was a champion's ride there from Blake Wilson, who just rode straight on past Henry McCartney there. He's still in his own zone there, I think. McCartney, the race winner, and riding very well indeed. You have to say commiserations to Marco Holt there. It was just bad luck, I think, the back end. He had that last corner coming out of boot absolutely nailed, but it fought back and bit in there when the back wheel stepped out on him. Very unfortunate for him because he really was pushing well.
Time to fire up Queen on the hi-fi. He is the champion. Excellent work from the number 8. A brilliant ride from Blake Wilson all season, actually. When the pressure's been on him, he's not cracked under the pressure. Henry McCartney takes the win. Blake Wilson takes the title. Jenson Bishop in third position ahead of Arnie Carr. Annabelle McCarthy wins in the battle between her and Sid Marshall. Marco Holt, so unlucky, going down on the 6th lap of racing. What a shame for him. He could still get second in the title fight, but it's a big disappointment for him. There's just one major championship in the Road to Moto GP to win, and that is the UK 160. That's coming up later today. Back to the Super Minis now, and Lawrence Wardle, who didn't get a maximum score yesterday, that went the way of Bailey Stewart-Campbell, who wants to get another 120 in the books. There's 360 available, of course, if he manages to come through in fine style again. So with 240 points available, there's still very much game on.
One thing about Lawrence Wardle, he very rarely puts a foot wrong. Very consistent rider for many, many years in the Super Minis. And that's why he's always towards the sharp end of these championships as well. Out of the waiting zone they go. This moto brought to you in association with Brat Bikes, who supply many of the bespoke parts for these machines. It's a really bespoke racing class here. Of course, these bikes derived from the youth motocross machines, and there's a lot of, when you look at these bikes in the paddock, they really are quite intricate and a lot of specialist engineering going into these machines. I've said this before, but when you look at all of the motocross bikes across the whole range, right the way through even to the 500 two-strokes, the 85s are the bikes that have the best power to weight ratio because they have almost the same power as like a 125, not quite of course, but they are fairly powerful machines, an 85cc two-stroke on a much smaller frame, so they'd have a strong power to weight ratio, and of course a lot of these machines, they run the big bore kits as well, so there's some pretty special bikes out there.
Well, this is still very much an open championship contest in Super Mini. Lawrence Wardle has the lead of the championship on 421 points. Louis Smith is 28 points back. James Sidebottom is 31 points back. Jake Smith is still only 73 points back. So when you've got 240 left to win, it is very open season between those four riders, and anything can still happen in this one. Going through the starting grid for this one, getting ourselves ready for the epic final two races of the weekend. It's Bailey Stewart-Campbell, that man again, pole position, and there's a rider.
Yeah, rider in trouble on the.
In trouble before we even start.
That's one of the super minis, one of the more mini moto based machines there. Black bike.
I can't quite make out who it is without seeing a number, unfortunately. So, Bailey Stewart-Campbell and Clayton Edmonds on the front row of the grid. No problems there. Lawrence Wardle goes off P3. Louis and Jake Smith are 5th and 6th behind André Tadea. Here we go. And charging forward, it is going to be a tight start, but up in the front, no worries at all for André Tadea. He gets the lead. Excellent launch for him. Clayton Edmonds having to go a little bit cautious as I think it's Bailey Stewart-Campbell, you know. Bailey Stewart-Campbell is missing from the grid for this one. He got pole position, but he's not there. So there is no sign of Bailey Stewart-Campbell.
That was the bike that packed up on the opening up there today, getting a wonderful start there on the KTM. Away he goes, and I think there was also one rider left in the waiting zone there who will join at the back of the field. We'll try and pick that up on the lap charts. But
well, that is the 99. That's Bailey Stewart Campbell, so he's getting away dead last. So big disaster there. Looking at the form that we had yesterday, there is another bike that had a problem off the start. I'm going to try and identify it, but that's
there he
big
is,
disaster.
Coming through Christmas there, another one of the KTMs. And out to the final corner they go. Wonderful smell in the air if you were here. The premix, of course, of the two strokes in the air as Andre Tadea leads the way, but coming under some real pressure from Clayton Edmonds, who's looking for lines here coming into Christmas corner. Has a peak on the inside, but Tadea has the line covered. Watching in third place is the number 414, the experienced head of Lawrence Wardle.
I think it was Leo Caulfield that broke down on the formation lap. So Leo Caulfield, who did have some mechanical problems yesterday, so that would make some sense. But check out Clayton Edmonds really hustling today as they lead their way through. Lawrence Wardle with a golden opportunity here in third position. How much ground can Bailey Stewart Campbell really hope to make? He's done a 55.2. That's half a second quicker than the leader. So this is now a race of how much time can Bailey Stewart Campbell realistically gain? How much further through this field can he work his way through? The win is gone, but can he make it to the top 5? That's a very big ask.
We shall see, because there's a bit of a logjam here at the front here today. He's getting some good lines together, holding on, but everyone chasing behind him here. We've got Lawrence Wardle, Lewis Smith and Jake Smith right in there as well. As again you see today guarding the inside into Christmas corner, getting the elbows out somewhat here and backing everyone up. And at the moment, Clayton Edmonds can't find a way through. He's switching his lines all the time here, but nothing really going at the moment.
This is the trend we saw yesterday from Tadea. Very good at the start, able to run in the top 3, no problem in the first couple of laps. But then when the pace really kicks in, when the tyres get up to temperature, Tadea doesn't have the best bike. So Clayton Edmonds really able to hustle him, and that backs him into Wardle, that backs him into Louis Smith. Jake Smith's going to be precious in this one as well, because he did some good races yesterday. So this is going to be tight in the top 5 all the way through. And that's Bailey Stewart Campbell already having worked his way through to the back end of one of the tail enders. That's Tyler Clark.
And Joe Milne's in there as well, number 15. A couple of the Honda CRF 150s.
Oh my word, Bailey Stewart Campbell's just done a 52.9.
Yeah, he's motoring at the moment, Bailey Stewart Campbell. It's really does suit the two strokes well here at Whilton Mill. Quite technical in places. Oh, as again having a look on the outside Edmonds, but you'll see Tadea guards the apex to prevent the repass on the exit of the corner. Vision track back, KTM down into the right-hander they go, into the inside, having a look there, Clayton Edmonds, but again, can't quite find a way through, and Wardle just hanging on to that. Oh, he has a look down the inside there, gets the front wheel in there, and a lovely move there from Clayton Edmonds to take the lead. Just getting that front wheel in there, going into the left-hander, showing it to the rival, and taking the apex away. Lawrence Wardle having a look on the outside, but can't quite find a way through. Clayton Edmonds needs to drop the hammer here on this next lap to try and break away. Another one of the KTM, slightly older machine there by the looks of the shrouds on the side of that bike, but certainly well tuned. This is more of a specialist race class, of course. The Super Minis, not quite so many constraints on terms of the modifications to the bikes here, so you really do get some quick machinery out there, and it's a popular one with the BSB riders on their weekends off sometimes. So we get some rather special wildcards out here. But Lawrence Wardle, of course, the champion-elect, having a look on the outside of Tadea, who's putting it a nice smooth ride here today, holding on to the positions quite neatly.
Not going to be easy when you've got so many great talents trying to chase you down in the title fight. Great to see everybody watching along on the stream. 74 All Nights watching all the way from Australia. That's a commitment. Well done, my friend. So Clayton Edmonds leads the way today, a second, then Lawrence Wardle. Then we've got Louis and Jake Smith backing up in 4th and 5th position. But you can see that today is a real cork in the bottle here, really struggling to hold favour. Now, Bailey Stewart Campbell is 5 seconds back from Tyler Clark. We were just watching Sam Morrison and James Sidebottom there having a bit of a duel. Now, Sidebottom is a championship contender. He's really struggled, though, this weekend. Lost a lot of points yesterday. He's down in 8th position today. So this is not going to give him the kind of points tally he wants. It's round the outside. Lawrence Wardle, again, threatening to take on Andrea Tadea. He's got to be careful where he thinks about the move. So it's not going to be easy to try and pick his moment, that is for sure. Louis Smith and Jake Smith are right close for company if anything goes wrong.
Yeah, Tadea is riding very well here. Got the lines absolutely dialed here, keeping it nice and smooth and making the chasing riders do all the work here. You'll see that Lawrence Wardle constantly looking for lines, trying to find an opening here. As a bit further back, Sam Morrison, James Sidebottom, Joe Milnes, George Muscat, of course, all fighting in the midfield. Bailey Stewart Campbell fighting his way through. Fastest lap of the race for him was a 53.3. Clayton Edmonds, incidentally, 52.855. Fastest lap of the race. As Andrea Tadea still charging away, number 13. A battle of the pair of group machines here. Got the KTMs and the Husqvarna in the mix there, of course, of Louis Smith. As again, you see today, guarded the inside line. Lawrence Wardle trying to find a way through. Louis Smith and Jake Smith just shadowing there behind. We've got the Husqvarna and the KTM in there as well, all 85, based on 85cc two-strokes. As Wardle sweeps neatly round the outside, got the momentum into the right-hander, and Lawrence Wardle is now up into second place, which will do him quite nicely. The main thing here for today is just to hold that momentum. As having a peek down the inside there was Bailey Stewart Campbell, who is still charging. I think may have made the move stick. And further back there we've got I think Joe Mills. There he is on the Honda, number 15. There's a peek over the shoulder.
Yeah, he's keeping an eye on Muscat. Keeping an eye on George Muscat. He doesn't want him to come through on the inside line at all. So Lawrence Wardle now to second place. Again, look at this from Tadea. He's just backing up the pack. This is the problem. Really good at the start, but he doesn't have the pace. And on the inside, no worries at all for Louis Smith. He gets him through Christmas, but Tadea on the resurgence. That was very nicely handled from Tadea. He just didn't have the confidence on the throttle to finish the move.
Yeah, today had that one all day long coming out of Christmas corner. He saw Louis Smith went in very deep into the right-hander, but he'll always sacrifice himself on the run down into Inkermans, and that means that Andre Tadea very neatly finds his way back through, and Louis Smith will have to try and fight again. There's Smith on the left-hander having a look on the Husqvarna. Husqvarna, incidentally, one of the world's oldest companies in its, the motorcycle arm owned by KTM nowadays. Started off by making arms for the Swedish Army, and that's where the Husqvarna logo, it's a gun sight logo on the back of the number 66. Louis Smith coming up the hill once again. That Husqvarna sharing a lot of the basic DNA with the orange KTMs, though. They're owned by the same powder group in Austria nowadays. Husqvarna traditionally the Swedish company, but they are very, very similar machines, Husqvarna and the KTM, out there in terms of the basic DNA of the bikes. And Tadea looking very good coming in towards the left-hander. Not quite got the pace of the other leaders, but he has got some very smooth, very neat lines there, and he's holding on to positions quite neatly as Clayton Edmonds goes through onto the final lap. Lawrence Wardle still in second place. Andre Tadea holding on to that third place, and just started to break away slightly as they start to close up. I think that may be Tyler Clark, I think, in front being lapped. One lap to go here in the Super Minis, and Andre Tadea looking very good at the front of the field in that fight for third place. Clayton Edmonds.
Well, we're actually told that there's 5 laps remaining when they go across the beam. But here's the opportunity on the inside from Jake Smith. Gets the line on Louis Smith into Christmas. So very nicely handled there as Jake Smith pops his way into 4th position. So that's very well handled indeed there. So that's Clayton Edmonds into the lead. Wardle in second place with Tadea. Louis Smith now behind Jake Smith, who's up to 4th position. Gardner in 6th position from Morrison side bottom, and Bailey Stewart Campbell, who's up to 9th position. 53.1 was his last lap. He's still going a second lap faster than Clayton Edmonds, the race leader. So he still has time and a few more laps in hand to do something about this.
Yeah, he's running very well. Oh, it's down the inside goes Louis Smith on the run through to boot. Nice move there from the Husqvarna. Over the line he goes once again. And Clayton Edmonds still looking very strong at the front of the field. 52.9, he's lapping very consistently indeed, the number 21. Lawrence Wardle on his own in second place, and Andre Tadea, who was coming under so much pressure before, just seems to have weathered that for now. As again we look at our race leader through into the right-hander. Black KTM, you see the modifications they make to these machines. That bike with some very rare positioning, you would say, on the handlebars. That bike is a bit more swept back, the number 21. A lot of the riders opting more for the motocross style upright handlebars, but you'll see if you look very closely, he really has inverted that, got the bike very low slung setup there for the 21 of Clayton Edmonds, and that does seem to be working well for him as he comes out of the final corner, goes through to complete another lap. And still the fight a bit further back with Bailey Stewart Campbell certainly motoring in the midfield. There's the number 312, Sam Morrison, with James Sidebottom. That's the battle of the 4 strokes there. Sidebottom on the Honda CRF 150. This is, of course, where this originally started as a 150 Honda single make cup almost. There was a lot of redundant 150 Hondas floating about back in the day when it didn't really make the inroads into the motocross fields. Seemed to found its own in tarmac racing, you would say, and then the 85s came in to join the party, and it's really lit this scene up.
Well, clearly Clayton Edmonds didn't want to be upstaged by the resurgent Bailey Stewart Campbell, so he's banged in a new fastest lap, 52.786 the last time by, really finding his flow as we get to the closing stages of this race, coming through over the line, and we have still got a couple of laps in hand. So Clayton Edmonds just enjoying himself in the lead as they work their way through the final parts of the race.
George Muscat and Joe Mills, I think, in front, having their own fight here. So Edmonds just got to take his time here, make his way down the hill.
Yeah, he's got to be careful how he approaches them, because, well, it looks like Muscat's actually got ahead of Joe Mills. Take your time, Clayton, take your time. That'll do.
Luckily, he's on a two-stroke, so they will note a different rider coming through, because they're both on the 150s. There we go again. You'll see, so he's just sitting there now, Clayton Edmonds. Yeah, they see... That's the advantage here, because Clayton Edmonds is on the two-stroke, both those riders on the 154-stroke, so they will at least know from the engine note that it is the leaders coming through.
Yeah, just take your time about it. Don't worry about the traffic. Just make your move when the moment takes you. As we go into the last lap now, Clayton Edmonds out in front. Lawrence Wardle, though, the important thing for him is in second position. Lawrence Wardle taking a step closer to the title. It's nowhere near done yet. He's still got plenty of battles to come from his opponents, but that will certainly give him a little bit more confidence in second position, Lawrence Wardle, and that will do a lot for the battle, because obviously yesterday he had a very difficult day at the office. He was playing percentages to bring home points, but today a second place finish, very deserving indeed.
Yeah, Lawrence Wardle always seems to remain super consistent, doesn't drop too many major points, you would say. Even on a bad day like that, he can still position himself quite neatly. And Lewis, of course, he is ahead of Lewis Smith right now, so he'll gain in terms of the championship. But Clayton Edmonds coming down towards the final corner, nice smooth riding from the number 21, and out to the final corner he goes, gets the front wheel like KTM in the air, and over the line he goes to take the checker flag. Clayton Edmonds, your race winner. It's going to be Lawrence Wardle in second place. Great ride from Andre Tadea to bring it home in third place after all that pressure earlier on. Lewis Smith and Jake Smith rounding out the top five.
Excellent stuff then from Clayton Edmonds. No issues at all for him. Lawrence Wardle, second position and having a very decent run of it. Andre Tadea coming through for third place with Louis and Jake Smith in the top five. It was a great battle from those two, and they really gave it as much as they possibly had all the way through the day. So very nice to see them put on a bit of a charge there. Bailey Stewart Campbell actually crossed the line in seventh position, so certainly made a massive headway. He was never going to win the race. That was never on the cards, but he was already about 35 seconds back when the race got underway, so he remained 35.6 back from our race winner. There is Clayton Edmonds, who came through for the win. Fantastic result for him after Bailey Stewart Campbell dominated yesterday. So it's the first time in this weekend that Clayton Edmonds has been victorious. Lawrence Wardle in second ahead of Andre Tadea. Then Louis Smith ahead of Jake Smith after their brilliant battle. Nathan Gardner, sixth place, ahead of Bailey Stewart Campbell, who started from the pit lane and still came home for P7. Sam Morrison, James Sidebottom, and then George Muscat and Joe Mills a lap adrift. Tyler Clark likewise. Time for some more great battles. This time it's going to come from the 110 category, the Mini GP 110, the Ovales, and Mason Federick will come out onto the grid in pole position. Why is that significant? Because even though the title has already been won in Ovale 110 by Max Robinson after his great run yesterday, there is still technically a four-man brawl for second in the points tally. Can you believe it? Sebastian Goslavsky has it with 203 points. Caden Herring has 170. Leo Soliu has 167. Mason Federick has 164. It really is so close. 6 points covering 3 riders in the fight for third position. But all of them could still technically take second in the points ranks. It all comes down to what happens for Sebastian Goslavsky in this race. If he DNFs and the other 3 are in the decent points position, then it could go anybody's way. But it's not looking likely. Goslavsky was very strong yesterday. Mason Federick, though, definitely on the hunt for third position in the title. He's 6 points back from Caden Herring, only 3 behind Leo Soliu, and Federick's on pole position with Soliu P4 and Caden Herring P5.
Great thing about the 110 Cup and the Ovale 110 Cup, it's a real out of the crate racing here. There's not too much they can do in terms of modification to the bike setup. They can do all they want, of course, in that sense, but these really are out of the crate racers, the Ovales and the Bucci machinery, of course, in the other class. Very similar kind of bikes, and they really have infiltrated the youth track racing scene quite well in the last few years. Very popular bikes and good grids once again.
Yeah, and of course nowadays pretty much everybody on the Ovalis. It used to be that there were separate groups. They are of course both 110s, but the Buccis have pretty much died out over the season. It's now pretty much Ovali all the way. So it'll be fascinating. It is all Ovali bikes today. Gazlowski will line up alongside pole position sitter Mason Federick. The new champion, Max Robertson, goes third on the grid from Leo Soliu. Fifth is Caden Herring alongside Leon Simpson with an outside bet at the top three. Cian Daly seventh from Mason Hams, Jasper O'Neill-White, Austin Whilton and Ella Musgrove. So let's see what happens in this fight. The championship is won. We know that already. Max Robertson is the new champion, but second position is still up for grabs. Sebastian Gazlowski currently has it, but there are three riders within 6 points of each other fighting for third in the title fight. This is going to be a really exciting battle. Red lights on. Let's race at Whilton Mill. And it's a great start for Sebastian Gazlowski. He actually beats Federick to the first corner, but Federick looking good in second position in front of new champion Max Robertson as they work their way through Crooked Oblivion, along Manuel's Bank, up Fine Lady, and it will be a great run to Christmas, down to the braking zone, and Federick follows in behind Gazlowski, but it's already close.
Yeah, nice neat start there, and was that Leo Soliu? I think the front wheel popped up to say hello on the start line there, but he's recovered okay.
Caden Herring got him on the inside of Christmas. He wasn't expecting Herring to be there, so a very good start from Caden Herring, up into fifth position now behind Leo Soliu.
Here they go, so very neat start here from the 64 of Gazlowski. Another rider who's been on top form throughout the season, looking very neat in the various meets he's done throughout the year, and putting in some nice lines here on the first lap, coming under some considerable pressure in second place here as they make their way through Boot for the first time. And Federick Robinson right in there as well as they make their way through. Still a long way to go in this opening moto. Over the line goes Gazlowski, Federick Robinson, Leon Simpson with a very good start there as well. Leo Soliu, of course, had a difficult opening half lap or so there, so he's got a bit of work to do. As Federick has a little peek on the inside, tries to get the front wheel in there and makes it stick.
Lovely from Mason Federick, really makes it work, and that's great psychological for him as well. Another 25 points in the offing for him, and if Federick can keep this going, he is looking so good to catch up to both Simpson and Herring in the title fight. That's what he's really up for this weekend. He won both the races yesterday. A third one will put him ahead of both Herring and Soliu, and suddenly up from fifth in the championship to third.
Let's have a look at what Max Robinson can do here, because these two fighting for the lead now as Gazlowski tries to fight back here. And Max Robinson, he'll be watching this all the time. If they start to bang handlebars again, he'll be looking to try and get involved in this fight for the lead. Over the line they go, so a neat move there from Mason Federick on Christmas corner. Got the front wheel in there and took the apex away. Federick now leads. It's turning into a three-way tussle for the fight for the lead here. Leon Simpson fourth, Caden Herring, Leo Soliu, Mason Hams, Cian Daly in 8th place, O'Neill, White, Whilton running at the top 10, Ella Musgrove running at the field in 11th place. As we look at Gazlowski, just losing a little bit of ground there to the leader, who again closing up under braking though. And Gazlowski looks very quick through Ashby.
Yeah, if it stays like this, Gazlowski is cemented in second position in the championship, but it's all about Mason Federick in the lead. If he stays there, he's going to move into third in the championship. 189 points to Caden Herring, predicted to be 181. Soliu predicted to be 177. So it is so important that Mason Federick gets this win over Gazlowski. He got 2 yesterday, and he's definitely in the move for the third. But look, here comes the confident Max Robinson, having sealed the title yesterday. He wants a piece of this, and Gazlowski wants to get away from him.
Yeah, and Mason Federick had a couple of slight errors on the previous half, which got a little bit of curb into one or two of the corners. That's allowed Gazlowski to come back into this one. Robinson with the fastest lap of the race, so three-way tussle for the lead well and truly on here. And the pressure now back on Federick as Gazlowski looks for options here. Federick has a nice line coming out of Christmas, but Gazlowski has a peek down the inside. There's nothing going there, so he backs out of that one. And this is where Gazlowski was quite quick, but Max Robinson just starting to close up here. You'll see that Federick taking a very defensive line there on the double apex, and that allows Gazlowski and Robinson to back into him a little bit now as they make their way back towards the boot. Federick, though, doing very well here to hold on to the lead.
Take your time, don't rush this. This could be a really easy run for the competitors as they dice their way through the final couple of corners. Gazlowski getting a better run off the boot. He may have another opportunity here to Mason Federick as they accelerate through Crook up towards Oblivion. He's even having a think about the exit up Fine Lady. And along Manuel's bank, he's got a good exit. Can Mason Frederick hold him off up to Christmas? It's going to be about Kozlowski's confidence. Frederick is so good on the brakes into Christmas, though. He loves that corner, and this is where Frederick is really picking up the momentum. Look at Max Robinson. Nothing to lose. The title's already won. He's having fun out there.
The interesting thing here is that Mason Frederick appears to be riding quite defensively here. He's very aggressive into the apex. Look at this when he comes in straight down onto the apex there. And he's very keen to park the bike on the exit of the corner. Good defensive riding here from the number 50. But what that does mean is he's not going to break away from Kozlowski and Robinson. He's going to keep this fight bunched together as that battle further on down there. Simpson, Herring and Solly are all fighting away further back. The leaders now making their way through the boot. Still Leon Simpson, Caden Herring and Leo Solly after that bad start, recovering well. Still a long way to go here, and Frederick again, you'll see him very quickly moving down to the apex as they make their way up towards Christmas, putting the work onto Kozlowski here, sort of trying to find an opening as Robinson has a look down the inside. Oh, Kozlowski gets that front wheel in there and retakes the lead. So now what can Frederick do? Can he retake that position?
Brilliant. Now we've got a real spicy battle as Kozlowski gets back into the lead of the race once more. And that puts him on 25 points for this race. Frederick back down to 20, but he'll still take third position in the championship by finishing B2. So it's still very much game on for Frederick in the title fight, not for the championship itself, but certainly for the top three. Great battles going on further back as well, because we've got Herring, Simpson and Soliu having a similar dice to what we've got for the lead. This is excellent stuff all the way through. 3 riders for the lead, 3 riders for 4th place.
Looks like Herring's done it, actually, moved into 4th position. So Soliu just watching there as they make their way through. Kozlowski trying to break away and sets the fastest lap of the race, 56.266 for the number 64. Frederick has opened the lines up now, is chasing in 2nd place, so you'll see again the dynamic shifting here, and it's Kozlowski's turn just to be a little bit aggressive there going to Christmas corner in guarding that apex. That's the main overtaking opportunity, it would seem. Here they come through to Ashby, off-cambered right-hander. Frederick opting for that tighter line out of the corner. Could that work? Gets a nice drive out of the right-hander. And Kozlowski just started to get it together here and just started to pull the slightest of gaps here. Maybe, well, I'd say no more than half a second here. As Frederick through the boot he goes once again. This tricky little corner. It's all about keeping the momentum going through this tricky little section now. Really has opened up the run towards Christmas corner, though. Here they come out to the final corner. And Kozlowski, let's have a look at the gap when he goes through. It's about, 4/10 of a second between first and second, which is about the biggest it's been all race. Kozlowski goes faster once again, 56.228. So the pace of the race really picking up at the front here.
So Caden Herring getting through into 4th position is actually quite critical, because with Mason Frederick down to 2nd again, he would only be ahead of Caden Herring going into the last race of the season by 1 point in the battle for 3rd position. So it's quite critical for Mason Frederick. If he can get another chance to get ahead of Sebastian Kozlowski for the lead, it just gives him that few more points barrier going into the last race of the season to seal the top 3 in the championship fight. It's been a tough old season for Mason Frederick, but he's definitely coming back at it strong as we now watch Mason Hams dueling with Cian Daly in the inset. That's 7th and 8th places. So we've got a battle for 1st, a battle for 4th, and a battle for 7th. That's what we love about the Ovale 110s. They are so good. It's obviously, as we mentioned, plug in and play, and these riders are giving us such a great show up and down the field.
Battle for 9th as well, actually, because Jasper O'Neill-White's got past Austin Whilton, so is action throughout the field here. No one really pulling away from each other. And Mason Frederick still being tagged on long behind Kozlowski. Again, you see Kozlowski very aggressively turning into Christmas corner there to guard that apex. But Frederick looking for lines. Is he going to try go down on the inside into Ashby? No, he doesn't, but he sweeps wide. He's going to try and get the exit speed here. Frederick got a nice line coming out of Ashby on that right-hander. And here they come in towards that double apex, in towards the right-hander. This is a tricky part, this long, sweeping left-hander in the middle of the circuit here.
I tell you what, these Ovale 110s are quickly becoming my favourite bike in the paddock as Cian Daly slices it up the inside of Mason Hams off Christmas and manages to thwart his offence in the run out towards Inkermans up to 7th position. These bikes just give us so much diversity of racecraft. Kozlowski almost getting pinched there as they go through the traffic. Ella Mosgrove almost causing an issue for Kozlowski. Does cause an issue for Mason Frederick. He gets pinched at the wrong point. And look out, here goes Max Robinson round the far side. Kozlowski's going to have no problem getting round Austin Whilton, but where's Robinson? He nearly gets past Mason Frederick.
That's a bit unfortunate there, because they came across Ella Mosgrove at the wrong part of the track. Mosgrove just had to hold her line, really, and let the faster riders find their way through. And this has all worked out very well, actually, for Sebastian Gazlowski. Of course, the leader always has the problem when they're lapping traffic, is that the lappers may well think it's a rival rider, so they don't want to mess their own race up in the process. So it's all down to the leader to find their way through, which Gazlowski does as he goes down the inside. I think it'll be Jasper O'Neill-White who goes a lap down. And just starting to use the back markers to his advantage here, because O'Neill-White is in the slowest part of the track here. There's going to be no way through for Mason Fedrick until he exits the boot corner, which he should do now. Over the line they go, and they both sweep around the outside of Jasper O'Neill-White. So Gazlowski coping with the traffic very well. He had a good run there. He got to the slower riders at the right part of the circuit, one would say, and he's just starting for the first time this race to pull away.
Gazlowski 1.5 seconds to the good on Mason Fedrick. Max Robinson did get a chance at second position in the traffic jam, but was not able to capitalise. This is going to be so tough now for Mason Fedrick to get this gap down to Gazlowski, because they're so even on pace. The last lap for Gazlowski, a 57.0. The last lap for Fedrick, a 58.2. What are their lap times in terms of their personal bests? Well, Gazlowski has the fastest lap with a 56.228. Fedrick does a 56.288. So there's nothing in it really between these two. You've got to suggest that Gazlowski has a second and a half in hand, but that's going to be just enough. Fedrick's not quite going to have the pace advantage unless something goes wrong for Gazlowski now.
What this does mean, of course, is that Gazlowski can use his own lines in the final 2 or 3 laps of the race. He doesn't need to be quite so defensive coming into some of the corners. That said, though, he set his fastest lap of the race when he was under pressure, interestingly enough, which just goes to show the pace of the riders at the front. Although Mason Fedrick has broken away now from Max Robinson. He got that little advantage in the traffic just to get that break, and now he's running his own race. It'll be interesting to look at the lap times here, because he looks quicker than the race leader. He was very quick going into Ashby on the last few laps, and the momentum seems to be with Mason Fedrick here. We'll have a look at him. He's looking very neat at the moment and potentially closing up.
But the win is significant for Sebastian Gazlowski if he can hold on to it, because if he wins the race, as he is currently on course to do, he will secure second in the championship. There's no way after this that Mason Fedrick can take it back off him. He really needed a fall from Gazlowski to steal second place in the championship. His focus is on top 3, and he's going to take that if he stays where he is, because Caden Herring is predicted to be 4th. That'll be 13 points. Mason Fedrick is predicted to be 2nd. That'll be 20 points. So Fedrick will be on 184. Herring will be on 183. Soliu will be on 177. This man, Max Robinson, is already the champion. He secured that yesterday with that fantastic pair of third places. He's third again today, just enjoying the pressure of no pressure at all, riding around enjoying Whilton Mill. But Sebastian Gazlowski on the penultimate lap, set for second in the title fight.
Yeah, he's looking good there. Max Robinson, of course, he's just keeping it nice and smooth. He lost a bit of momentum on that previous lap in the traffic, but still charging here, trying to keep the pressure on Mason Fedrick for second place as the Valleys head towards the closing stages of this first moto here at Whilton Mill. Battle further back, of course, with Caden Herring. Leo Soliu still fighting away. Leon Simpson just about involved in that one as well, as the 99 of Max Robinson comes out of the final corner. Gazlowski charges over the line and just starting to control this race now coming into the final lap. The gap goes up to 2.8 seconds, which is the biggest it has been. And Gazlowski knows that, of course, so he can run his own race on this final lap.
Yeah, Fedrick is well aware of the fact that he doesn't have to push too hard now to get the victory. Second position is still good for the moment to move him into third place, and he's clearly got the pace overall over Caden Herring and Leo Soliu over the weekend, so he doesn't have to panic too much about this. Second position will more than do. He'll only have third position in the title fight by a point, but going into the last race of the season later, he can finish the job. Max Robertson having one last bite at the cherry to see if he can have a go at Mason Fedrick, but I don't think he's going to have the chance through the boot. Here comes Sebastian Gazlowski. He may have lost the title, but he will be the vice champion. He comes off the final turn. Sebastian Gazlowski wins beautifully in Whilton Mill, and he is the vice champion of 2024 in front of Mason Fedrick, who moves into third place in the standings with one race to go by just a single point.
Well, that was a superb victory there for Sebastian Gazlowski. Punches the air as he crosses the line, and who can blame him, because he really had to work hard for that one. Came under a lot of pressure from Mason Fedrick, and in the end a little bit of good fortune coming Gazlowski's way when he managed to break away in the traffic. Then he controlled the race, As we look further back, that's Austin Whilton on the number 81, lap down in 11th, but will complete the race strongly over the line. So it's Caden Herring eventually in 4th place, Leo Soliu 5th, Leon Simpson just with Austin Whilton there over the line to finish in 6th place. Keon Daly and the number 7 of Mason Hams will be the final rider, some distance back, but still on the lead lap. Over the line goes Hams, and that's your Avali's opening moto.
Excellent stuff then from the Avali 110s. They really gave us good quality racing there. Sebastian Goslavsky coming through for a solid victory that secures his position as the vice champion of 2024 behind the title winner Max Robinson. Now the fight becomes for 3rd position in the last race of the season, and that is going to be a dogfight between the 3, 4 and 5 bikes in the standings. That's going to be Mason Federick on 184, Caden Herring on 183 and Leo Soliu on 177. 7 points in it between 3rd, 4th and 5th in the championship. Anything could still happen in the last race of the year. Sebastian Goslavsky dominant to the victory in front of Mason Federick and Max Robinson. Caden Herring in 4th place ahead of Leo Soliu. Leon Simpson in P6 ahead of Keon Daly, who beats Mason Hams in their duel. Then Jasper O'Neill-White, Ella Mosgrove and Austin Whilton, who come through a lap adrift. Next up, a very great race to come.
Good, consistent riding there, say, from all of those riders to bring it together. Not much incidents out there as well, so some good racecraft. Moving back, of course, to the mini bike, be the 140s next, I believe, and it's all going to be very close in that one as well.
Well, remember we talked about Tommy Armand going down earlier on in the race, and that obviously gave him what I thought was a 0-point score. According to the timing screen, he does actually picked up 24 points because he started the race. So he gets 24 points from it. That means that with Michael Med on 778 and Tommy Armand now on 594, he's only 5 points ahead of Dan Merrin himself. So that's going to be an interesting one. 184 points is now the gap between Michael Med and Tommy Armand. So the title is not won, but it's definitely getting close to it. Harley McCabe on pole position. Michael Med is on the front row of the grid, so it's perfect for Michael. Then Stuart Hardman, Harrison Quincy, Dan Merrin and Tim Patterson, Stephen Humphreys. Tommy Armand's got a lot to do from 8th position on the grid. Then Simon Gates, Ben Johnson, Mark Portis, Jordan Merriweather, Tom Wise, Liam Trinder, Adam Harris, Simon Portis, Dean Carver, Reese Morgan, Lindsay Yates and Ryan Hayburn. And then Zach James, Dean Rowland, Harry Swan, Jack Stanford, Warren Henry and Sam Morrison.
So another rip-roaring 140 Cup race is set to take place now with so many closely matched riders. The start, as always, very important indeed, and Harley McCabe, of course, the something of the wild card this weekend, but certainly the one to look out for across the weekend, showing how he really has come on in leaps and bounds. A rider who got his grounding, you would say, in the British mini bikes a couple of seasons ago, really gained a lot of race experience, and one of these riders that has struggled sometimes, as always with racing. Sometimes the funding can make things difficult at times just to get the break they need, but Harley McCabe certainly showing that in terms of riding talent he is right up there and having a good weekend here at Whilton Mill. But of course the championship is still wide open behind him, as well as a few more riders taking their positions. Ben Johnson, who ran so well earlier on there, he is just down into the centre of the grid there, just taking his position as well. And 4-6-1 there, a little bit further back. There is McCabe, who will make his way through, I believe, to the front. There he is.
Is he going off the back?
Looks like going at the back here this time.
I think he is going to go off the back of the grid. I wonder, did he not have the time to get himself into position? Or does he just want the challenge? You know, he's had fun already. 4 wins,
yeah.
4 wins out of 4 for Harley McCabe. Does he just want to see, well, maybe can I win this race from the back?
Well, there's some good, strong riders out there. So he's shaking his head, though.
Yeah,
so,
there's definitely a problem of some kind.
There.
So the green flag at the back of the field. Lights on, lights out, let's race. And it's a great start from Michael Med. No problems at all. What about Harrison Quincy? Can he get through into the inside? No, he can't. And he's going to lose out down to 3rd position. So Quincy loses out to Stuart Hardman. So Med leads. Hardman 2nd, Quincy in 3rd position. And now the battle rages for Harley McCabe from the back of the grid. How far through this pack can he go?
And with a nice jump there coming in towards the first corner, got the sweeping line and was able to guard that one as they make their way down towards Ashby for the first time. There I did see McCabe there. He's already in the midfield. He had a very good start, so he's already got the bulk of the back markers out of the way.
No way, that's incredible.
Yeah, very quick start for him. So Michael Med getting the jump on the field. Can he make that advantage stick here as they make their way through towards Boot for the first time? And Michael Med, Harrison Quincy, Stuart Hardman right in there as well in his opening stages. They make their way through the boot for the first time, and Michael Med on the number one, keeping it nice and neat at the end of the first lap.
60 points on the board so far for Michael Med. If he wins this race, that's going to put him right up to 8:38. So it's very much game on for Michael Med in the championship fight. Harley McCabe is in 7th.
Yeah.
What an amazing opening lap for Harley McCabe. That is very much game on for the win as well. Let's see what he can do. Hardman second. Then it is Merrin, Quincy, Humphries, Patterson and Harley McCabe. Game on with 8 laps to go.
And I think he may have made a move going into 6. We'll have a look in a moment going into Christmas score. There he is. Oh, down on the inside into Ashby. Keeps it nice and neat on the inside. He's got the 7.55 in front of him, so he is now into 5th position. Number 7 on the back of the leathers. Look out for him there, Harley McCabe. That's what it's all about, just getting a good clean start, getting the bulk of the riders out of the way on the first 2 corners, not being too rash to make a mistake. Oh, there he goes down the inside of Harrison Quincy. Half a gap there, and he's gone for it.
He is just going through this field like scissors through wet newspaper. He's charging his way forward. Harley McCabe 4 wins out of 4. He clearly feels the 5th one right. If you're going to take pole position away from me, watch this. He's already 4th position, and this is going to be one heck of a fight back as we watch Humphries versus Patterson for 6th position. Now behind Harley McCabe. McCabe has already got past Dan Merrin.
Yeah, he's up there now, so McCabe now well clear. And can he close up on the leading two? I'm sure he can, so this will be interesting to see what happens as the race develops. Tim Patterson having a look at the back there of Stephen Humphries, Harrison Quincy just ahead of them as well as they make their way through Ashby once again. And Michael Med looking strong at the moment, but we'll watch this rider here, the 118 of Harley McCabe, 54.954, fastest lap of the race, leaving these riders here in his wake here. Harrison Quincy, as Patterson has a peek on the inside going into the boot. There are the leaders going through, and McCabe already starting to close up on Stuart Hardman.
This is nuts. Harley McCabe right in behind Hardman to go for 2nd position. Fine, I'll win it the hard way. Here he goes, 6 laps to go. He's got all the time in the world. He's got all the confidence in the world as well. See you, Stuart. Into 2nd place goes Harley McCabe. Dives in. Only one man to take on, and that's Michael Med. And I ran rings around him 4 times this weekend already. Watch this. I can win from dead last.
So he had a lovely drive coming up towards Christmas corner there, Harley McCabe. Just carrying a lot of cornering speed here. This seems to be the key here. Harley McCabe, again, very quick and attacking through the corner. And watch him here coming through as he is heading towards the boot once again. Just carrying so much speed through the corners here. This is the key, and this is where the little tenths of a second really do count here. Let's have a look at him through boot, as again, he just seems sweeping there, carrying that speed through Michael Med. Parking the bike on the apex as here he comes, McCabe going for the lead here, down the inside into the first corner.
Oh,
and yes, he does.
Goodness!
Nice and smooth there from Harley McCabe, and in 4 or 5 laps has gone through to 1st place.
Stunning from last to 1st in 5 laps of Whilton Mill. He didn't even need the whole 5th lap either. Just astonishing from Harley McCabe. You can put me to the back of the grid if you want, but I'll still win like a champ. This is incredible. If he turns up to Red Lodge and wins all 3 races there and wins the one later on, he could actually be top 3 in the championship. This is absolutely astonishing.
He's just carrying so much corner speed everywhere. He's very, very smooth indeed. There again, you see he's just counteracting the balance there. Already starting to close up on the back markers here. That'll be Jack Stanford and Zach James just a little bit further ahead. There is the number 60. Who concedes the line to the notorious leaders.
McCabe works his way through perfectly and actually leaves Michael Med to get a little held up. See you later, alligator. I'm off. And that is 5 laps done, 5 to go, and 4 to go, sorry. And Harley McCabe is just monstrous out in front. Looks behind him, not a care in the world. That's how to do it.
And again, McCabe very aggressive into Christmas corner, carrying a lot of braking speed here. Michael Med just trying to get a toe here as McCabe just pulls back slightly as he goes down the inside. Yeah, it was James and Dean Rowland.
Yeah, it was just lapping a back marker there. I thought for a moment that the back marker was actually breaking down, but Harley McCabe coming through without issue. Michael Med, 2nd position. Hartman in 3rd from Dan Merrin, and Tim Patterson now in front of Harrison Quincy. Tommy Armand in 7th place, but this is looking very much game over as far as championship is concerned for Tommy Armand, with him down in 7th and Michael Med in P2.
So again, you see good racecraft there from Harley McCabe going down the inside of Dean Rowland, who was about to go for the corner going through the boot there, but just get the front wheel in there. And as soon as they realise it's the faster rider coming through, most riders will concede the corner. So Harley McCabe lapping in the 55s at the moment. So he just seems to have lost a bit of time with the back markers there, but that won't concern him too much. Michael Med now clear in second place, and Stuart Hardman not too far behind, of course, in third, about 2 seconds down in third. Tim Patterson and Dan Merrin still fighting away for fourth position. Harrison Quincy, Tommy Ullman, 7th. Ben Johnson, Jordan Merriweather has moved into 9th position from Mark Portis. Stephen Humphries, Liam Trinder, Simon Portis, Adam Harris, Dean Carver a bit further back. And the riders at the leader is closing up on now. Lindsay Yates, Ryan Hayburn, Dean Rowland, of course, a bit further back. As we see the 104 there of Stuart Hardman, alone in third place at the moment, making his way through the boot. He's about 3 seconds ahead of Tim Patterson, who is now clear in fourth place. So let's see what Patterson can do. Can he close up on the top three, although time is running out here with just 2 laps to go? And Harley McCabe, lapping quite consistently in the 54s, is starting to pull away from Michael Med. There is the race leader. McCabe coming out of Christmas Corner, down towards Ashby, and again just finds the line, always seems to find a position there, and goes down the inside. That'll be, looks like Ryan Hayburn, the 17th place rider right now. 2 laps to go here, and Harley McCabe keeping it very smooth and looking very strong in the closing stages.
So Tommy Armand looking to pick up 38 points here, Michael Med looking to pick up 50. So that just shows you that's a 12-point gain in this race alone. And that is 1 step closer for Michael Med to winning this championship, potentially before we even get to Red Lodge. That's how important it was for Tommy Armand to finish the race earlier. The sun comes out over Whilton Mill. That storm is nowhere to be seen at the moment. So great news for the riders. The circuit's going to get hotter. Nicely timed by Harley McCabe as he works his way through the traffic without incident. It's going to be another 60 points on the board for him. That's 120 from round 6 so far. He got 180 yesterday. Could he get the 180 again today?
We shall see. He's just got to filter his way through these battles in the midfield there as the 218 there, I think, of Liam Trinder. 3-1-2 just ahead there as well.
It's just, he's going past them as if he's standing still. This is monstrous. Absolutely brilliant from Harley McCabe. No worries at all. Through the traffic, just carves his way through. Don't forget, he started last behind all of these riders, and now he's picking them off to lap them. Michael Med coming through for second position. Stuart Hardman coming through for third, but here comes your winner out of the final turn. Michael Med looking good for the title, but it is going to be Harley McCabe, who makes it 5 wins from 5 this weekend. Absolutely extraordinary, and he does so from dead last.
Oh, trouble on the final corner there. Just see who that is that's gone down right on the racing line.
Goodness.
Oh.
Well reacted from everybody, but that could have been so close. Now in pit bike, he's not going to get it to the line, is he? So big problems there, but my goodness, we got close. Now who was that not managing to finish the race at the very end there?
It was a tricky one to run across the track. I've hit a rider on the track before, and it's, it tends to be a bit painful.
Yeah, very close indeed. But look at Harley McCabe. He's got a proper feather in his cap. He was shaking his head on the starting grid. Putting me to the back of the grid, are you? Fine. Watch this. And he just charges his way through from last to first in less than 5 laps.
I think it was one of the lappers that went down, actually. Liam Trinder not showing on the lap charts there, so he was in the midfield, of course.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Might benefit Jack Stanford, possibly, because they were all a lap down. So, brilliant ride there from McCabe. Just goes to show, I think, the experience of riding at a higher level in the... like you say, he really has risen through the ranks in motorcycle racing. Just goes to show that experience really coming to the forefront there, just carrying so much corner speed everywhere and winning by 3.8 seconds from Michael Med. Hardman third, Tim Patterson fourth, Harrison Quincy rounding out the top 5, Dan Merrin, Tommy Ullman, Ben Johnson, Jordan Merriweather, Stephen Humphries rounding out the top 10 in the BMB 140 Cup with Mark and Simon Porteous a little bit further back, Adam Harris, Dean Carver, Lindsay Yates and Ryan Hayburn amongst the midfield runners in BMB 140 here at Whilton Mill for what is, of course, the penultimate round of the BMB Championship, moving, of course, to Red Lodge a bit later in the year. Junior Supermoto 90s coming up in association with Motos. They're in the waiting zone right now. They'll be underway in just a few moments. And Whilton Mill, of course, it's a long-standing venue on the British mini bikes calendar. This track in Northamptonshire, it's very centrally located, one would say, very close to the A5 and the M1 motorways. To give a point of reference, about 25 minutes or so from Silverstone, very well located, and a lot of riders practice and test here as well.
So to come up with the context of that race from Michael Med and Tommy Armand, he now has a lead of 196 with just under I'm trying to do the math here very, very quickly in my head. It's 240 remaining, and he's got a lead of 196. So all he's got to do is finish ahead of Tommy Armand in the last race, and he is the champion of 2024. So we'll pick that one up later. Back to the Junior Supermotos for their second race of the weekend. They get 3, of course, as well. We've already crowned Cian Daly as the champion in this particular battle in Junior Supermoto 90. But now we're going to crown second place. We've still got that battle between JJ Magister and Dan Tanton to come, although looking through the field, I can't actually see either of them coming out onto the grid. They're meant to be starting Dan Tanton 3rd and JJ Magister 5th. I wonder, have they taken so much damage? Oh no, there they are. So Dan Tanton is not out on the grid. JJ Magister is. So I wonder if they took so much damage from their fall earlier that both bikes were in a bit of disarray. Magister only just getting going. Haven't seen Dan Tanton out yet.
Not yet. Just looking out of the vantage point towards the waiting zone. No real activity down there either. So it doesn't appear that he's out on the track at the moment. Daly, of course, looking so good. Earlier on, the weather certainly tipping towards the brighter side here, the track warming up as well. There is the risk of thunderstorms. There were some pretty meaty thunderstorms in the area. It does seem in this area of Northamptonshire that it's almost a bit like a scaled-down version of Florida. You can literally get heavy rain 1 mile down the track and dry the other, so let's hope it stays that way.
Right, Magister and Tanton both picked up damage from their bikes, of course, in the previous incident. I can tell you that all Magister actually has to do is finish this race and he secures second in the championship. Doesn't matter where, because he's currently got 23 points over Dan Tanton. If he finishes 9th, he's going to come away with 7 points. That will be enough to beat the nearest rival, Dan Tanton, to second in the championship. So that's why JJ Magister has limped his way to the starting grid. They're trying to get him ready. You could see that there with one final marshal on the grid, one final mechanic on the grid. Got to get on with this. They're desperately trying to get JJ Magister to race, because if he finishes the race, he will beat Dan Tanton to second in the championship. They're having some real difficulty here.
Just want to see what the situation is there, possibly with the rear brake, possibly, maybe even some gravel in the machinery. It's very strange to see what's going on there as the race is about to get underway. We're under starters orders now, so the grid is now clear. And Junior Supermoto 90s get underway. Nice drive on the inside from Daly there off the line. Gets away very neatly indeed. Good start there. Everyone through nice and smoothly. And Carter Spinks also getting away very well indeed as they make their way up to Christmas Corner for the first time.
Right, Tanton has just left the pits, so he started the race from pit lane, so he is trying his best to outfox JJ Magister. Whoever finishes ahead of the other essentially takes the title either to the last race or secures second in the title fight, because there's a 23-point gap at the moment between them. So if JJ Magister can score 2 more points than Dan Tanton, that's it, job done. But that's a side plot, because Carter Spinks is already starting to take a little bit more time to go after Cian Daly, who's just having a fairly simple ride here, Cian Daly. He doesn't even need to show up to Red Lodge. He can just enjoy himself. So there is Dan Tanton on the inset, trying to work his way back into the action after the clash with JJ Magister earlier. He's got to try and fight his way back into contention.
Carter Spinks got away very well at the start there, as did Daly, of course, but Spinks really got the momentum here as they make their way over the line for the first time. JJ Manchester with a very clean start there as well, up to 3rd place from William Dickinson. Dylan Cook running out the top 5. CJ Maguire as well, another good rider on the charge here, up to 6th position now from Thomas Med. And Rex Solomon drops a couple of positions down to 8th place. But let's have a look at Carter Spinks here as he starts to put the pressure on the race leader. Daly knows he's there, riding defensively as they make their way down towards Ashby. And at the moment, Daly just cutting off the front of Carter Spinks. Let's have a look at what Spinks can do here as they make their way down towards Oziers here in the double apex. Tricky little left-hander here that brings him back onto the straight. There is a little bit further back there, the 21 of Rex Olmond. And Olmond having a look down the inside of Thomas Med. That's the fight for 7th position, as the leaders make their way through the boot for the first time. And Cian Daly, again, you can see Spinks looks very quick through the more technical parts, the final part of the lap here. And Spinks just starting to close the gap here on Cian Daly. Half a second between the top two, pretty much identical on pace here.
This is such a good ride from Carter Spinks, this particular race, after the difficulties of earlier on in the weekend. He needed a ride that was really going to put some lead back in the pencil to a certain extent. He's really been able to be resurgent today, rode beautifully to second place earlier on, and now he's looking very good in his own right to hold that second place in front of the likes of Manchester and Dickinson. JJ Magister still doing well here in front of Will Dickinson, but he's got to ride fairly conservatively after the hit that he took with Dan Tanton earlier on, and that'll be this is basically damaged imitation, isn't it, for JJ Magister? He doesn't have to really ride himself to the top three.
Seems to have Carter Spinks has hit some trouble here. Just seems to have dropped the pace.
Oh no, not again! Not again! Spinks having a mechanical issue. Don't tell me he's breaking down again. He had problems yesterday. He's going slowly once more. This is very much JJ Magister's second place to take. Carter Spinks had problems yesterday. Don't tell me they're back.
Yeah, that bike's bogging out of the corners there. You can really tell that means that JJ Manchester through quite comfortably down the inside. Spinks doing all he can, though. He's not giving up lightly.
Well, look, I can still find a little bit of pace in this bike. Don't think I'm going to be a pushover, but no, look, Manchester just rides straight past him. Dickinson's going to do the same. This is agony for Carter Spinks. He doesn't deserve more of this hardship.
It's almost like, with probably not the cause, but similar sort of principle to the bike bogging down, the jetting on the bike out of the corners. It's not really an altitude problem as such, or but it just seems the bike's struggling for the to get the drive out of the corners, really.
Yeah, this is cruel, cruel fate for Carter Spinks. He's done such a good job this weekend. Pole position in qualifying yesterday and at the front end of the field today as well. And you just feel, how much bad luck can one rider have in a weekend? This has just gone so badly wrong for Carter Spinks through no fault of his own at all.
So Cian Daly now, of course, well clear at the front, lapping very consistently, just over 1 minute, 1 minute point treble one, fastest lap of the race. JJ Manchester then, of course, is now through to second place. William Dickinson holding on in third. Carter Spinks just trying to get that bike to come back towards him. He's maintaining a decent pace out there, Spinks, 1:04 last time round, so he is still lapping comfortably. And that would remain if... has a little peek down the inside there from Dickinson. Tries to go down the inside of Manchester, but can't find a way through. It's difficult to carry the move off coming into Christmas Corner. And he's just again, you see Manchester guarding the inside. JJ Manchester riding very defensively here, guarding the apexes, but it means he's not able to pull away.
Yeah, this is all very well and good for Manchester. I know he wants to finish in second position, but after the issues he had with Tanton earlier, if Dickinson comes at him too aggressively, you've got to just let him have it. Look, there's bigger fish to fry here than a second place in this race. If you can still finish second in the championship and secure it in this race by letting Will Dickinson go, you've got to think big picture. If Will Dickinson is going to just charge in at the inside, look, he wants to cement second in the championship. If he goes down and Tanton scores some points from him, then it becomes so much harder in the third race. I know you want to tell a racer, look, concede position. He doesn't want to do that. But at the same time, if you want to think big picture, the vice championship is on the mind. So he's a little bit more conservative with his lines, isn't he? He's just being a little bit cautious.
You watch him park the bike on the apex very early. Again, he's seeing on his Christmas Corner very early. Now, of course, that's going to make him very difficult to overtake here. But it's backing him into William Dickinson. Carter Spinks, of course, despite the mechanical issues, is not losing too much time. He has picked up the pace, actually, Spinks. So hopefully he should be able to continue in the race. That bike not really running as it should, but he just seems to have picked it up again now. And again, there you see how quickly Manchester turns out of the corner into the apex once again. This is that stick or twist mentality here, of course. You can ride defensively like this, make yourself hard to pass, guard that position, but it does mean that you won't be able to pull away either. So it's one tactic or the other sometimes, and that is certainly what Manchester is doing here, riding very aggressively, guarding those apexes all the time. Again, that sweep across the final corner, and Dickinson trying to find a way through. The gap going up now to 13.5 seconds from Cian Daly. Just goes to show here how aggressive there. Again, look how tight. Manchester coming out up towards Christmas Corner, again very aggressively onto the inside, unless Dickinson can find somewhere through, and Carter Spinks getting involved in this one again.
Yeah, Spinks looks like he's got a bike that can actually go for second place again, so whatever it was that lost some time, it certainly doesn't seem to be a terminal issue. Swarming around behind Will Dickinson, but still protective lines from JJ Manchester. It's slower in, it's not quite so fast out. So Will Dickinson can react to this and just drop a couple of bike lengths further back, come at him from a little bit of a further distance away, and now really start to charge after him. And they've got a slow rider in front, that's Ryan Merrin. So Merrin gets out of the way, no issues for any of those three. They don't really get held up by him at all, so well covered by Ryan Merrin. He knows the riders are coming, so he just gets well out of the way, allows them to do so without causing any headaches. JJ Manchester having to be ultra defensive in the closing stages of this one. Cian Daly is already on the penultimate lap.
Yeah, he's already out of Christmas corner. How quick he is going. 1 minute point 007 there for Daly. Very quick time indeed, and very close to breaking the 1 minute barrier, which is quite some achievement on the Junior Supermoto 90 machines, as Manchester just starts to break away a bit now. Dickinson can't find the momentum at the moment, and Carter Spinks, who is still hanging on in there in 4th place. Rex Ullman in 5th, Dylan Cook, Thomas Med, CJ Maguire in 8th position, Ryan Merrin a lap down in 9th, along with Dan Tanton, who seems to have dropped out of contention. But Daly looking very good indeed, as Spinks has a peek down the inside of Dickinson. This is good news for Manchester, of course. If the fight for 3rd position hots up here, this could allow Manchester to secure that 2nd position as Daly goes through to start the last lap of the race.
Absolutely incredible for our race leader. The fastest lap of the race, a 1 minute flat .007. The name is Daly. Cian Daly, looking so strong out in front. Here he is, giving James Bond a run for his money as he continues to fly around Whilton Mill on his own.
You've had a lap to cook that one up, haven't you?
I did indeed, yeah, but he's 19 seconds clear of the rest of the field. So brilliantly done as he runs out in front. He's going 2 seconds a lap quicker than everybody else. Manchester, Dickinson and Spinks still together. No major changes between them, but Cian Daly, he's already ridden to the title. He's just having a masterclass bandwagon to finish off the run. Here is the battle for 2nd place in the inset. We'll try and keep an eye on both races, because obviously Cian Daly is going to finish the job in the lead as he comes out of the toe of the boot. Spinks having a look on Dickinson, can't quite make the move, but out of the final turn, Cian Daly out of the final corner, gets the victory. Is he going to break the 1 minute barrier on the final lap? Not quite. It will be a 1 minute flat .007 for the fastest lap. He misses the 60-second barrier by 8 thousandths of a second, as Carter Spinks has got ahead of Will Dickinson on the last lap. He's now tucking in behind JJ Manchester. Could easily have got 2nd place. Frustrating that he's not going to secure it, but in 2nd place JJ Manchester becomes the vice champion, just a whisker in front of Carter Spinks. So JJ Manchester can now rest easy in the last race of the day. He is the vice champion behind our new champion Cian Daly.
Yeah, good ride there from Carter Spinks at the end to salvage that 3rd place after those difficulties in about the halfway point in that 2nd moto. Cian Daly, though, having the luxury of being able to run his own race at the front, use his own lines, and 21.4 seconds at the finish. JJ Manchester, that good aggressive ride in 2nd place. He was really guarding those apexes, doing all he can, and it rewarded him with the 2nd position there. Will Dickinson then 4th, Rex Ullman 5th, Dylan Cook, Thomas Med and CJ Maguire with his best lap on the final lap of the race, finishing in 8th position.
Cian Daly has secured 400 points in this year's championship. That is 400 out of 400. Absolutely incredible. Cian Daly takes the win from JJ Manchester in 2nd, who secures the vice championship. Carter Spinks in 3rd, Will Dickinson in 4th place from Rex Armand, Dylan Cook, Thomas Med and CJ Maguire in front of Ryan Merrin, who was a lap adrift. Commiserations to Dan Tanton, who tried to fight back but retired on lap 3.
Yeah, it was a real shame for him. Of course, he gave it a go, but whatever the issues were there was obviously not enough to continue in the race, as we can continue on with the penultimate round of the BMB, incorporating, of course, the road to MotoGP. FIM Mini GP 160 is coming up next at this wonderful early autumn afternoon here at Whilton Mill. The sun has shone. The threat of the thunderstorms has passed for the time being, at least, but that spectre still hanging amongst us here, and at the moment the sun is out for what looks set to be a very good 2nd race.
Now, Tyler Humphries secured the BMB 160 title yesterday, so that sets him up nicely to get the FIM crown today for the Mini GP UK 160 title. He has 32 points advantage on Wilson Dilks coming to this one, 50 points still in hand. So it's all Tyler Humphries to lose. He cannot afford to let the pressure of the occasion get to him. If he goes down, then suddenly Wilson Dilks, Hudson Cooper, Frankie Watson, Josh Herring, they get the upper hand here. Wilson Dilks on 203, Hudson Cooper on 172, Frankie Watson on 161. So it is pretty much Tyler Humphries' title. All he has to do basically is finish in the top 4 and the title is already won. He doesn't have to panic too much here. It is going to be very much about what he does in the battle for the title, so we'll keep an eye on it. But he is in pole position. Frankie Watson, it could be a thorn in the side early on, though, alongside him on the front row of the grid. We know how feisty Frankie Watson can be off the grid.
Yeah, he's a quick starter, Frankie Watson, and the great thing, of course, with the FIM Mini GP 160 just goes to showcase how experienced and how skilled these riders are. We've got a relatively pretty much equal machinery between the riders, not much in terms of budget makes the difference. It's all down to the rider talent, and all these names at the front here, the likes of Tyler Humphries, Wilson Dilks, Hudson Cooper, Ollie O'Gorman, those sort of Frankie Watson, Chloe Gleeson. Many of these names have grown up through the series over the last couple of years and are becoming very experienced riders, some good racecraft out there. And when you watch the riders making their way through, they're already seeming to show some good levels of racecraft out there. There's one of the riders, fairly new to the series there, Ollie Everts, coming up towards the back of the field, and some of these riders towards the back of the field as well, the likes of Lucas King and the Harry Rafferty. Relatively new riders, but they really do seem to have picked up the pace against this strong competition.
Tyler Humphries, Frankie Watson, Wilson Dilks, Hudson Cooper, then Josh Herring, Ollie O'Gorman, Dan Stevenson, Lucas King, Ollie Everts, Leo Hams, Harry Rafferty, Chloe Gleeson. I think we've got an absence again from Will Round and Max Robinson, who have focused on other things. Green flag at the back, lights on. Let's race for the 160 UK title in the FIM UK category. As round the far side, it's already Tyler Humphries in front of Hudson Cooper. Cooper getting a good start and into third position. That is the hard charge already coming in from the very feisty Frankie Watson in third position, having to give best for the moment.
Watch out for Wilson Dilks here. There he is in your shot. They had a bad start. The front wheel popping up to say hello on the start. He gave it a little bit too much clutch. And that's going to cost him dearly on the first half lap, but he's regrouped very quickly. I think he's in about sixth position right now. He's may move it up to fifth. But here we go. Frankie Watson getting underway very quickly as well. Oh,
big issue for Hudson Cooper. What was that?
Yeah,
just big wobble through Wilkins and Oziers.
A little bit too ham-fisted on the throttle there, possibly Hudson Cooper. A small mistake there. He just saw the back end standing him up there, but he's recovered very quickly indeed.
But it's Tyler Humphries who's got away scot-free out in front as a result of that, and that is not in the script for Hudson Cooper. Frankie Watson hustling him for second place. Fourth place Dilks, then it's Herring, King, O'Gorman, Stevenson, Everts and Chloe Gleeson in front of Leo Hams and Harry Rafferty. William Round is in the field for this one. Up the inside, Frankie Watson overshoots again. That's exactly what he did yesterday.
It's a very difficult corner when they're finally poised like that to make the move stick, and you see Watson committing to the overtaking manoeuvre there, but just running out of track, and very easily, of course, Hudson Cooper finds his way back through. This is going to be good news here for Wilson Dilks, who gets back involved in this one. After that bad start, he's right on the tail of Frankie Watson as they make their way down towards boot once again. Cooper, of course, clear in second place, and Frankie Watson will have to try and fight again, but Wilson Dilks having a peek on the inside, coming into boot, as the race leader, Tyler Humphries, just starting to break away. Humphries, the Scotsman, over the line he goes, and looking quite good at the front. 53.9. Cooper, Watson and Dilks very close together. Here they come up the hill now towards Christmas Corner, and you see Hudson Cooper riding quite aggressively on the outset of the corner, as again Watson tries the inside, and this time he makes it move.
Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful from Frankie Watson. Really held Hudson Cooper to ransom on the inside of Christmas, and now there's a chance for Dilks. He has to hang back, but that was beautifully timed and very nicely handled indeed there from Frankie Watson. Brilliant.
Very aggressive move there from Watson. Got the apex away and snatching it from Hudson Cooper. So he almost had a dummy run last time round. He got his reference points a bit more correct on that previous lap, they would say there, because he got down the inside, and Wilson Dilks just starting to put the pressure on Hudson Cooper, who again guards that apex coming through the boot. And Dilks, you see, switch. Oh, nice move there from Dilks, switching to the outside. He should get the drive here out of the final corner, and let's see if he can carry that momentum through into Christmas Corner. I'm sure that Hudson Cooper will be aware of that as Dilks tries to find that opening on the inside line. Down the inside he goes, and a lovely move there from Wilson Dilks.
Took full advantage of the fact that Hudson Cooper cannot afford to drop it. Absolute mincemeat made of him on the inside line there. That was not easy for Wilson Dilks to execute, but third position is now his, and that's 16 points to the good for Wilson Dilks, only 13 in the offing for Hudson Cooper, and that means that Hudson Cooper's going to be on 185. Frankie Watson's going to be on 181. He could actually steal third place in the championship in the final race of the year if it goes this way.
And again, that's another move that started on this corner here. here coming out of boot. Let's have a look at Wilson Dilks as he comes out to the final corner. Some action on the inset as well. Dilks has a nice line out to that final corner, and here he comes over the line. He's very quick as they make their way through that change to the Whilton Mill circuit has really opened up the first part of the lap here. And again, you see it looks like Watson's got enough in the tank here. Tyler Humphries already well clear at the front. Watson second, Dilks in third. Dilks recovering well after that trouble at the start. And Hudson Cooper hanging on in there in fourth place. Josh Herring in fifth. Stevenson, Lucas King, Ollie O'Gorman, Ollie Everts having a good ride from Chloe Gleeson, ninth and 10th. They're having a good battle in the midfield. Leo Hams, Harry Rafferty and William Round, who's just gone over the line, rounding out the field. But Tyler Humphries, he's had a wonderful season so far and is looking in top form as the second part of the race comes up.
Tyler Humphries on the ride to the title, up in front, no worries at all for him. Frankie Watson trying to salvage third place in the championship, now going to be just 4 points behind Hudson Cooper if it stays like this, as we just saw in the inset there. Ollie O'Gorman versus Ollie Everts, I think, as they duel a bit. No, actually, I think that might have been Hams and Rafferty, because O'Gorman and Everts have just closed right up on the back of Lucas King. So that could be an interesting three-way fight for 7th place behind Herring and Stevenson. But this is the title fight about to be concluded if things stay as they are with 9 laps to go. Tyler Humphries has one hand on the crown.
Yeah, he's looking very good here. Tyler Humphries keeping it so smooth that they had a good start, and he's running his own race there, 53.279 last time round. So he is controlling the race from the front, letting everyone else do the fighting behind him. Frankie Watson has settled into quite a nice rhythm here. As a little bit further back we see some of the action further down the field as they fight for position. Down the hill they go. It may well be Leo Hams, Harry Rafferty, of course, having their fight earlier on. Lucas King and Ollie O'Gorman having a good battle there as well. Tyler Humphries again with the fastest lap of the race, 53.072, so he's just running his own pace at the front here. And sometimes when you do get into that rhythm at the front of the field, it's just worth going as fast as you can, really, just keeping in that mindset. When you slow down, sometimes that's where the mistakes creep in. But at the same time, the Humphries can't afford to be too relaxed at the front, because Frankie Watson, this number 14 in second place, is charging hard, being pressured hard here by Wilson Dilks, who again is looking for lines. Oh, is that something flew off the side of Dilks' machine? That may be the knee slider, possibly.
Well, that will certainly upset the rhythm and flow a little bit there for Wilson Dilks, but he's certainly not slowing up in terms of his charge to fight after Frankie Watson. He still wants that second place. Further back on the inset, we've got another duel going on there. I think this is O'Gorman and Everts having their fantastic run to the hairpin again, and it's pretty tight stuff between those two riders. No, that is Hams and Rafferty, my apologies. So Leo Hams and Harry Rafferty have been racing all the way through this one, and they are still having that battle. But Frankie Watson still religiously running in second position. Big charge up the inside from the race leader Tyler Humphries, leaving the back marker William Round standing still, and that just shows you the commitment levels of Tyler Humphries. He didn't really need to charge in all hammer and tongs like that, but Tyler Humphries is in the zone. He wants to be champion going away.
It's confidence, really. You see half a gap on the inside to go for it. It's interesting to watch the dynamic there when we compare them to Leo Hams and Harry Rafferty, some of the less experienced riders having their own battle. You can just see these riders at the front who are a bit more experienced, have a bit more of the racecraft in there. They're a bit more aggressive going for the passes. Wilson Dilks sensed an opportunity there, but he backs out of it. Now, he could make a move here coming into Christmas Corner if he could get out of the corner, but Frankie Watson had enough drive coming out of the corner. Here comes Dilks up the hill. I don't think he's going to have enough to go for the inside here. Could he line himself up for Ashby here as they make their way to the top of the hill, down towards Inkermans, and down the hill, this difficult right-hander into Ashby. Dilks having a look on the inside, but nothing going there. Watson has a nice line through there. But you can see with some of the more experienced riders at the front, the racecraft has developed that bit more. And half a gap, and they certainly go for it.
He needed to be a bit of a gambler there if he wanted to get that one sorted out, and it's not been quite so clear-cut to finish off the job. Out of the braking zone. Look how close Wilson Dilks has got to Frankie Watson, though. He really wants a piece of this as they go out of the toe of the boot, down to the new chicane section. Wilson Dilks all over Frankie Watson. Back on the throttle as they come down the main straight, up towards Crook, through the left flick, up to Oblivion, the long flowing right-hander, and you can see Wilson Dilks really starting to edge closer to Frankie Watson in the prolific parts of the course. He can really start to hammer it home down into Christmas. He makes a decent gain as he comes off the turn. It is inevitable that Wilson Dilks is going to find a chance on Frankie Watson. Whether he'll finish the move That's a different kettle of fish.
There's a nice line coming out of the exit of boot corner. You can see Dilks using it. It's a slightly wider entry into the corner, and then he can hook up on the inside line there, coming out and get some nice drive out to the final corner, which really does open up Christmas Corner. So let's have a look at Dilks in third. Here he comes in towards boot as that fights a bit further. Oh, trouble with the rider going down at Christmas Corner. That is that the number 18, I think?
I think
Dan Stevenson has gone down.
Yeah, it is. That's a very unfortunate for Dan Stevenson. So this could be a red flag because he's in the middle of the road, of course. So the yellow flag is stationary on the run through.
He is up on his feet now. I think he was just winded, so hopefully he should be able to continue under waved yellow flags here as the leaders make their way through. This will, of course, affect Wilson Dilks. There he is back on his feet. I think it looked like he high-sided there. He just caught the tail end of that crash.
So easy to do, of course, on this circuit as well, as we watch a very disappointed Dan Stevenson. No, it isn't Stevenson. I think it might be Lucas King, actually.
Oh, Lucas King, is it? 16 as opposed to 18 then.
Yeah, so Lucas King it is who's trudging away from the scene. Very unfortunate indeed there for Lucas King, who doesn't come through. So Ollie O'Gorman and Ollie Everts are up to 7th and 8th. And Chloe Gleason's going to move up to 9th place. Very unfortunate there for Lucas King, who was looking good for a potential top 6 finish there for a while. But it doesn't go his way. 3 laps to go then for Tyler Humphries, who is on the ride to win the championship in Mini GB UK 160, the road to MotoGP.
Yeah, Humphries looking very good. Luckily, Lucas King is off the track. When he do have that high sider and hit the ground like that, it's those first few seconds when he can't really breathe or do very much at all. And it's not very nice, I can tell you that from experience. On even on a motocross track on the hard pack, when he hit the ground like that, it really does knock the stuffing out. So there he is, he's just behind the Marshall point. So the race goes on, of course, and Tyler Humphries now looking very good at the front of the field, leading by 4.8 seconds. Wilson Dilks still keeping the pressure on Frankie Watson in second place as we get some action further down the field. There is Harry Rafferty, and he is still fighting away with Leo Hams. And these two, not quite with the experience to have a dive down the inside here, but you see some of the back markers here riding very well. This is the fight for 10th position, as there is the 111 of Rafferty. Not too much between those two. There is, that'll be Hudson Cooper, I believe, just behind them, going over the line. So Wilson Dilks go through Hudson Cooper, starting another lap here, just taking his time to find his way through down the inside. So get the drive on the exit here of Rafferty. This is where the tricky part is, of course, because Leo Hams may well think this is Rafferty behind him.
Yeah, no need to rush that at all for Hudson Cooper, of course, managing to work his way through. And this is very tight stuff indeed then for Cooper. He manages to work his way up. 4th position, not really where he wanted to be today. He's going to lose some ground here to Frankie Watson, who's still looking good for 2nd place. Hudson Cooper okay for 4th. 13 points for Cooper then, 20 for Watson. That will tighten up the gap to just 4 points with 1 race to go. So the final battle of the Mini GP UK 160 FIM Road to MotoGP for 2024 is actually going to be the duel for 3rd place in the crowd between Frankie Watson and Hudson Cooper. That's going to be the last little headline act of this season, but there is the man, Tyler Humphries. He won the BMB 160s yesterday. Now he is on the charge to win the FIM Mini GP UK 160 title, and he has done so with flair.
Yeah, Tyler Humphries, who has really made a name for himself this year with some sterling performances. And the Scotsman is coming up towards the finish line now to complete another lap. One of those parts of the country where they really do have to put the miles in to compete in these races. And Tyler Humphries making it pay off here as he makes his way down towards the boot for the final time. Still action further down the field. That battle with the Rams and Rafferty, but Tyler Humphries going for the flag.
Blake Wilson won the 190 crown. Tyler Humphries dominates the 160 final race to take into the championship. There is one race still to go today, but Tyler Humphries is your FIM Mini GP UK 160 champion. Fantastic run, 260 points on the board for him now. Nobody can catch him in the run. Wilson Dilks will come through for 3rd position behind Frankie Watson, and that will be enough to cement him as 2nd in the championship. So well done to Wilson Dilks. 3rd place will do, and he is absolutely there, secured in 2nd in the title fight. It was always going to be a tough race battle to overhaul Tyler Humphries, but it is job done. And look at that between Tyler Humphries and Frankie Watson. A nice fist bump on the slowing down lap from Wilson Dilks as well. Wilson Dilks is declared as the vice champion. So excellent job indeed there from Wilson Dilks, as Tyler Humphries is the champion, Wilson Dilks is the vice champion. The final battle of 2024 is going to be between Hudson Cooper and Frankie Watson for third in the title race, and whoever beats the other will be third in the points ranks, and that's critical, of course, with the top three in the standings at World Series for juniors. But there you go, Tyler Humphries champion, Wilson Dilks vice champion. What a way to end the season for those two. And there is Tyler Humphries. The party can start for him. He is the winner and the champion. Frankie Watson second. Big points gained on Hudson Cooper in the fight for third. Wilson Dilks is third in the race, vice champion in the rankings. Hudson Cooper fourth, ahead of Josh Herring and Dan Stevenson. Then Ollie O'Gorman and Ollie Evitts. Chloe Gleeson is ninth, in front of Leo Hams and Harry Rafferty, who kept their battle going all the way to the end. Lucas King and William Round towards the back end. Sadly, Max Robertson chose not to start this one, so he may well go out for the last race of the year. So excellent stuff then here at Whilton Mill, as our champions have pretty much been crowned in the final reckoning now, so we just get to enjoy some exciting battles. There are still some champions to confirm, of course, but they are in the pit bike categories. Mini Bike 160 coming up next. Then it's 160 and Vets, who will go out for their second race of the season. 300 points still available, and 103 points between Tim Patterson and Robert Med in the rankings. And of course, Robert Med is trying to get the job done in the Vets category. So Tim Patterson is on the march to glory, looking pretty good.
Yeah, Tim Patterson has been on top form throughout 2024 and looking to continue that form going into the next moto here. The track looking in prime condition out there. The threat of the thunderstorms has abated for now, but I got into trouble recently for trying to predict the weather, so I won't say too much about that.
Isn't it amazing how commentators are always poked about talking about the weather? You say, don't talk about the weather. Look, if we could predict things that well, we'd have won the lottery several times over by now.
It's a similar principle how I can change the weather through washing a van or a car or something. It just seems to rain then. So
true. Yeah, so true. I love it when people like poke the bear. These commentators are not allowed to talk about the weather. Look, we're allowed to talk about whatever we think we can't change. Tim Patterson goes out onto the circuit then, going from the front end of the grid. Ben Johnson alongside him on the front row. Then Sam Morrison and Richard Rice. Jamie McClelland and Dave Cook. Robert Med 7th on the grid alongside Adam Harris. Then Michael Judkins, Pete Johnson, Liam Booth and Gaz Jacobs. Barry Clark 13th on the grid. I don't think we'll see either Oliver White or Andy Williams out there. Entered but not raced so far.
Here they come then on the sighting lap. The track bending in quite nicely right now. It's fairly warm out there, but not to the detriment. Track is a little bit greasy in places, but it's not too hot to make that a potential difficulty, I would say. Tyre choice seems to be fairly steady out there, and they make their way down towards the boot at the end of the formation lap, up towards the this is of course the new section for 2024, brought in the interest of safety mainly. There are a few high-speed accidents, more in the karting you would say, especially coming out of the boot. It's created an interesting dynamic though. It's a bit of a shame that we've lost that high-speed sweep out to the final corner, but what I think it has done from a driver and a rider's point of view is opened up that run up to Christmas corner.
Yeah, there's definitely a few more overtakes in the bikes, isn't there, as riders feel like they can get a little bit more aggressive, they can find a little bit more confidence going through Crook and Oblivion. Lights on, lights out, Avante, and it's a great start from Ben Johnson. Straight to the first corner. Tim Patterson's going to have to concede for the moment, so Ben Johnson hits the front. This is where Johnson has the confidence and the prowess to run through the first part of the course, but Tim Patterson's got a good speed down the straight. He draws level. Who's going to get there first to Christmas? It is going to be Ben Johnson.
Nice riding there from Ben Johnson. Got the drive and immediately guarding the inside line. He had to protect the apex going into Christmas corner on the first lap there. Patterson trying to get the momentum on the outside, didn't quite work out, so he's going to have to try and fight again. Richard Rice has got away very well in third position. There he is, the number 21, Sam Morrison, and Jamie McClelland not too far behind. So Tim Patterson at the moment looking for some lines here to try and get the drive coming into boot, but Ben Johnson's going to have the sweep into the left-hander. Another one, you can see the older riders from that era of tobacco sponsorship, the Lucky Strike branded, reminiscent of the likes of Kevin Schwantz amongst others, you would say, at the front there.
Yeah, it's a pretty cool old school start. I always like it when you've got riders who have got a nod to the legends of the sport. It just gives that little bit of heritage and adds a little bit of colour to the race paddock. Tim Patterson, another good run up the inside of Ben Johnson. Surely he'll slice that on the inside of Christmas. He does, with determination.
Yeah, very neat there from Tim Patterson, getting the apex into Christmas. Of course, the big difficulty is, we see Johnson having a peek on the inside. Nothing going there. Might get the drive on the exit, though. He got a nice line through the corner, but Tim Patterson's got the momentum, and he will hold on to the lead. Takes that nice outside swoop, just getting the confidence to make that corner yours, you would say. Although you just saw him wobble there coming out of the corner, got the line choice a little bit wrong, had a quick glance over the shoulder, and you can see that Johnson not close enough to benefit from that very slight mistake there from Tim Patterson. Nothing much in it at all. Very quickly regroups and holds on to the lead, but Ben Johnson not giving this one up in second place, just trying to live with the leader right now. Sam Morrison has moved up to third place. Richard Rice drops to fourth. Dave Cook, Robert Med in sixth place. Jamie McClellan, Pete Johnson, Michael Judkins and Barry Clark rounding up the field as Tim Patterson very smoothly makes his way through Christmas Corner, through Inkermans, and the downhill drive into Ashby, the tight right-hander. Trickle off cambered, exit to the corner here. It's a difficult corner to get right, and Tim Patterson keeps it nice and smooth as they make their way down towards the second half of the lap and the run towards Boot. That final section, it's a lot more tight and technical now, of course, with that extra kink in the final corner. But Tim Patterson looking very smooth indeed, but Ben Johnson putting some good lines in there as Michael Judkins and Pete Johnson do battle further down the field. But Ben Johnson in second place on the number 34 is not giving this one up.
No, he definitely feels like he's got more of an opportunity to really pressure Tim Patterson into the mistake. Through Crook, through Oblivion. Still finding a little bit of throttle off the turn. Ben Johnson does not want to be beaten by Tim Patterson in this one. Both in the same category, of course. So this is a proper ride to the victory. And don't forget, in the last race, Ben Johnson was working his way through, got to second position, didn't have the time to then go after Tim Patterson. Now he's going after him in a straight fight. So this, I have a feeling, is going to go all the way for these 6 laps. And Ben Johnson isn't going to do things by halves.
Yeah, Ben Johnson setting the fastest lap last time round, 56.060. Pretty much identical on lap times with Tim Patterson, though. They really are pushing each other on here. And Johnson just going for a tighter exit on the move up towards Boot. Although Patterson just starting to break away the fight a little bit further down there with, look like Sam Morrison, Richard Rice, Dave Cook and Robert Med having a fight as well. Here they come out to the final corner.
Yeah, it's crazy, isn't it? 1,000th of a second between Johnson and Patterson on lap times the last time by, but Tim Patterson's found his feet now. 55.675. He wants to pull clear of Ben Johnson now to put this debate to bed. Meanwhile, further back, we've got a nice little duel going on between Sam Morrison and Richard Rice. Rice is going the long way round, side by side. Can he outbreak him to Christmas? He's going to have to go the long way round. Oh, Richard Rice. What a masterful overtake at Christmas.
That was committed there from Richard Rice. He got the outside line. Oh, down the inside having a look is Sam Morrison, and that is very impressive to make the move stick there as well.
That's more an overtaking move of convention for Sam Morrison rather than Richard Rice doing something a bit daring. I think Sam Morrison was a little bit aggrieved there. How dare you make such an audacious move around the outside?
That's an example there, Jake, of how that run to Christmas Corner has been opened up somewhat this year, because you got the momentum to try an outside line manoeuvre. If you get the drive out of Oblivion, you can make it move.
Yeah, it was demonstrated beautifully there by Richard Rice, the point that you made about how this section essentially opens up the second half of the lap. It's fascinating how I've spoken to some riders and some kart drivers as well. Some have said it's made no difference at all, the new configuration. Others have said it's changed the entire vibe of that part of the course because it gives you a completely different challenge. Now, here comes Richard Rice again.
Note how Sam Morrison was very aggressively tipping the bike into the apex there, trying to guard that outside line. I think he knew something was on there.
He knows that Richard Rice is going to try any trick in the book to get into third position. He's not going to let any free overtakes happen on this occasion. So let's see if there's another chance for Richard Rice, really knocking on the door of Sam Morrison. On the inset, we can see the leader, Tim Patterson, still just having a decent race of it. But this is the closest race on track, other than Pete Johnson and Michael Judkins for 8th.
Let's have a look at, again, you saw coming out of Ashby there, Richard Rice just using the wider line to try and get the drive out of the corner, carrying some more speed out of the corner. And here's Sam Morrison, quite aggressive through. And again, you see Richard Rice with that slightly tighter line on the final corner, getting the drive on the inside line, and this is where it's potentially opened up. He's not quite close enough just yet to go for a move here, but he'll get the drive out of Oblivion. And again, you see Morrison guarding the inside, and there again, Rice trying it again, runs out of road. This is where I think it's fallen into the latter here, Jake. I think it really has opened up that. I've noticed that driving the track, it's really opened up that first part of the lap.
Yeah, Morrison knew that Rice was going to go against convention, and as a result, he guarded the inside line for dear life. What that does, though, is it puts him on the back foot. He goes into a defensive stance rather than using the racing line religiously like you usually do as a rider. So this is where Ricey can really start to claim a little bit of time back through to the heel of the boot, up to the toe.
Let's see if Rice does this again, actually. Watch him on the final corner coming out of booty. Just seems to get a slightly tighter drive out to the corner. Just seems to hook the bike up on the inside.
Yeah, it's more natural, isn't it? Far more natural as he runs through. Oh, a little bit of a twitch from Morrison as he tries to slow the bike down for Crook. And then through to oblivion. Watch Ricey again. Morrison is determined. He's not going to lose a position. It could be a conventional move on the inside. No, he's had to back out of it.
Yeah, it just seemed to lose a bit of momentum there going into Crook there, I think, Morrison, which potentially allowed Rice the opportunity. Stuck it in there, didn't he? But just about running out of track.
Ricey is determined. He does not want Sam Morrison taking this off him, even though he's running his own race, essentially, because he's the leader in the vets. He still wants the pride of knowing that a vet can still hack it at the front end of this field. He doesn't want to win the class. He wants to be on that podium with authority overall.
We just saw very briefly there, Tim Patterson is already crossed the line, going through onto the last lap of the race. Ben Johnson just dropping a little bit in second place, 2.5 seconds down. The fight on for third. But it looks like Sam Morrison getting a better drive. Here is the race leader, Tim Patterson.
We just saw Rice looking behind him as he went over the line, just to see how much time could I lose if I make a really big gamble on Sam Morrison on the last lap. What sort of gap have I got to play with? As Tim Patterson, he had a bit of a challenge from Ben Johnson initially, but once he got that sorted, game, set, and match.
Yeah, he's looking very good. He's withstood the early pressure from Ben Johnson in second place. Johnson still trying to live with the race leader here, but not quite close enough at the moment, and Patterson can afford to have a glance over the shoulder. He knows he's got all the time in the world as he makes his way through boot for the final time. There is Morrison on his own, so I wonder where Rice has gone. So let's have a look at that in a moment. He just seems to, there's Rice. He looks like it's not worked out for him, but Patterson takes the win. Johnson second, Morrison third, and if you look at this, Jake, Rice appears to have dropped a bit of ground on the final lap.
So has he got a mechanical problem and dropped out of the race on the last lap? There's Morrison across the line.
Still there. I'm
yeah, he backed off. Yeah. He backed off. I think he just decided, you know what, it's not worth the gamble. Not when Dave Cook could actually take some decent points off him. So Cook comes through in fifth position. He saw where Dave Cook was and went, you know what, I could try and go for Sam Morrison, but I'll risk too much. I'm backing right out of this. I'll just take the win in vets.
Yeah, it looks like he's not taken any massive risks there, you would say, but Tim Patterson taking another brilliant race victory there on the number 13. Very distinctive, of course, with that muck-off sponsorship on the side of the machine and their corporate pink colours on there. Very easy bike to pick out in the crowd, but Tim Patterson showing off his skills in more ways than one, you would say, with a very comprehensive race victory. Had to work hard there, of course, with an early battle there from Ben Johnson, but Johnson really kept the fight up there, but had to settle for that second place as the number 13 of Tim Patterson makes his way back to the paddock, and 34 Ben Johnson with that great second position. So it's Tim Patterson from Ben Johnson, Sam Morrison third, Richard Rice in fourth, leading vet, Dave Cook, Jamie McClellan, Robert Med, Pete Johnson, Michael Judkins and Barry Clark rounding out the 10 finishers. Adam Harris, Liam Booth were non-finishers, with Gaz Jacobs, Oliver White and Andy Williams not listed amongst the results later on there, of course, as well. So here we are, penultimate round of British mini bikes here at Whilton Mill in Northamptonshire. As I was saying earlier, of course, this is a very familiar track on the BMB calendar. It's been a stop-off on the BMB Tour for many, many years, of course, and regularly holding bike nights here at Whilton Mill. A lot of the riders, it's easy to get to as well, very close to the M1. And a lot of riders have trained here in the past as well. They know the track very well. And we are about to get things underway with our next moto in just a few moments. Riders now in the waiting zone for the BMB 160 and the JSM 50 Cup about to get underway. So the 160 is out onto the circuit now for their formation lap. Number 14 of Frankie Watson, who's had a good day today so far, making their way up towards the top of the circuit. There is Travis Shaw, another one, of course, to look out for as well. Joshua Herring Hudson Kai Cooper, the HKC livery, reminiscent of the HRC factory Honda logo, if you look closely at that machine as well. The rest of the field making their way through, and I was saying, of course, a lot of the Ovali's involved in there as well, the Bucci's in there to a lesser extent as well. And these are very much ready to race off-the-shelf machinery. Of course, a lot of the bikes using they've got their own custom fairings on there as such, but the bike's fairly equal. It's all down to rider ability, and anyone can really get involved in this series. There's been quite a few rookie riders, of course, taking to the track in 2024 as well, and it's been great to see them across the course of the season starting to pick things up and learn the racecraft, learn the speed as the season goes on. So riders now onto the grid for the BMB 160 and the 50 Cup, making their way down onto the line there. Travis Shaw, Frankie Watson down there as well, and Tyler Humphries, Joshua Herring also well placed, Bradley Curtis, Hudson Kai Cooper also in the mix as well. There is the 53 there, Riley Robinson going down, Arnie Carr, number 83 on the right hand side there, another up and coming rider down there in the midfield for this BMB 160 Cup. Daniel Stevenson and William Round lining up at the back of the field as the signal given to clear the starting grid as we're about to get underway with BMB 160 and the 50 Cup riders on the line now, and they are about to get things underway. Lights go to green, great shot there, the riders ready for racing, away they go. Hudson Kai Cooper with a good jump down the inside, but it is the number 14 Watson. Up the hill he goes to Christmas corner for the first time. Great jump there from number 14. Travis Shaw also well placed and could well be up there as well. But Hudson Kai Cooper had a real go at the start there. Looks like Shaw has dropped to third. And Tyler Humphries, Joshua Herring also well placed as they make their way through. Still a long way to go in this race, of course. And brilliant start there, though, for the number 14 of Frankie Watson. Good clean start. Everyone's staying out of trouble on the first half lap. Bradley Curtis, Lucas King, Daniel Stevenson, Leo Hams and Archie Cooper running up the top 10. But the action hotting up now as they make their way into boot for the first time in that fight for third place. Travis Shaw coming under some real pressure here for third position. Over the line they go at the end of the first lap. So it's Frankie Watson from Tyler Humphries. Great start from the number 19. Travis Shaw, Hudson Cooper, Bradley Curtis, Joshua Herring, Daniel Stevenson moving up a position on the first lap as well. But a brilliant start there from Tyler Humphries to get through to second place. There's Hudson Cooper coming under some real pressure though now from the number 71 of Bradley Curtis, who might have a look down the inside here into Ashby. No, nothing going. Very well turned out machine there, the number 71 with the Dayglow helmet as well. Quite easy to pick out in a crowd, you would say. And he's just starting to put the 217 of Hudson Cooper under a bit of pressure here as they make their way up towards boot for the first time. But Cooper doing very well to guard those lines and make life difficult here for the number 71 as they make their way through boot once again. Frankie Watson clear away at the front. Let's have a look at the line here that Curtis takes out of boot. Cooper a bit more aggressive on the inside, guarding those apex, a little bit squirrely there, going through in towards Oblivion. Could this be the momentum? Oh, it's down the inside goes Travis Shaw. Neat move there on Tyler Humphries and makes the move stick as well. He had to work hard to make that pass stick. But Humphries loses out and drops to third here. This still means that Frankie Watson leads the way. Let's have a look at what Travis Shaw can do. He's already pulling away a bit now from Tyler Humphries in second place. Humphries is determined to try and hold on in that third place and get the pull to try and catch up with the race leader. Frankie Watson with that great start is controlling the race thus far. And a bit further down, some of the midfield tussles well and truly underway here. Got the likes of Lucas King, Leo Hams, Arnie Carr all fighting away. Harry Rafferty, Isabel Wingate in there as well. As over the line goes your race leader, Frankie Watson, 53.452. But Travis Shaw is a tenth of a second faster, 53.428 for the number 4. Closes a tenth of a second. And he has still got the number 19 of Tyler Humphries right on his tail in third position. Down the hill towards Oblivion they go. Shaw just trying to break away here. Frankie Watson looking good at the front of the field. Takes a nice neat move through the double apex. Heading through towards Chapman and up towards the final section here, in towards boot for the final time. He is just starting to break away slightly here from Tyler Humphries. Still quite a way to go in this race, and Frankie Watson trying to control the race here, but look out for number 4, Travis Shaw. We'll have a look at the lap times when they come through once again. So over the line goes Watson. Shaw in second, another fastest lap of the race for Travis Shaw, just pulling a few tenths here and there. It looks like Bradley Curtis has got past Hudson Cooper. 10 laps to go, Travis Shaw still fastest lap of the race, and Bradley Curtis trying to break away from Hudson Kai Cooper here, number 217, as they make their way through Christmas Corner. There's Humphries in third, going through Ashby, and Bradley Curtis just a little bit further behind in fourth. The top 5 just breaking away now from the rest of the field. Joshua Herring still in 6th place, Daniel Stevenson in 7th place, Arnie Carr, Leo Hams and Lucas King rounding out the top 10. Midfield runners making their way down towards Ashby in the inset there. We've got that midfield fight there between Lucas King, Harry Rafferty a little bit further down there, Isabel Wingate, Riley Robinson and Archie Cooper having a good battle there. Rest of the field rounded out by Riley Paisley, Thomas Bond and William Round. Plenty of action throughout the field here as Travis Shaw sets another fastest lap of the race. And Frankie Watson just started to close up on the tail enders here. He's gone past the number 66 of William Round. Down towards Ashby he goes, and number 14, Frankie Watson. There he is in the inset, your race leader. We're looking on the main part of the screen there at the number 71, the 4th place Bradley Curtis. Still being pressured by Hudson Cooper. And look at him there, making his way through towards Chapman. There he is, number 71, just starting, I think, to close up on Tyler Humphries here. Let's have a look as he makes his way through Boot. So Watson making his way to the line now. They make their way past the tail end around. Oh, a little bit unfortunate there. Will bulk Hudson Cooper slightly. That's a bit of bad luck for him. But Cooper finds his way through. Shaw in second. Humphries in third. And Bradley Curtis in fourth. Well, he's not really closing up on Humphries, who's clear in third. Here's the midfield scrap here, making their way up towards Boot, who just saw a few moments ago. And here is the number 19. Oh, 18, my apologies, of course, that's Daniel Stevenson. Stevenson actually going down the inside of Joshua Herring there, and he will move into 6th position. Plenty of action throughout the field here, and Stevenson nice and neatly through Ashby he goes on the Ovale, number 18. Now just starting to break away slightly from the number 912, Joshua Herring. 8 laps to go in this one. Rest of the top 10 made up of Arnie Carr, Lucas King, Leo Hams, and a bit further down, Harry Rafferty, Isabel Wingate, Riley Robinson having their close battle with Archie Hooper in 14th. Thomas Bond, Riley Paisley, and William Round, of course, has been lapped by the leaders, currently in 17th position, rounding out the field. As there is Round, actually, the number 66 will hold his line and let the leaders find their way through with 7 laps to go. This is part of the racecraft, you would say, when they're learning the trade. The riders just advised to hold their line, let the faster riders find their way through. Sometimes the temptation might be to move to one side to let the faster riders find their way through, but that can sometimes have disastrous consequences. If the faster rider goes for that same line, there could be a collision, so you'll see the slow riders just tend to hold their line, concede the corner, let the faster rider find their own way through. And then, of course, as they continue, the speed picks up and they'll start to battle further up the field. But William Round there, 17th position, just being lapped there by this leading group of riders, but still circulating quite strongly. Riley Paisley is the last rider on the lead lap. Frankie Watson still leading the way as we look at the number 912 of Joshua Herring. There is the number 14 of Frankie Watson making his way down into Ashby, setting his fastest lap of the race, his own personal best, 52.755 last time round. And he increases the gap here to 2.2 seconds, just starting to pull away from Travis Shaw in 2nd place. Just starting to close up on the tail enders here. Number 14, Frankie Watson. He has got a bit of a cushion here, can take his time. There is the number 17. Riley Paisley and Thomas Bond, Archie Hooper, all fighting towards the back of the field. There's Paley over the line, and Watson just starting to pick his way through those riders towards the back of the field, having their own little battle. Down the inside goes Frankie Watson, and very neatly finds his way through. So good racecraft here from the race leader, just looking for openings, finding a way through. And a bit further back, some action there with Arnie Carr. Lucas King, of course, still fighting away. Leo Hams rounding out the top 10 as the number 14, Frankie Watson, makes his way down towards Chapman and will complete the boot section very shortly. And number 14, Frankie Watson, looking in good form here as he makes his way down, still with a few more laps to go here. But Watson looking very strong at the front of the field. Had a brilliant start, of course, and has just been able to hold on. Travis Shaw was looking threatening earlier on, but at the moment Frankie Watson just seems to have withstood the pressure. There's the number 12 of Archie Hooper just in front of him. Hooper currently in 14th place. And Hooper fighting with the number 8 of Isabel Wingate. There is Wingate on the inside line. Wingate has just been overtaken and she's being closed up here by the race leader as Watson very neatly squares the turn off down the hill, goes down the inside of Wingate and very neatly laps Wingate. And she's currently in 14th place. The 13th position, Archie Hooper. And you see there, just got a wheel in on the inside of Hooper. Hooper realises who's coming through. And number 14, your race leader, Frankie Watson, is able to clear his way at the front. Counting down the laps here, but very neatly threading his way through some of the midfield riders now. He really is motoring at the moment, still lapping in the 53-second region. And there's the number 8 of Isabel Wingate. She is currently in 14th place, just losing a little bit of ground to Archie Hooper, who's really starting to motor in the midfield. And in front of the race leader we have Harry Rafferty, Riley Robinson and Leo Hams all fighting for position. But there is the number 14 and there's number 16 there, Lucas King in 9th place. So Frankie Watson is threatening to lap it here. He's lapping into the top 10 because there is Leo Hams, number 11, currently in 10th place. Down the inside he goes. And Frankie Watson has lapped into the top 10 here. Really is charging right now. And down the inside of Lucas King he goes. King got a nasty tumble earlier on, but looks like he's recovered and is back on the track here. But Frankie Watson, number 14, your race leader, keeping it nice and cool. The midfield battle now as we look at Lucas King coming under some pressure for Leo Hams for that 10th place. There's Travis Shaw. Travis Shaw has been able to negotiate the slower traffic just a little bit better than Frankie Watson and keeps him honest at the front. The gap 1.3 seconds. So Travis Shaw, number 4, still right in there. At the moment Watson has got the race under control. But there's Shaw in second. 1.5 laps to go here. And Travis Shaw is having a late charge here. Does Watson know how close Shaw is getting here? The gap was 1.3 seconds. I think it's closer now as they make their way up towards Boot for the final time. And Shaw in second is not giving this one up as they make their way down towards Boot for the final time. And look at this, Travis Shaw is right on the rear. Oh, down the inside he goes. Fantastic move there from Travis Shaw to take the lead. Oh, and I think Frankie Watson has hit trouble. Frankie Watson is stationary on the side of the track. Tyler Humphries goes to second, and the body language from Frankie Watson says it all. They're looking down at the side of the bike to see if they can get that machine going again, but looks like he is out of the race. What a shame for Frankie Watson, who had the race under control there. But with 1 lap to go, just losing a bit of pace there. You'd almost wonder if that was some sort of fuel starvation or something from the number 14. The bike, I can tell you, is being pushed back to the paddock, so the runaway leader is out of the race. And that means, of course, that Travis Shaw, his perseverance paying off. He took the lead. His rival dropping out of contention. And with 1 lap to go, Travis Shaw now back into the lead. And over the line he goes. Checkered flag goes out. Travis Shaw takes the checkered flag. Brilliant ride for him. And it means, of course, that Tyler Humphries will bring it home in second position. Humphries over the line in second place. And, of course, with Watson dropping out of contention on the penultimate lap, there's a real shuffling of riders. Shaw looking over his shoulder to see where everyone else is, but I don't know if he realised that Frankie Watson was out of the race. He will do very shortly. Tyler Humphries second place, Bradley Curtis, Hudson Cooper and Daniel Stevenson rounding out the top 5. Joshua Herring will be the final rider on the lead lap as Arnie Carr goes through. Arnie Carr, actually, my apologies, last rider on the lead lap, the number 83 goes through. in 7th position. Lucas King, Leo Hams and Riley Robinson just a little bit further behind. Frankie Whilton down to 16th place on the lap charts, of course, dropping out of contention on that penultimate lap of the race, but a hard-fought victory for Travis Shaw. And, of course, proudly displaying the number 1 there goes Humphries going through there as well. Travis Shaw, then your race winner in a dramatic late twist there. Tyler Humphries in 2nd position, Bradley Curtis 3rd, Hudson Cooper 4th, Daniel Stevenson 5th, Joshua Herring in 6th place, Arnie Carr 7th, last rider on the lead lap, Lucas King, Leo Hams and Riley Robinson running out the top 10, Rafferty, Hooper, Wingate, Bond, Paisley and the unfortunate Frankie Whilton down in 16th place, with William Round in 17th, rounding out the Mini GP 160 I should say, in the 50 Cup. So a dramatic late twist there as we move on to the second moto of the day for the Super Minis in association with Brap Bikes. Riders now in the waiting zone. Has been quite a crowd here at Whilton Mill today. It's a regular venue for car club meets and all sorts of gatherings. The Northants RS Owners Club down there, a lot of Fords in the area, and we've seen a few people with the Ford branded jackets and t-shirts stray next door here to Whilton Mill to check out some of the action. They've got quite a big car meet next door as well, and quite a few people coming to check out the action here at Whilton Mill today as well. So if you're watching next door at the Northants meet, hope you're having a good day, and if you've been coming over, hope you've been enjoying the action here at Whilton Mill as well. This is the penultimate round, of course, for the British Mini Bike Championship, and also incorporating road to Moto GP, that pathway where some of the hot up-and-coming riders get the chance to ride on equal machinery. The whole ethos behind Road Moto to MotoGP is, of course, as we know, motorsport and motorcycling, potentially very expensive sports, and it's an idea just to give grounding, of course, to some of the young riders riding on relatively equal machinery. They're not really able to spend money on improving the bikes as such. They are box fresh, and in terms of performance modifications, pretty much equal. So it's just a case of the riders being able to showcase their talents and giving riders that platform to be able to move on to high levels later on in their racing career. The Supermin is something of the opposite, you would say. This is, you would say, the most relaxed class in terms of bike modifications. You can do quite a bit to these Super Mini machines, and we'll watch them go around. There's a few of the 150s, a 252 stroke. That'll be a bit powerful, wouldn't it, for Super Minis? That's a bit more of the heading towards Super Motos, I suppose. But 254 there, a Kawasaki KX85 out there. I wonder if that's running the 112 kit. There is the Kawasaki's in America. There's a market for a 112 for some of the hair scrambles, and not really sold in the UK because there's no real market for it. Most of these bikes finding their way to... Oh, one rider down on the formation lap there. Is that one of the KTMs going down there? So they make their way up towards the line for the Super Minis. You'll hear in the background the zing of the two strokes. Quite a few of the Honda CRF 150s racing here this weekend as well. You'll hear, of course, the more verbal sound of the 150s. These bikes all derived from youth motocross bikes. Originally, the CRF 150 was heralded as the bike that was going to take over the youth class, but didn't really make the inroads like it did in the adult classes. The four-stroke tree is still very much a two-stroke class, but the CRF 150 are very popular in the world of tarmac racing. Very easy to make it into a Super Mini machine. As the green flag goes up, lights go out, and away we go for Super Minis. Bailey Stewart Campbell with a nice clean start there, number 99. Trouble in the first race, of course, and we're looking to try and lead from the front here. Clayton Edmonds didn't seem to get away so well there. There he is, down in about 6th place. Winner of the first race, of course. Down the hill towards Ashby they go for the first time, and it looks like Louis Smith in 2nd position there, number 66, having a look on the inside, going for the lead. Lovely move there from Louis Smith. On the exit of the corner, found half a gap, and through he goes. So the Husqvarna leads the way now with Louis Smith in the lead. Bailey Stewart Campbell having a look on the inside, going into boot. Andre Tadeo with another lightning start in third place. Whilton for fourth, as having a peek down the inside there was the first Moto winner, Clayton Edmonds, having a look down the inside. So it's Lewis Smith leads the way, Bailey Stewart Campbell in second place. Today having a look on the inside on the run into Christmas Corner. Can he find the drive up the hill? Here they come under braking into Christmas Corner, and it looks like Bailey Stewart Campbell has got the line covered. Tadeo has to drop to settle in that third place. So the battle of the KTMs in second place. The Husqvarna of Louis Smith trying to break away here. Sam Morrison, Nathan Gardner on the Kawasaki in seventh place. James Sidebottom, George Muscat and Tyler Clark running out the field here. But a very close battle of second place here, and this could be the opportunity as Jake Jones is back on the mic. Could be the opportunity here for Louis Smith to try and put a good lap in here and try and pull away.
Certainly could. It looks like there's been a couple of fresh start penalties for Nathan Gardner and Tyler Clark. So not entirely sure what's happened to those two, but they've certainly had a couple of headaches out there at the start of the race. In we go to the next lap, 12 to go. Louis Smith ahead of Bailey Stewart Campbell and Andrea Tadeo. Tadeo looking like he's quite a threat in this one, actually. Bailey Stewart Campbell holding the line down to the hairpin, but he's got one person on his mind, and that is Louis Smith in the lead of this race. So Bailey Stewart Campbell wants to bounce back after having to start half a minute after everybody else in the previous race. Now he is here in second position, trying to get under the skin of Louis Smith. Today at third place, Clayton Edmonds in P4 still. Lawrence Wardle just banking in those points again in fifth position. Edmonds on the inside of Tadeo, nearly tripped over the third place man there.
Edmonds having a difficult start to the race, but settling into the rhythm quite nicely here with Lawrence Wardle right on his tail. Edmonds with that distinctive handlebars down, swept down style on that KTM. Wardle keeping the pressure on just behind him as your race leader, Louis Smith. Coming under some pressure here from Bailey Stewart Campbell, 53.085, fastest lap of the race. Having a look on the inside, but nothing going there as Louis Smith carries the speed into Christmas Corner. Bailey Stewart Campbell just starting to put the pressure on here. Nice move through Inkermans. Down towards Ashby he goes, down the inside, but not quite close enough to go for the pass. He might get it on the exit, but no. Louis Smith has the line covered, but Stewart Campbell really starting to put the pressure on here, trying to get the exit, and down the inside he goes. They bang handlebars, and that will allow everyone else into the mix here. Tadeo goes through into second place. And luckily for Louis Smith, he holds on to the lead, but they tangled bars there, pushed each other wide. And that has really shuffled the pack. The unfortunate Bailey Stewart Campbell drops to fourth position now. And a bit of a reshuffle going on here. Clayton Edmonds looking threatening in third place.
Well, this is definitely going to sort things out at a tricky situation for the riders in the front end of things. Andre Tadeo really hustling Louis Smith to try and come through up the inside. He seems to have a much stronger bike setup than he had previously. He wasn't quite so much of a hold up in the start of this race as he did. So up to the braking zone for Ashby again. Louis Smith still out in front, looking very strong indeed today. Then Clayton Edmonds, Bailey Stewart Campbell and Lawrence Wardle, all of them covered by a second as they came through last time by. This really is a cork in the bottle effect for Louis Smith now as he holds up today. Then Edmonds, Stewart Campbell and Wardle. Very tough to know who is going to get the victory of these five.
Yeah, Louis Smith looking very strong at the front here, guarding his lines here, and today certainly looking a lot more threatening in Moto number 2 here. Winner of the first race, Clayton Edmonds, on his tail though, so this is wide open here as they go over the line. Still with a long way to go in this race, and Louis Smith at the moment having to ride defensively here and try and put up the onslaught from Tadeo, who gets a nice drive out of oblivion. Up the hill he goes towards Christmas Corner. Is he going to go for the outbraking? Yes, he does. And, oh, look at that, though. Nice little move there from Clayton Edmonds to sneak through to second place.
Yeah, nicely taken from Tadeo. He goes to the lead. Edmonds to second place, and now he's hustling Tadeo to try and get the lead of this one. Louis Smith suddenly goes down to fourth place because Bailey Stewart Campbell's got through into third position as well here. So Louis Smith losing a massive amount of momentum, unfortunately for him. So that really puts him on the back foot. Clayton Edmonds charging after Tadeo. Bailey Stewart Campbell still there in third position looking for a gap. Lawrence Wardle not far away from it either. Look at Edmonds really challenging Tadeo through the toe of the boot.
Edmonds really hot going into the boot there, carrying a lot of speed through there, and quick on the exit as well, so he's really got that more technical part of the track nailed, you would say. Tadeo still leads the way, looking very smooth, making his way through oblivion there. You see Edmonds drifting wide, trying to get the momentum, going up the hill, sweeping to the outside line. And Tadea's got the line and guards through, so he goes for the squaring the turn off there. Number 21 Edmonds down the hill. He's going to try and square the turn off again. And down the hill he goes, has a peek down the inside. But yet again here, Jake, you're seeing that new section at boot. It really does seem to have opened up the run into Christmas Corner, created a lot more lines out there.
It's just changed the natural flow of that half of the circuit. It becomes very different compared to what we're used to seeing. So Clayton Edmonds having another look at Tadea into the boot, through the left square, then into the toe. Actually a double apex that really opens up a bit as we are watching a little bit further back. That is Tyler Clark trying to get back on terms with George Muscat. So still a few battles to be had, but it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 as they come through across the line again. 1.2 seconds covers the quintet as they run through. Here's the chance from Clayton Edmonds. Going to get up alongside Andre Tadea. He's got to commit if he wants the inside line for the braking zone for Christmas. Job done. Lovely stuff from Clayton Edmonds. A little bit hesitant on the throttle on the way out of the turn, but certainly on the apex and on the radius, it was absolutely immaculate.
That was a nice little block pass there, I think, from Clayton Edmonds, just seeming to prevent Tadea from getting through. Nice little move. They got the elbows out nice and early. And again, so many lines out there here at Whilton Mill today. Really does seem to be flowing quite well. The track today, Tadea drops to second position. Stuart Campbell in third.
We've had it off at Ashby.
That's the Husqvarna of Lewis Smith, I think, looking at the levers.
It is indeed, yeah. We've certainly had Louis Smith right up there at the sharp end, and now he's gone down, I'm afraid, right in front of Lawrence Wardle. So Wardle appears to have dropped a long way back as a result of that. So very unfortunate for Smith.
Yeah, luckily Wardle was able to, for him at least, Wardle was able to get through. So he's still in fourth place. Louis Smith dropping to fifth position then. And dropping way down the field, of course, having dropped from the machine. I think he's okay, but the race goes on. There are waved yellow flags a bit further round.
Yeah, I'd say Louis Smith is well done for this race. Very unfortunate indeed for him there. That looked like a fairly decent high side.
He is on the edge of the track here. We should see him in a moment. And there he is on the outside. He's okay, back on the machine, but out of contention.
He's trying to get it going again, but he's a lap down. So Bailey Stuart Campbell all over Andre Tadea, trying to nip a wheel on the inside parallel to the pinion. And the opportunity to try and work his way through out of the hairpin, back onto the large charge there on the far side as we keep an eye on a few of the other riders in the mix. I think that's James Sidebottom trying to work his way further forward.
Yeah, Sidebottom, one of the Honda CRF 150 riders on the four-stroke there, making his way through the...
my apologies, that is actually George Muscat. My apologies.
That's another one of the 150s as well there, isn't it? So a nice little mixture of 2 and 4 strokes out there. As down the inside, Stuart Campbell having a look on the inside into Ashby. Neat little move there, and should do the... Yeah, he does the block pass as well. Cuts across the front of Tadea to make the move stick. That's a motocross style pass there, block passing him through into second place.
Certainly was. He knew exactly where he was going to cook that one and how he was going to finish off the duel. So down the back straight into that square left-hander, moving up towards the toe of the boot. Now, has Bailey Stuart Campbell got enough time to get back on the toe and then catch up to Clayton Edmonds and have a try for the victory?
Got to get these next 2 laps nailed, he would say. Over the line he goes. We'll have a look at the pace when they make their way through, because Clayton Edmonds is motoring here, 52.763. So Bailey Stuart Campbell's got his work cut out in second place. We can see the leader in front of him, and he is desperately trying to close that gap as they make their way through into Christmas Corner. Leaders now at the top of the hill here at Whilton Mill. Down towards Ashby they go. Starting to close up on some of the tail enders, and Bailey Stuart Campbell being urged on in second position. There he goes, just starting to pull away a bit now from Andre Tadea in third as they sweep. He sweeps around the outside of the number 6 of Tyler Clark, currently in 9th place. Louis Smith is back into the race at the back of the field in 10th position. Down the inside goes Tadea, so he is now clear in third. So let's have a look at the lap times as Clayton Edmonds goes over the line. Any moment now, there he goes. Over the line, the number 21, 53.062. Bailey Stuart Campbell matching him for pace at the moment. So at the moment, Clayton Edmonds has got enough in the tank, but the gap remains around 1.6, 1.7 seconds between first and second place. But make no mistake of it here, Bailey Stuart Campbell is working hard as they make their way down towards Ashby Corner. Clayton Edmonds charging at the front. Stuart Campbell doing all he can to try and make a race of this, though, in second place.
So let's see if Bailey Stuart Campbell's going to get enough done here. 53.0 compared to 53.1. It would seem that Clayton Edmonds has the overall pace, unless Bailey Stewart-Campbell has been able to unlock a little bit of strength in this. Plus, do we know if the traffic is actually going to cause a little bit of a headache for the last couple of laps for Clayton Edmonds as we watch a little bit further round? This is
Nathan Gardner on the Kawasaki there, Ling.
Yeah, it is. I think he's actually got ahead of Sam Morrison, or at least he's certainly duelling with him, because those two have been battling away very closely together for the majority of this run. Bailey Stewart-Campbell, the gap is 1.2. Yeah, look, Clayton Edmonds has done a 53.6. Bailey Stewart-Campbell on a 53.0 as he dives up the inside of Muscat at a perfect moment. No opportunity lost there by Bailey Stewart-Campbell, but he's got 2 laps to try and find 1.2 seconds. If he gains 0.6 of a second on this lap and then does so again on the last lap, it's going to be to the line.
That KTM handling very nice. You can almost see the preload on the suspension. He makes his way down the hill towards Ashby, and he is absolutely dialed here as he tries to close up on Clayton Edmonds with 1 lap to go. There's Tadeo still in 3rd position. Lawrence Wardle a bit further behind, of course, in 4th. So Tadeo at the moment looking good for a good steady 3rd place, and the Sam Morrison and Nathan Gardner still fighting away for 5th position.
Yeah, Wardle had to get on the brakes there fairly heavily to avoid contact with Louis Smith when he went down. So that's obviously cost him a fair bit. Louis Smith has got going again, by the way, but he's lost 2 laps in the process. So here is Clayton Edmonds. The gap is 1.9. 52.6 for Clayton Edmonds. 53.3 for Bailey Stewart-Campbell. He got held up there when he was going past George Muscat. So that will more than do for Clayton Edmonds. He is going to make it 2 wins from 2, and that really helps him out in the title bid, because he's going to gain some big points here from Lawrence Wardle.
Yeah, Clayton Edmonds setting the fastest lap of the race last time round, 52.659. Really recovering well. Has a quick glance over the shoulder. He knows he's got the race under control here as he makes his way through Boot for the final time. Still that fight further down with Morrison and Gardner, but out to the final corner now. Here's the number 21 of Clayton Edmonds. Over the line he goes, and it's another strong victory for the number 21. Bailey Stewart-Campbell charging hard to the line. He finishes in 2nd place, and a good ride there from Andre Tadeo to round out the top 3.
Really nicely handled, and the championship battle goes on, of course, because Lawrence Wardle comes home for 4th position and banks some decent points on the march. So very decent work indeed there. Clayton Edmonds coming through for the victory by 2.3 seconds. A little bit of a display at the end there to go right the way to the line. Couple of issues there right at the brink as Nathan Gardner managed to get across the line ahead of Sam Morrison to the tune of 0.6 of a second. They were almost whipping their bikes as if they were in the Grand National coming out of the final corner. So frustrations there in the closing sequence, but Clayton Edmonds taking the win to Bailey Stewart-Campbell. And it certainly helps things out as far as the title points are concerned for Lawrence Wardle. 4th place. Interesting little conversation between these two. Sam Morrison and Nathan Gardner at the end there. That looked like it was good-spirited. 2 riders there really struggling with their bikes at the closing stages. I don't think there was anything untoward there between those two. But a very chilled out Bailey Stewart-Campbell. 2nd place was not what he signed up for. The man behind him, though, doing a fantastic job to take the win. Clayton Edmonds in the victory. Bailey Stewart-Campbell 2nd from Andre Tadeo and Lawrence Wardle. 4th place, Nathan Gardner in P5 from Sam Morrison, James Sidebottom, George Muscat, and then Tyler Clark. Louis Smith was able to come home in 10th place, a lap adrift after losing that lap earlier on after a fall. So no Jake Smith, he didn't take the start of that one, nor did Joe Milnes, Nictarios Katakis, Leo Caulfield, Lee Thompson or Michael Med. So hopefully we'll get to see them out again in the 3rd and final race encounter later in the day. Still some good battles then to come. The 190-70 is next up, and this is, of course, the 70 Cup, separate from the 190 this weekend, so that the 190s could have their fantastic title battle, and it certainly has been an exciting prospect. It certainly gave us a very exciting battle. Blake Wilson, of course, sewed up that title a little while ago, but we are in the closing stages of today's race action. It's Wilson Dilks in pole position from Marco Holt for this one. Jensen Bishop and Travis Shaw, then Matthew Thomas, David Wilton, Lucy Curtis and Rupert White completing the grid. So for Marco Holt, this is an opportunity to redeem himself after the difficulties of earlier on. So it could be a really interesting scenario to see how things finish off from that perspective. JW12 asks, what time does this finish today? Well, whatever time it is now, and add on about 3 hours, and that is where we are looking to wrap up proceedings. So I would say we're about 3 hours from the finish. So it's going to be a really exciting battles for all of the contenders in the closing stages. The 70 Cup, which has now been separated by the B&B 190, coming to its conclusion. Wilson Dilks and Marco Holt on the front row of the starting grid for this one. We've got 8 races to go at the end of this one, so it'll all go very well on the nod as the riders are coming through ready for their battle. It's the last 70 Cup race of the day. This is going to be a really exciting end for the 70 Cup riders. Super Mini just finished off for the very last time this weekend. The Mini GPs will finish off for the last time this season. Off we go! Good start from the off from Wilson Dilks. No worries ahead of Marco Holt. And as they filter through the first couple of corners, it is Dilks who gets the launch. Marco Holt in second place. And it is going to be a grand total of 6 of them in this one. Looks like everybody else has decided to pack up their 70 Cup bikes early and focus on the other classes. But certainly for Wilson Dilks, he wants to finish off this season in victorious fashion ahead of Marco Holt, who just wants to see how much of a job he can get close in behind him. Travis Shaw versus Jensen Bishop is obviously going to be a really interesting fight as well. But there is Wilson Dilks, the man who has taken this 70 Cup title. He actually won the crown yesterday, but still wants to showcase his flair. But look at how close to him Marco Holt is preparing to put the bike in the early stages. So Marco Holt clearly wanting to showcase some fast boots. Riding behind Wilson Dilks. 0.4 of a second as they come through. Marco Holt really wants to pick up a victory here. Travis Shaw in third ahead of Jensen Bishop, then Matthew Thomas, and David Whilton is the only one to go out. Rupert White not taking his position on the grid, and that secures David Whilton as the winner of the senior category. So Wilson Dilks in front of Marco Holt with 13 laps to go. It's a long old race, this particular class, but certainly we get some good battles from the riders when they're in good tow. So Marco Holt is definitely giving Wilson Dilks some pressure here. It could be a 2-man brawl for the entirety of this race, when normally it's been one-way traffic for Wilson Dilks for the entirety of. So Marco Holt riding in behind Wilson Dilks through the left, through the right to complete the lap, and there'll be 12 to go when they come across the line, and Marco Holt is not letting Wilson Dilks run away with this. There is Travis Shaw under some pressure from Jensen Bishop as well. If you haven't got quantity, you may as well have quality. Jensen Bishop with a good run here on Travis Shaw, making the run to third position. No worries into the braking zone for Christmas. He gets the job done in fine fashion. Jensen Bishop into P3. So Travis Shaw is going to have to fight his way back to get that third position off him once more. And certainly we've already got 2 great battles in a field full of 6. We've got a battle for the lead and a battle for third position. Jensen Bishop working his way through to get into that third position. A really decent fight for him as he runs neatly ahead of Travis Shaw. 15 hundredths of a second as they went through the line the last time by. But Jensen Bishop has obviously taken that place away from him now. So Wilson Dilks leads the way here from Marco Holt. The gap is 1.4 after a 51.2 from Wilson Dilks, who really has made this class his own in 2024. Would love to see him step up to the Mini GP 190s next year. It'd be great to have the addition of Wilson Dilks into that class. Jensen Bishop comes up with a 52.3 on the last lap. Travis Shaw did a 53.0. So he's still there or thereabouts, but it very much is Jensen Bishop territory now in the fight for third position in this race. Looking likely that it's going to take it all the way to the brink. But Jensen Bishop has definitely found his feet here with Travis Shaw. 11 laps remaining in this one, and certainly some good battles all the way through. We've had a lot of consistency, a lot of solidarity in these lap times. And certainly Jensen Bishop looking a lot more composed than he was earlier in the weekend. I think he's let the pressure rub off him now, and he can just focus on his natural race. 10 to go. Wilson Dilks out in front of Marco Holt to the tune of 1.6 seconds. There wasn't much to choose between the 2 riders when they came through last time by. Wilson Dilks did a 51.25, Marco Holt a 51.36. So Wilson Dilks looking pretty happy with his lot out in front, 1.6 seconds in front of Marco Holt. And it looks pretty neat and tidy from his perspective. Wilson Dilks just edging away a little from Marco Holt. And it's the gap that brings the confidence with him. So he's able to run on the back straight. No real catastrophes to consider. Certainly no difficulties with tyres or management of pace. There is the second place man. No, sorry, that is Matthew Thomas in 5th position. Just taking things very nicely on his own there. He did a 53.95 compared to Travis Shaw on a 53 flat, so that gives you a little bit of a understanding of the slight disparity between the riders. But obviously the 70 Cup has been used to racing on the same racetrack at the same time as the FIM Mini GP 190s. So obviously they've not been in the same situation this way around as they have been in previous weekends, and that was to give the FIM Mini GP 190s the chance to race for their own championship without having to worry about traffic. Certainly gave us a great fight all the way to the death. Blake Wilson finally winning that title in fantastic fashion. Well, there's certainly a lot more battles to come over the course of the day. After this race, we've still got 8 races in the can to finish off the season for some of the classes, and then obviously to set up the finale for the remaining classes at Red Lodge in the latter stages of September. So the battles continue, knocking on the door of some pretty fast pace again. Wilson Dilks bangs in a 51.15. That's only a tenth of a second off the best, and there is Marco Holt, second position, dialing himself up ready for a winning charge in 190 later if he can get there into the battle. So Marco Holt obviously wanting to showcase some excellent pace if he gets the chance to later on. Of course, that race is coming up a little bit later on. His duel with Henry McCartney and Blake Wilson is going to be legendary. So quite an important chance for him. He obviously wanted that little bit of extra run to build up to the final race of the season. He would love to win. And so in order to do that, he's got to get himself a little bit more dialed in with the bike. Wants to give himself that extra race in order to give himself the chance to do it. I have to say, today's racing, in terms of the quality, has been just as good, if not better, than the racing yesterday. Certainly from a safety standpoint, our doctor has not had much to do today so far. Great to see that the riders have definitely put on a good show. We've had some great battles since the start of yesterday, but it's definitely looking a little bit more succinct now. For Wilson Dilks, this young lad out in front, 7 to go, and certainly enjoying life in the head of the field. Looking very comfortable. Marco Holt, P2. Third place for Jensen Bishop. Fourth is Travis Shaw. Matthew Thomas in P5. David Whilton, P6. About to cruise home and score his final points in the 70 Cup for 2024. And that will obviously put to bed his senior title. So across the line, Wilson Dilks charges through, 6 laps to go. Look at the commitment that he still brings to the bike through Crooked Oblivion. This is a man who's already won this title, has already got himself several wins in the can. He's just collecting silverware at the moment, but he's also, of course, setting up and preparing for the run later in the other classes. So this is all percentages for Wilson Dilks. He's having a go in the 160 FIM later, of course, this year. He's got traffic to deal with for the first time. That's David Whilton, who gets well out of the way. But this is a nice setup for Wilson Dilks, who's got to be thinking now for the first time, really, now that he knows the championship is done, now that he knows this 2024 season campaign is at an end. He's got to be starting to think in the back of his mind, 190. He really wants to get onto a properly quick bike next year. Not that he's not on one now, of course. He's well clear in the 190-70 Cup. But with riders like Marco Holt to go up against in the 190, Wilson Dilks has got to be a contender for that in 2025, and it'll be fascinating to see what he can do to showcase his flair and excellence. Anybody looking at this thinking, well, this looks like a good battle to get involved in, if you ride a bike, and even a motocross bike, if you have a muck about the weekends, this is a really good class to step into. People go from novice straight into championship winning form over a couple of seasons in this category. Head to the British Mini Bikes website, get yourself logged in, like, subscribe and hit the notification bell on the YouTube channel here, and of course on the social media, British_Mini_Bikes on Instagram and Facebook. There's plenty of opportunities to get in touch and get yourselves on the grid. It's never too late. All you've got to do is want to race, and then want to gain speed and time and ride for your own enjoyment. It's not about winning, it's about living life to the full. Marco Holt leans into Christmas. Second position in this race, having a very good run of it. Jensen Bishop, B3. Travis Shaw is still 4th position, slipping back a little bit now to 6.6 behind Jensen Bishop, who really has cemented his position in 3rd after that beautiful dive on the inside into Christmas a little earlier on. Behind Travis Shaw is Matthew Thomas, and then in 6th place it is David Whilton. and it really has settled down into a nice, sweet rhythm. There is the hard-charging Jensen Bishop. Third position, just making his way past David Whilton to put a lap on him. Saw that on the inset to the right of your picture. To the left of your picture, we're still watching Marco Holt. There he goes, 3 laps to go, and 2.17 behind Wilson Dilks. Wilson Dilks having a poor lap there, 51.3 by his standards. But a very quick lap from Marco Holt, 50.97. That's the new fastest lap of the race for Marco Holt. Has he found something special in the closing stages of this race? The sun has come out, so has his confidence increased enough to think, why not just go for it, see what happens? So Marco Holt clearly wanting to find something for the later FIM MiniGP 190 race. Wilson Dilks enjoying his lead, but for how much longer? Because Marco Holt has managed to find 0.4 of a second more than him on the previous lap. And the gap is 2.1 seconds with 3 to go. You never know. This is motorsport. Anything can happen, and it probably will if you wait long enough. Out of the final turn, Wilson Dilks a 51.19. Marco Holt a 51.19. I can't believe it. To the 100th of a second, they set the same lap time. That is absolutely incredible. Shows you how evenly matched these two riders are. 2 to go through Christmas. Marco Holt still trying to get that gap down. It was 2.17 on the last lap. It is still 2.17 on this lap. That is just extraordinary how evenly matched these two riders are. They have given us an absolutely stellar battle, setting the identical lap time on the last lap. But Marco Holt has found rejuvenated confidence in the latter stages of this one as he comes through, out through the hairpin, hoping to find just that little bit more than Wilson Dilks in the closing stages. But Dilks is very much a match for Marco Holt on any racetrack. 51.23 for Wilson Dilks, 51.25 for Marco Holt. Nothing in it. Last lap begins, and Wilson Dilks has managed to pull away from Marco Holt, but only to the tune of another 0.02 of a second on the last lap. Amazing to see these two at pace, so even. But there's your man, Wilson Dilks. 2024 in the 190-70 Cup has been his and his alone. He's just been monstrous. No one's come near him. So my hope is that in 2025 he'll have things together for a crack at the FIM MiniGP UK 190 crown. He's obviously been fighting for the 160 crown this year. But in the BMB 190-70 Cup, this is where he'll finish off his season in victorious fashion. Out of the final couple of corners, no problem at all for Wilson Dilks. He remains on top. The checkered flag flies, and Wilson Dilks is your winner from Marco Holt in second place. 2.22 behind him in the end. He loses another 0.03 of a second on the last lap. So Wilson Dilks, that was a perfectly acceptable Sunday ride in the countryside. And a nice little fist bump and a handshake there from Marco Holt as they finish their season strong. Jensen Bishop will come through for third position. Excellent run then from Jensen Bishop. No worries at all for him to round out the top 3. And then it will be Travis Shaw from Matthew Thomas and David Whilton a lap adrift. But what an exceptional ride from Wilson Dilks. Not just today, but all season long.
Yeah, Wilson Dilks has really been on top form in 2024. Came under a lot of late pressure there, but did well to withstand that and take the checkered flag. Both Dilks and Holt really have been on top form in 2024, and yet another great exhibition of riding between those two riders as the Moto draws to a close. Temperatures out on the track starting to rise in the latter part of the afternoon. The temperatures have really raised trackside, you would say, as the traditional fist bumps and high fives make their way off to the edge of the track and back to the paddock. Wilson Dilks then taking the win from Marco Holt, Jensen Bishop, Travis Shaw, Matthew Thomas and David Whilton, who has just finished his race there, rounding out the pack in 6th position. But fantastic conditions out there today, I would say, Jake, and the track looking in fantastic form, really bedding in quite nicely.
Yeah, where's that rain we were worried about? We were quite cautious about it at one stage. It was looking fairly likely with high humidity, but it just hasn't materialised at all. And for the competitors out there, it's now going to be a very interesting battle. Into the Ovali 110. It's going to be fascinating. Sebastian Goslavsky and Mason Federick, front row of the grid. Max Robinson and Leo Soliu on the second. Caden Herring and Kian Daly. Leon Simpson and Mason Hams. Ella Morsgrove, Jasper O'Neill-White and Austin Wilton. And let's not forget that we've got this magnificent, titanic grudge match for third in the points table between Mason Frederick, Caden Herring and Leo Soliu. It's going to be one of those three, and they are separated by a mere 7 points.
Yeah, it's all very close. Three very competitive riders out there as well, and looking set for some good race action out there. As I was mentioned a bit earlier on today, there's a steady stream of spectators here at Whilton Mill. Next door is the one of the North Hants Ford Club having a RS meeting today, and seeing quite a few Ford jackets out there in the crowd today. Was coming into the track this morning was like going back to the 90s, following in a plethora of Mark 1 RS turbos and XR2s and whatnot. It's like the old Max Power days.
I still think the greatest RS I've ever driven is a Focus RS Estate. That thing is absolutely mental, that thing. That's a luxury family car on steroids. And great to see, as you said, the RS owners coming and having a look at some ACU bike sport. But what a battle we are set for here. Mason Frederick trying to get one over on Sebastian Goslavsky, but even second place to him would do to wrap up third in the championship after an amazing fight back this weekend. The rider in orange and black, Mason Frederick, he's the one that you want to focus on the start here. If he takes first or second, then it's third position going his way. It's up to Caden Herring and Leo Soliu to bite back.
Yeah, Leo Soliu, I think we're hoping for a better start this time. He was a little bit aggressive off the line. The front wheel popped up at the start and lost him a bit of ground. It is important to get that start nailed, be quick off the line, but too aggressive and you will just lose that momentum off the start line. With this being a very fast opening third of the lap, you would say, you really can't afford to lose any traction off the start line, because you just pay for that over the first 2 or 3 corners into Christmas, you would say.
So the riders getting into position. Goslavsky and Frederick on the front row. Robinson and Herring on the second. Then Soliu and Simpson, Mosgrove, O'Neill White, Whilton and Hams. It'll be a fascinating start, this one. Right, lads on, and off we go. Who's going to get the launch to the first corner? Goslavsky gets a good start. Max Robinson doesn't do badly, but it's going to be Mason Frederick into second position in front of a hard-charging Leo Soliu, I think, going wheel to wheel with Max Robinson. So Robinson's going to get the position into third position, but a good initial launch there from Leo Soliu, who genuinely thought he could have third position. He's really got to take something special out of Mason Frederick here to get third in the championship.
Yeah, much better start for him this time as they make their way through Ashby for the first time. Good clean start on that first half lap. They've all got away very well indeed. And Sebastian Goslavsky starting very nicely, but already Mason Frederick starts to put the battle on here, put the pressure on. Max Robinson has got away very strongly as well in third. Those three just starting to break away now from the rest of the field as Goslavsky leads the pack through boot for the first time, heading out to the final corner. And again, you see those variety of lines available on that final corner. It's a lot tighter than it used to be, and it's really opened up this first part of the lap now as the potential for greater exit speed out to the last corner. The variety is a lot more nowadays. And Mason Frederick having a peek on the inside, but Goslavsky very quickly blocking the apex. They make their way through towards Inkermans and down the hill towards Ashby once again. And let's see what Frederick can do.
Watch out for the entertainer, Mason Frederick, riding there behind Sebastian Goslavsky. Goslavsky working hard to try and get a gap here on Mason Frederick, but Frederick looks really poised to make this overtake back again. We already saw these two dice once this morning. Looks like they're going to be back together again for another good fight. All Frederick needs to do is finish ahead of Herring and Soliu, and he will be third in the championship. Goslavsky's already cemented in second place, so it's just a racing for pride and honour now. Bragging rights, as any racer will want at any time through the course of the season. Over the course of the line, is Mason Frederick going to get his chance here? Sebastian Goslavsky's really making him work for it as they go through Crooked Oblivion. Along Manuel's Bank, and up Fine Lady. Can Mason Frederick get the run up to Christmas? He certainly looks like a move is on the inside line. He takes the lead. Lovely. Yeah,
Goslavsky didn't defend that one too hard because Frederick was very aggressive on the inside line there going into Christmas corner. And just watching in third place is Max Robinson, just keeping an eye on these two leaders, trying to get involved in this fight for the lead. And immediately you see, much like the first race, Frederick going on the defensive here to prevent Goslavsky from getting back through. Runs a little bit wide coming through, heading through Chapman and heading up towards Boots. There is Robinson still there in third place. Frederick was very quick through the boot section on the last two laps. Had a very nice, neat little line through there. Now has a clear track in front of him, so let's see if he can make that advantage count. Goslavsky peels to the inside here, though. Over the line they go. Still watching in third is Robinson. trying to get involved in this one, but at the moment, Fedric has just done about enough. Gazlaski on the charge coming into Christmas corner.
So still an interesting charge forward here from Max Robinson in third place. Gazlaski really in a difficult situation now, trying to take on Fedric whilst also fend off from Max Robinson. Robinson's just having fun out there in third position. So too Gazlaski, but they want to win the final race of the season. Mason Fedric would dearly love to win it, and he's got more to prove here to get this win. If he can get the job done, then he is the ipso facto third in the riders' standings at the end of a very hotly contested 2024 campaign. So from his point of view, it's really important that he manages to continue this stride forward. But it's not done yet. You can see that Gazlaski's very hungry.
And again, you can see with Fedric, he's very aggressively parking the bike on the apex, guarding that lead, which isn't allowing him to pull away either. So he's still keeping these three riders all together. Leo Solio still in fourth. Leo Simpson a bit further behind. Robinson setting the fastest lap of the race there, 56.030. As Gazlaski tries to have a run on the hill up towards Christmas corner. Down the inside he goes, gets the wheel in there, and retakes the lead. Still watching in third, Max Robinson trying to get involved in this fight for the lead. Down the hill they go towards Ashby and line astern as they make their way through. So Gazlaski back into the lead.
This is an important one for Gazlaski now. He can really settle back into his rhythm and drive away from Mason Fedric. But what about Max Robinson? Can he do anything about Mason Fedric? It still wouldn't be panic stations for Fedric, even if he were to lose the position to Max Robinson, because his problem is not even in his radar at the moment. Leo Soliu currently in fourth. Caden Herring struggling in this race, down in sixth position behind Leon Simpson. So not really the title fight that he was hoping for to conclude. So Mason Fedric can just hang on to second place here, or he can go back for the victory if he feels like he's got a bike underneath him that'll take him there. Even if he were to lose out to Max Robinson for second place, it's still A-OK for Fedric for third in the title race.
Gazlaski setting the fastest lap of the race there as they make their way through Christmas corner, and Robinson just trying to put the pressure back on Fedric, who looks very neat coming out of Christmas corner. Down the hill towards Ashby they go. And Gazlaski can't quite break away in the lead as he runs a little bit wide. He uses a bit more curb coming out of Ashby. Fedric with a neater exit from the corner there, just trying to close that gap. Still all the time Max Robinson. It's Leo Solio, Leon Simpson, Caden Herring, sixth place. Mason Hams in seventh, Jasper O'Neill, White, Ella Musgrove, and Austin Whilton, who has just gone over the line, running up the field. So the leaders will be closing up on the tail enders very soon. And again, Fedric just trying to... He's got that lovely line through boot, and again, it gives him the advantage.
So these three still locked together. Mason Fedric coming back at Gazlaski. 8 to go as they go through Crook and Oblivion. You really don't quite know which of these two is going to have the pace, but Mason Fedric having another crack up to Christmas. Another overtaking move for the lead. Nicely swept in. Can Gazlaski get him on the switch? No, he can't, and Max Robinson's just sitting there waiting in third position for the hope to come back through into Ashby. Can he dive in on the inside? No, he's not going to make that kind of committed move, but he really is putting these two under pressure. This could go any way of these three riders.
Yeah, look at the third place Max Robinson. He's not really got involved in this fight for the lead thus far. He's letting the two riders in front of him do all the work, and any kind of a mistake he will be right in there as Mason Fedric, your new race leader, number 50, makes his way back into boot once again. These two have been trading the lead for the entire race. There's Caden Herring a bit further back, still fighting with Leon Simpson for position as the leaders make their way out to the final corner. Over the line they go once again. Fedric back into the lead. Gazlaski second, Robinson third. Here they come up the hill now towards Christmas corner. Gazlaski with a nice drive out of Oblivion, up towards Christmas corner they go, and Robinson having a look on the inside, just trying to start to put a bit of pressure. Can't find a way past Gazlaski. Down the hill they go, heading towards Ashby once again. Will there be an overtake going on here as Robinson has a look on the inside again? Can't quite find a way through. And round the outside it goes. Oh, lovely move there from Max Robinson, and makes the move stick at second place.
Sublime the way he dives in on Wilkins after a good run round the outside. So Fedric leads again, and up to second now Max Robinson. This is the strongest Robinson's look all weekend. Can he dive in and go out with a bang with a victory? He has to think about Mason Fedric. Can't get the overtaking move, but you can really get the sense that Max Robinson is not here to make up numbers despite winning the title. He wants to finish the year with a victory, and Mason Fedric is going to have to work hard to keep the champion at bay.
Let's see what Robinson can do here on the move up towards Christmas corner. Gazlaski is still involved in this one as well. Sweeps to the outside, trying to get the momentum up the hill. He'll maybe try a peek on the inside, not quite close enough to go for the move. They are closing up on the tail end. That'll be Austin Whilton coming down towards Ashby. They should all squeeze through on the right-hander, one would hope, as Whilton sees them coming, and Gavzlowski makes the corner his as well. All three riders very neatly squeezing past the slower rider, and Austin Whilton continuing in that 10th place. The battle still on for the lead here, as Max Robinson now clear in second place. Gavzlowski just losing a couple of tenths as they make their way into the boot, and this race still wide open.
And it's great to see how close the three riders really have been able to get. They go through to the tiptoe of the boot, up to the chicane again, left, lean in, right, lean even further in, and now you've got Max Robinson with a good run off the final turn. Mason Federick's going to have to work hard to keep Max Robinson at bay. Look at the confidence that Robinson carries in this one. He's already done the percentages. He nearly gets level with the rear wheel. Surely this is going to be Max Robinson's best chance to take the lead. Dives in on the inside. He's not close enough on Mason Federick, but Max Robinson really starting to threaten a victory.
Yeah, Robinson looking good on the run up towards Christmas Corner, has a peak on the inside. He's weighing up, you would almost think, the idea of making a move down the inside into Ashby. It's a really committed corner there. You've got to be brave to make a move there. But he's just looking at the ideas. Federick again riding a bit defensively there on some of the middle part of the track, guarding those apexes as he makes his way through up towards the boot once again. And Robinson having a peek down the inside again. He's just looking at these lines here, trying to find an opening as they make their way through boot once again. And down into the final corner, still that fight between Caden Herring a bit further back and Leon Simpson. That's the fight for 5th place in the inset. Leo Solio on his own in 4th place. And again, Max Robinson with a nice drive out of the final corner. He'll get a nice run through Oblivion here. And let's see if he can do the same again on the run up towards Christmas Corner. Squares the turn off. It opens up the inside line for him, but not quite close enough to go for the outbraking manoeuvre.
See, Federick is so confident on the brakes. That's where he's able to fend off from Max Robinson down into Christmas Corner. He can go a little bit later than Max Robinson wants him to go. So Federick is still able to control the paces. They've got a few back markers now to deal with. This is where it's all going to be about playing the percentages. Ella Mosgrove gets out of the way. Federick and Robinson, no issue at all. And it looks like Gazlowski got through as well, so no major headache. Oh, well, it took him a little bit longer. So Goslavski's going to take a little bit of extra time to get back into contention again then. Look at Max Robinson. They're going to get pinched here.
He's got through on the run into the boot as well here.
Yes, he has. Look at that. Federick has absolutely monstered this. Robinson held up. So too is Goslavski. Mason Federick can canter away.
Well, that's a bit of good fortune there for Mason Federick, making the move stick on the run into the boot. The slower riders holding their own line as they're entitled to. The best thing to do is to hold the line, let the faster riders find their way through, but that has worked against Max Robinson a bit here. Could that be the advantage that Mason Federick needs to try and break away now?
Perfect for Mason Federick. It's going to take all the time left in this race, realistically, for Max Robinson to get on back on terms with Mason Federick, but then Federick is going to have a little bit more time to keep things together.
Sometimes it can be easier to be the chasing rider because, as you can see, Max Robinson has already caught back up with Mason Federick. That disadvantage on the previous lap has been eradicated here. When you watch Federick coming down towards Ashby in a few moments, how aggressive he is on the brakes, the back end chattering away over the braking bumps.
That's insane by just how much time Max Robinson's made up on Mason Federick by such a short amount of time. But he knows that Federick's going to just chop across him. 2 to go. Max Robinson, very quick indeed out of Oblivion. A long fine lady up Manuel's bank. He knows this is his best chance. But again, Federick's late. Look at Goslavski. Dives in on Max Robinson to grab second place. Caught Max Robinson completely unawares.
Well, I don't think that Robinson was expecting that. Gavzlowski with the momentum now up to second place again. You can see how aggressive the riders are on the brakes as Robinson has a peek on the inside. Tries to find a way through, but Gavzlowski sees him coming, has the line covered, and now is trying to close back up as we head towards what looks set to be a barnstorming final lap here as they make their way in towards boot for the final time. You can see Gavzlowski just jinking to the right there, looking for an opening on the exit of the corner here.
I love the Avali 110s, full of action, full of drama. It's a bit like watching the Iamis in karting. What is it about Italian manufacturers? They just know how to create a great piece of equipment for racing. They're full of passion, they're full of drama. We're into the last lap, and now it's time to see which of these 3 riders is going to have the victory. We need to go back to Christmas Corner to see who's got the best of it. Up the inside, Goslavski! Sebastian Goslavski has snatched the lead at Christmas. famous on the final lap in front of Mason Federic and Max Robinson. Brilliant resurgence for Sebastian Goslavsky. He was third for the majority of the last 5 laps. The way he has stormed back into this one has been nothing short of spectacular. Great run from Sebastian Goslavsky. Now, can Max Robinson get back on terms with Mason Federic? I'm not sure that Goslavsky's going to lose this now. There's enough of a gap between him and Federic. Federic's going to be happy to just settle in for third position. He nearly loses it on the run through the toe of the boot. He could just settle in for second, Mason. Not a bad run at all. But Sebastian Goslavsky, what a fight back. What a victory in front of Mason Federic and Max Robinson. The top 3 across the line are the top 3 in the championship. Robinson, your champion. Goslavsky, your vice champion. Third in will be Mason Federic. What an amazing season from these 3 riders, and what a way to end it.
Yeah, Goslavsky with a great move there on Christmas corner on the final lap. Looked like he got the squeeze on the outside of Mason Federic going into that top corner. And notable there, Max Robinson, the champion's attitude there. He brings home a strong third place, but punches the handlebars in frustration. He knows that was a win that went begging for him. So he is by no means happy with that third place, which is what you could only expect from a champion rider. Leo Soliu with a solid 4th place there, all on his own, but he brings it home for a nice solid 4th place. Caden Herring in the end gets through to 5th place in that great battle further down from Leon Simpson. Mason Hams, Jasper O'Neill, Ella Musgrove and Austin Whilton rounding out the field, but fantastic 3-way tussle for the win.
Yeah, Leo Soliu ends the season by my maths on 190. Caden Herring finishes it on 194, but Mason Federic finishes it, crucially, on 204. He is the 3rd place driver in this year's championship fight, but what a run from Sebastian Goslavsky. Max Robinson, a worthy champion, and Mason Federic secures 3rd in the standings. What a race. Sebastian Goslavsky, what a victory ahead of Mason Federic and Max Robinson. Then Leo Soliu and Caden Herring, the top 5 in the standings, with the top 5 in the race. Leon Simpson, Mason Hams, Jasper O'Neill White in 8th ahead of Ella Musgrove and Austin Whilton. Cian Daly chose not to start this one. What an exceptional battle we had, though, from Mini GP 110. The Avalis have been spectacular. I can't wait to see them out again in 2025.
Yeah, fantastic action as always from the Avalis, the Italian machine that was introduced into the UK around about 4 years ago. It's really come on in leaps and bounds, and the great thing is, of course, how it is very much a race-ready machine. Mini Moto rookies in association with M4 Mini Moto coming up in just a few moments as they make their way out onto the start. The Mini Motos, of course, coming back in recent seasons into British Mini Bikes. This, of course, was always your traditional entry point into motorcycle racing. A lot of the track stars from the 2000s, the 90s, started out on Mini Motos, and certainly coming back here with a vengeance in the British Mini Bikes.
7 races left in the weekend then, and of course we started the day with the Mini Moto rookies. They've had a long wait for their second race, but now it's all going to come down to the battle for 2nd in the standings. We know now that Emilio Pereira is confirmed as the champion in Mini Moto rookie, but you've got Nelly Newth on 156, Finley Stiles on 155, just 1 point back. Tommy Williams is another 10 points back on 145. 11 points between 3 riders, and we know how strong Tommy Williams has been over the course of the weekend. He's been no lower than 2nd this weekend, and after the knock-in confidence for Nelly Newth with the fall earlier on, and the 4th place finish for Finley Stiles, Tommy Williams could genuinely end this season as the runner-up. That would be absolutely incredible.
Would still be wide open for them, of course, as the Mini Motos make their way up to the start line. These are our smallest capacity machines, some of our youngest riders in the British Mini Bikes, of course. And for many of them, of course, it's been a case of building confidence throughout the 2024 season. Riders really have improved and come on in leaps and bounds. One of the things, as you're saying with Whilton Mill, a lot of the riders know this track well. They practice here, some of them fairly regularly, so it's a track that everyone's well drilled in terms of the setup of the bikes, and of course of knowing the nuances of the track, the different layouts and the lines that could be available. And here we go, so the order being given to clear the grid. One rider with a little bit of trouble there, but looks like nothing serious, and we are under starters orders. Mini Moto for the 2nd moto of the day for them is about to get underway. I think riders are ready. Green flag goes up, all eyes on the lights, and away they go, paddling the bikes off the line, and good sweep on the outside there. Nelly Newth got away quite well there, but all very close into the first corner.
So not a bad start at all then for Nelly Newth. Tommy Williams is a really close 2nd, but Nelly Newth wants to win going away here. a winner already in the season, won all 3 encounters, don't forget, at Three Sisters in Wigan to get the maximum 75 points from that weekend. So we know she's a proven winner. Up the inside, Tommy Williams is not going to wait around though, charges in, and that's a brilliant lead taken, but then runs wide again. So Nelly Newth is able to take it back one more time. Tommy Williams has plenty of time to get this back, 14 laps of racing to come, so no need to rush things, but we certainly know that both Nelly Newth and Tommy Williams have got the designs on the win, on the run down the back straight towards the boot. Nelly Newth is your leader.
Well, Nelly Newth has got to get the elbows out on this first lap, protect that lead and just try and control things from the front, because Tommy Williams looking very threatening in second position. Down towards the final corner they go. We saw there, of course, the risk of trying to make the overtake into Ashby. It's just a case of trying to cover the line on the exit, which is very difficult with the off-camber, as Newth goes through very strongly on the first lap. Williams second, Freddie Taylor, Finley Styles, Austin Dilks in 5th position. Athsich Dermott, Randy Carter, Charlie Bunn and Logan Paisley rounding out the field as they make their way into Christmas Corner. Newth guarding the apex, coming through into Christmas, down the hill towards Ashby, and she's just started to break away a bit now. Down the hill they go. Newth a bit more aggressive on the inside, guarding that apex and making sure that Williams can't find a way through again. Williams quick on the exit though, as they make their way back towards the end of the second lap.
Well, never before, more now than ever, has Nelly Newth needed a victory, because Finley Sarles obviously just 1 point behind her in the title fight for second in the championship. Tommy Williams would dearly love to get ahead of her, but just by 1 place is not going to be enough for Tommy Williams. He needs to gain at least 12 points on Nelly Newth, so he needs to win with Newth finishing 4th or lower. That's the only way really to get this done. So this is big opportunity for Tommy Williams. Nelly Newth is not going to be shaken though. Can Tommy Williams go for the move on the inside? Oh, off goes Freddie Taylor. Freddie Taylor, a complete high side on the way through Crook and Oblivion there. I'm not sure whether he just caught the curb on the inside line.
I think he did, yeah. He just caught the inside of the curb going through in towards Oblivion and sent him over the handlebars. Quite a nasty tumble there. Let's hope he's all right.
That is a nasty tumble in this category in particular. Here comes Tommy Williams trying to get through on the inside of Nelly.
Red
flag. It won't count. Red flags. Wow. That is game over for the moment. They will get a restart on. Now, how many laps have they actually completed? They've completed only 2. So I suspect by the time they flew the red flags, I think pretty much everybody had just completed lap 2.
They'd all gone through, hadn't they, I think? So, yeah, 17 between all of them. So, yeah, that was Freddie Taylor, of course, looked like it went over the handlebars there. Just a bit of bad luck for him there. Just caught a little bit of a tighter line going through into Oblivion, and that's the smaller wheelbase on these machines, locked in towards the bit of a pothole on the edge of the curb there, one would imagine, and it was just enough to send him over the bars. So, of course, medics on the scene, and we hope he's all right.
Well, it's only 2:30 and we've had our first red flag. I'm actually pleasantly surprised by how much we've been able to get that sorted, because it's been a very clean race day up to this point. And I was really hoping we were going to get through without any incidents like that, but there's always going to be one when there's some very keen riders out there. But you've got to feel for Freddie Taylor, who's going to be out of the race, and obviously no longer in the hunt for the podium, but hopefully he's going to be okay. Looked a lot worse than it is, but hopefully we'll be able to give you an update very soon.
Yeah, we'll have a look at that. The medics on the scene at the moment, dealing with the incident as the riders gather on the entrance into the boot corner. And this just adds to the tension, of course, because they're going to have to start and do it again in a few moments. Everyone just looking across to the corner by Oblivion, where the incident occurred.
Now, the big question is, can they do a full restart from here? Because we've only completed 2 laps, so I would suspect that they may decide to go for a complete restart. We've had this in the past. When they've completed a number of laps, then they just start them from the positions they're in and run the remaining laps. But after 1 or 2 laps, they can take the decision essentially to decide, you know what, we're going to run the race completely from scratch.
Well, the riders are already getting instructions here, so they look like they're going to make their way back towards the line in a few moments. Probably go for a sighting lap again, one would imagine, but just making sure that incident on the first corner sorted out. Looks like, hopefully, nothing too serious. I can't tell you as to the outcome of that so far, but the riders are now being sent, let's have a look. Yeah, staying into the paddock here, so they'll return back to the waiting zone. So a pause in the action here at Whilton Mill due to a fairly high-speed crash involving the third place Freddie Taylor.
Well, it's tough to know actually, because normally they would be brought back to the starting line, but it looks to me as though they've been brought back into the pits.
Yeah,
so
back
I
in
think
back in the waiting zone now, it would appear. So
well, it's either the waiting zone or they're not going to restart it. One of the two, because normally they would go to the starting grid if they were going to restart it quickly. So they clearly just want to give themselves a little bit of time here.
So there are the riders now gathered in the waiting zone, and like I say, we'll just pause for the time being. Medics, of course, will be looking to tend to the injured Freddie Taylor. Hopefully, like we say, nothing too serious. I can't tell you as to that, of course, because we haven't seen anything else since the accident, but suffice to say that there are always top-line medical crews here and paramedics at these race meetings. So if a rider does hit some trouble, then the medics are on the scene very quickly. It is very close to where they're situated, so they will have got to the injured rider very quickly. I think given the hot weather this afternoon, the riders have been sent back to the waiting zone. It's a chance for them just to get the machines parked up, bit of a chance to make sure everything's okay, and to get the helmets off, keep cool of course in these conditions as well. There is the medical car. That is just by Oblivion. It's that second corner, in effect, Crook, the fast left-handed sweep where they run through into Oblivion, and pretty much where the incident occurred. So the medical car is now leaving the circuit, as you can see. So doubtless that Freddie Taylor is in there, and there's the machine being pushed away as well. Nobody looks too urgent at the moment, so one would hope that it's nothing too serious. Of course, if a rider does go down like that and the red flag comes out, they will be taken back to the medical area as a basically as a check, really, to make sure the rider is okay. It's almost a pretty much a standard thing. The rider will get a checkup from the medical crews to make sure they're okay, especially if they've taken quite a hefty tumble like that as well. So the medical vehicle heading back to the medic zone, and they will look into, we'll check Freddie Taylor's okay. He will not take a part in the restart, one would imagine, of course, but looks like he was there, just been escorted from the medical vehicle. In the meantime, the rest of the competitors have to wait in the waiting zone right there. You'll see it just on the left-hand side of this, just in front of this fairly impressive new race control and corporate area here at Whilton Mill. The track has seen various improvements. It's just over 30 years old here. The track originally started at the what's now called the Mill Circuit, which is just out of your shot to the left of those buildings. It's a relatively short 400-metre circuit here, and extended over the international track here to the right-hand side of the course, and see a lot of money going into the corporate side of things. Very impressive bar and bistro on the first floor there. The spectators out on the terrace there enjoying the afternoon weather.
Just been able to go and have a look at the scene of the reason we are under red flags. Freddie Taylor, he's just been brought back in by the medical crews, had a quick word with the doctor. He said he's okay, he's just shaken more than anything else. It looked worse than it actually was, but fortunately at this age riders tend to bounce quite well, so he's obviously a bit shaken up and a little bit sore, but he's okay. That is the good news. There is no lasting concerns for Freddie Taylor. Obviously there was a little concern because of how ferocious it looked, but fortunately, despite being a little bit shaken up and a little bit sore, in essence the news is that Freddie Taylor is okay.
So the injured rider, that's always good news, of course. The rider's okay, and medics are happy to get things underway very soon, one would have thought. The machine's being fired up. Clark, of course, will give us the all clear to get the racing back underway. Riders just putting the helmets back on, making sure they're all secured and ready to go. If you're new to the course, suffice to say, in an incident like that, it is reasonable to tell you as well that the riders' safety is taken very important as part of the scrutineering. They have to have the properly regulated helmets and proper leathers, boots, gloves, just like the full-size riders have to have as well. And that's the reason why, because even though these are small machines, there is still the capability to come off them at quite a high speed. So there you can see, actually, looking closer as the riders make their way around, you can see the setup of the riders, exactly the same protective equipment they have to wear as any other class of racing, even for the smaller riders. So that's the reason why.
Well, it's interesting to note, we barely noticed it from that first start, but obviously there was one rider that was notable by his absence in Mini Moto Rookie, and that, of course, was Emilio Pereira, the new champion. He obviously decided to sit out the final race of the season. Not really surprising. I mean, why risk it when you want to go home and just celebrate the achievement? So fair play to Emilio Pereira. There's no obligation for him to race, of course. You don't get prize money. You don't get license and obligations to compete in every race. As long as you've won the title, that's the main priority for Emilio Pereira. So they obviously decided to sit him out of this one, and that's fair enough. I mean, there is absolutely no desire for him to run a race and then risk an injury when you've obviously got the job done. So for the remaining 9 riders then, the battle really is on for second position in the points rankings, and I'm told that the race is going to start in the positions they were in after 2 racing laps. So it's not a fresh restart, as it were. They are going to get the race back under starters' orders again from the positions they were originally in after 2 laps.
So in essence, of course, we are pressing the pause button on the race, and we'll get things back underway. The grid now being cleared, and we should be underway very shortly with the restart. As you can see there, the starting officials just making sure the riders are correctly placed on the grid. You'll see each rider has a clear run into the first corner. That was a safety upgrade a couple of years ago after a couple of nasty start line crashes. So you can see the grid opened up for these standing starts as they get back underway. And the Mini Moto rookies are back. Oh, nice start there, though, down the inside from the number 51. He's got the lead there, Tommy Williams.
Excellent start then for Tommy Williams, full of confidence. Absolutely amazing run then for all of the contenders out there, but Tommy Williams has definitely made the best start of it. Nelly Newth in his second place, and that's Finlay Stiles taking full advantage of the opportunity into third position. Then we've got Joey Athersic from Randy Carter, Austin Dilks, James Dermott, Logan Paisley, and Sticky Bun himself, Charlie Bunn.
So Tommy Williams, who takes advantage of that restart and just trying to break away on this opening lap. Got a clear track in front of him, just looking to keep that momentum, try and break the gap between himself and Nelly Newth, who now drops to second. Finlay Stiles, meanwhile, number 19 in third, had a wonderful start there and is starting to put the pressure back on Newth as they make their way round towards the end of this first lap of the restart. It's 11 laps to go, so it's not the full race in its distance. In essence, we've pressed the pause button on the race and just get things back underway, but a fantastic restart there for Tommy Williams. This is what's going to be all about for him here. The next 2 or 3 laps I think will be crucial. He just needs to get out there and put some really strong laps in.
Well, a 5-point benefit for Tommy Williams is not going to be enough, I can tell you, to take second position away in the championship from Nelly Newth. It might do enough, though, to get him into third position, because Nelly Newth is looking good for 20 points here. Tommy Williams would go for another 25. That would put him up to 170. So Nelly Newth would still have this over Tommy Williams by 6 points. Finlay Stiles, though, that's the most interesting point of fact, because that would put him up to 29 points scored for the weekend, and that would actually put him on 171, just 1 point ahead of Tommy Williams. So Finlay Stiles cannot afford to drop a place here. If Austin Dilks has a chance to go for third position, he'll want to take it, but Finlay Stiles cannot afford to drop third place. That retirement from Freddie Taylor and the non-start of Emilio Pereira can actually really hamper Tommy Williams. He can get the win, but he'll miss out on the top 3.
Well, Finlay Stiles here just trying to get the toe from Nelly Newth, pulling away really strongly from Austin Dilks and Joey Athersic, who are having quite a close battle with James Dermott for that 4th position. Here is the second place rider, Nelly Newth, making her way up the hill towards Christmas Corner, and Tommy Williams has already broken away quite comfortably. The gap going up to 3 seconds as Finlay Stiles keeps that pressure on. There is Dilks, and Austin Dilks with Joey Athersic right on his tail. Through towards Christmas Corner they go, the 67 of Joey Athersic down the hill. They see Dilks there running a bit defensive, guarding the apex, coming down towards Ashby, and again very quickly going to the apex to make sure. But he will sacrifice some speed on the exit, one would say. That might allow Athersic to close back up here. This is the fight for 4th position as they make their way back towards us. And, Tommy Williams, 103.8, really trying to break away here, but Dilks coming under a bit of pressure here.
So let's see if Dilks is going to have what it takes to fend off from the challenge of Joey Athersic. Athersic through the toe of the boot. Never mind Finlay Stiles losing third position. Austin Dilks is going to have pressure on him to keep in 4th position as they work their way through the hairpin. 8 laps remaining in this slightly shortened race, of course. So the battle is going to continue as they make their way through, although I have been told that the race has actually been reset. So I originally thought they were going to go from the original positions of the first 2 laps. They did, in fact, decide to start the race from scratch. So we've had 3 completed laps, not 5 completed laps. So an interesting challenge now for Austin Dilks. Joey Athersidge still there in P5. Then it's Dermot, Carter, Bunn and Logan Paisley.
So Dilks there, quite aggressive into the corners, carrying a lot of speed through there to defend those lines. Does leave himself open on the exit there. We saw that on the exit of Christmas Corner coming down the hill. Tommy Williams still leading quite comfortably. The action is on here for 4th place as Joey Athersidge just trying to find an opening here. Again, you see Austin Dilks guarding the apex quite neatly, keeping those outside lines covered on the exit of the corner. Here they come back towards the boot once again. Athersidge switching to the outside here. He's going to try and get the toe going into the right-hander there. Dilks had the line covered as they make their way down towards the new little kink section here that's really made this last corner quite critical, one would say. Over the line they go. Tommy Williams still leading comfortably. The gap 5.7 seconds. Ellie Newth in second. Finley Styles keeping the pressure on in third, but dropping a little bit of pace there. 2.9 seconds behind in third. And all the action on for 4th here. Drag race up the hill here as Joey Athersidge tries to find the opening on the outside. Here they come into Christmas Corner. And there he goes. Austin Dilks has got that line covered. Looking quite neat at the moment. Down the hill they go. There's Finley Styles just dropping out of view in 3rd place. The action on for 4th position at the moment. Styles quite comfortable in 3rd because Austin Dilks is focusing all his efforts here on guarding that 4th place, making sure that Athersidge can't find a way through. James Dermot, Randy Carter, Sticky Bunn and Logan Paisley rounding out the rest of the field, 8th and 9th position. And Athersidge just trying to find an opening there as Dilks went a little bit deep into the corner. Very close fight for 4th place here.
So let's see what the opportunity is now for Joey Athersidge. There's a little bit of an unsettled moment there for Austin Dilks under the brakes for the toe of the boot. So this is the kind of thing that Joey Athersidge can really take advantage of. You've got to remember that these guys are still very much in their academia of motorcycle racing. They are still learning on the job. Not easy to go to battle. It's a very different thing testing the bike on a closed circuit than it is to racing. Joey Athersidge has got a really good run. This might be his chance on Austin Dilks up to Christmas Corner. Can he get there? No, he can't. So he tries again on the exit. This is a character-building moment now for Joey Athersidge. What can he do in the fight between him and Austin Dilks?
You can see him actually coming in some of these slower corners in particular, just looking at some of these line choices here, trying to get the speed on the exit of the corner. Let's see what he does when he goes into boot in a few moments. If he does a repeat of the last lap when he went very wide into the first part of the complex, just to try and find the opening on the exit of the corner. And again, you see him there just peeling to the left-hand side of the track as the race leaders go charging on. Of course, Charlie Bunn, Logan Paisley a bit further behind. Here he goes, and again, well, Dilks had the line covered there. Athersidge, I think, just trying to get the wider opening into the corner to try and squeeze his way through in the middle part of the track, and still hanging on in there just behind is the number 27 of James Dermot as they go charging over the line in 4th place. Everyone being urged on from the pit wall as they make their way through oblivion once again. Dilks guarding that inside line. Athersidge has got a better run this time though, and up the hill they go towards Christmas Corner. Athersidge round the outside he goes, and what can he do coming into Christmas Corner? Dilks had the momentum there and holds on to the position.
This is really good racecraft from Joey Athersidge. He's not been able to make the move on Austin Dilks yet, but he's doing all the right things to put him under some pressure. And this is also going to be a good chance for James Dermot. A couple of riders here that we don't normally get to see in the limelight because we're so focused on the top 3. But obviously with Williams well ahead of Newth and then Styles in 3rd position, Freddie Taylor already out of the race, and Emilio Pereira choosing not to start. It's nice that we've got the spotlight on some different riders for a change in Mini Moto Rookie. And here comes Joey Athersidge really starting to hunt down Austin Dilks. This could be an opportunity for James Dermot as well. He has a think about it going into the boot. So James Dermot looking for a chance to make some numbers come up for him in the top 5. So Joey Athersidge not quite able to pull the plug on Austin Dilks.
And there we see Athersidge with a nice run out to the final corner. Here they come up towards the finish line. They should be side by side here. No, Dilks got a nice run, and actually 27 James Dermot with a lovely move there going through into Crook and Oblivion. Taken to the inside, Athersidge switched to the outside with that momentum, side by side up the hill. This allows Dilks off the hook a little bit here for the time being as the 2 riders behind him fight for position. And it looks like James Dermot has made the move stick and is now clear in 5th place. What can he do to try and get past Austin Dilks, who's rode very well so far?
So this could be a fascinating situation for Joey Adasic. Now he's got to try and get back into fifth position rather than try and go for fourth. James Dermott making very tidy work of it out of the final turn. I think Adasic got a good line on Austin Dilks out of that final turn, but he must have had a twitch by getting himself back onto the throttle just a fraction too early. So this will be a fascinating derivation now as the riders work their way through to the toe of the boot. It's going to be tricky now for Dermott to find the line on Austin Dilks. There is Randy Carter, I think, on the 69 bike. Or is that Sticky Bunn? I think that might be Charlie Bunn, actually. We'll double check as they come through at the line. But certainly Dilks, Dermott and Adasic, this is the closest battle we've got. It is Charlie Bunn we were looking at there. So a good battle continues en route as Tommy Williams still leads the way here from Nelly Newth. But Newth is going to secure second in the championship. Finley Stiles should secure third, provided he doesn't get caught up amongst these three.
Yeah, he's already starting to pull away the gap. Finley Stiles 11 seconds down on the leader. And he's about 6 seconds clear of Austin Dilks in this fight for fourth place. So Finley Stiles looking very good at the moment. As we look a little bit further back there, that might be Randy Carter actually starting to close up on this fight here. As Dilks holds on to that fourth place. Tommy Williams well clear at the front, already over the line, 104.125 last time round. So Williams keeping it nice and consistent out there. As round the outside, neat little move there for James Dermott, sweeping round the outside of Austin Dilks. I don't think he was expecting that. And James Dermott, who has been watching these two for pretty much the entire race, has made the advantage count and found some good lines to get himself up into fourth position now. Dilks in fifth, Adasic drops to sixth position. 2 laps to go, so Tommy Williams still leading the way. And Austin Dilks trying to fight back here on the run up to Christmas corner, but at the moment Dermott has got the advantage coming into the top corner. Dermott setting his own personal best last time round, 106.194. So he is actually closing on Finley Stiles. There is Stiles actually going out of Ashby on the white machine. And let's see, the gap currently 6.1 seconds, so Dermott would really have to make some advantage up here or hope that Stiles makes a mistake. So at the moment it looks like the battle of third. There is Stiles just exiting up towards the boot. And this fight for fourth position is still wide open as Tommy Williams goes on to the last lap.
So for Nelly Newth, it's just about consolidating the last lap of the race and just finishing things off in tidy fashion. The last lap was a couple of seconds off the pace of Tommy Williams, but that's not important. She's got the measure of Finley Stiles, so that will sort it out. James Dermott really has been an exceptional talent in this race. The opportunity was there to go from sixth to fourth, and he has just taken full advantage of it. There is Nelly Newth, second position in the race, and surely about to secure second position in the title fight as well, on what has been a really exciting run for her. Let's not forget that Nelly Newth was absent at both Rowrah and Pembrey this year, so for her to be second in the championship fight is obviously everybody was absent from the third round of the championship, of course, at Pembrey. But if you just think that with her not taking part at Rowrah, for her still to be this strong is very impressive indeed. It's going to be Tommy Williams that comes through for the victory, though. Tommy Williams takes the checkered flag out front. He will take the win in fantastic fashion as we go into the last lap now, I do believe, actually. So Tommy Williams, they are now on the last lap. The timing screen didn't quite have it right for some reason, but there is Tommy Williams leading comfortably on the final tour. It's been a very short season for him as well. Don't forget, he missed the opener at Teesside and he missed the fourth round at Three Sisters. Had it not been for that, Tommy Williams would have been a title contender all the way through this season as well.
Well, he's looking very good here on the final half lap. He absolutely nailed the restart. Got 2 good, strong laps in the bag there, I would say. And that's enough for him to control the race in the front. The gap is nearly 13 seconds. As on the inside there, Dilks having a last look on the inside of James Dermott. Oh, and they tangle bars. Down they go.
No. What a shame.
That's unfortunate there. They just tangle bars. Down they go. So that will be good news in a sense for Joey Adasic, as Tommy Williams comes out to the final corner and takes the checkered flag quite comfortably. The number 51 is your race winner. Nelly Newth will finish in second place, Finley Stiles in third, and the 2 riders are okay. Shame for James Dermott and Austin Dilks, but a bit of a racing incident there. I think they just went for the same part of the track there and tangle bars, and that was it.
Some amazing stats to finish the season then. Tommy Williams has won all but one of the races he has started this year. That is monstrous. Tommy Williams taking the victory again there. Nelly Newth in second, and that makes her second in the championship. Excellent performance from her today. And then in third place, Finlay Stiles. He secures third in the championship by just 1 point to Tommy Williams. Very good work indeed there. Very sad to see the two riders falling.
Well, that's always a shame, but no one injured, it seems, and just a bit of a racing incident. They'll put that one down to experience, you would say. And we see more of them next year, of course. So Tommy Williams, great ride for him, though. Did everything right, got a good start, absolutely got this first 2 or 3 laps absolutely dialed in, and from there was able to control the race from the front. So here he comes back to the paddock, and a very good ride from the number 51.
Some personal bests at the end of the season there, though, of course, with several riders falling, but what a great result for our man at the top spot. Tommy Williams takes his final win of the season ahead of Nelly Newth, who is second in the championship. Finlay Stiles is third in the championship. Joey Atherzic in P4. Personal bests for Randy Carter and Sticky Bun himself, Charlie Bunn in P6. Sadly, retirements for James Dermott and Austin Dilks. Logan Paisley was a lap adrift. And then, of course, we had a non-start from Freddie Taylor, who had an off in the original encounter. Right, we have finished off with Mini Moto Rookie for the 2024 season. On to the BMB 140.
Well, again, some of our experienced heads here in the waiting zone and ready to go. As we head towards the business part of the championship, this race brought to you in association with AMR Moto. Riders in the waiting zone, currently held in place as they're just looking to clear those machines up from Christmas Corner. I don't think they dropped any oil, but they'll just be making sure the track's okay. Riders appear to be all right, if not a bit battered and bruised.
Yeah, there's James Dermott. Very unfortunate considering how brilliantly he was doing up to that point to tangle with Austin Dilks. Just a racing incident there. I don't think there was anything malicious or a big mistake from either rider. They both wanted fourth position. They're both racers. They're both going to go for it. So just unfortunate that it had to end that way. But both James Dermott and Austin Dilks really have coloured themselves in glory this weekend. Just a shame it had to end like that on the final tour.
Yeah, it's just a bit of racing, unfortunately. Both riders, of course, okay. I think they're sending the medical car out to the top. Maybe one of the riders in a bit of discomfort there.
Well, it's just a precautionary check, isn't it? When you've gone down on the final lap in an incident like that, it's better to be safe than sorry. So just worth double-checking these things. So obviously always better in those situations. So unfortunate for James Dermott and to Austin Dilks. But hopefully there is going to be just a fairly simple precautionary check for them. The doctors will obviously do what they need to do to make sure that protocol is adhered to.
So the riders appearing to be okay. They'll get that check-up and we'll get the 140 underway just a few moments. I think Dermott might have tweaked his ankle possibly there, just limping into the medical vehicle. It was quite a messy little tumble there between those two riders, and maybe James Dermott just caught his ankle badly on the landing there, so I'll just check the rider out. I'm sure it's nothing too serious. He appears to be relatively okay. Always adds to the tension though when the bikes are fired up in the waiting zone like this and you've just got to wait your time until the track is cleared. There is the machine of Austin Dilks. Both bikes appear to be okay, at least anyway, so they'll get those bikes back to the paddock. Fairly easy things to retrieve compared to some of the larger bikes, and gives you an idea to show just how intricate these little mini motos are. Actually, you can see they got the sliders on the side there if they do go down, but quite impressive pieces of kit really. And as you can see when you look at the space alloy kind of frame there, it's all about the weight saving as well.
I'm retrospectively jealous of these kids. I would have loved to have done something like this at the same age. I don't think my mother would have been particularly keen on the idea, but I absolutely would have loved relished the chance to have a go on some of these things. These guys don't know how lucky they've got it.
I went on a mini moto once. It was a bit too small for me, but when I was younger, we used to go on the farm on the little LT50 quads, and they were good days.
Oh, come on, surely you strap one of these to each foot and call them rollerblades, don't you?
Very. If you're an adult, they're very hard to ride, those mini motos, I find. Some of the adults do race them, of course, but it's just the centre of gravity you've got to get used to, really. I mean, I've been on the I've ridden a CRF 150 a few times, practice on the motocross track, and to be fair, even though it's not a full-size machine, they're pretty quick machines, actually.
So it looks as though we're going to get ourselves ready then for the Mini Bike 140s once again, and this is the battle once more between Michael Med and Tommy Armand, and I've got a feeling that this is where the championship is going to be decided. All Michael Med has to do is finish ahead of Tommy Armand, and he is the champion before they even show up to Red Lodge.
I can see a T-shirt out with one of the crowd members outside of our vantage point here with, I think it's Med on there, 2024 Pit Bike 140 champion. So I think they got that ready in preparation.
They are absolutely certain that Michael Med is going to finish ahead of Tommy Armand. It hasn't even happened yet, but we'll have to see how it all looks. Maybe I've done my calculations wrong in the point standings. We're going to have to go through it again.
Always feel far too superstitious to have things like that.
Don't have it ready, for goodness sake. You don't know until it's happened.
So, of course, the race about to get underway very shortly. The medical vehicle making its way back off the circuit, and we should get the all clear to get the bikes out on track in just a few moments' time. So, Michael Med from Tommy Almond, Dan Merrin, Tim Patterson, all very well placed in terms of the championship. This, of course, is the business end of the championship, really.
Well, the only way I can think they've got it done is if Tommy Armand hasn't scored the 24 points that the automatic... no, it has been now taken away from him. Tommy Armand has actually had the 0 point score added to his first run. I thought 24 points was a bit generous going in to that race when he retired from it. So no, they are absolutely right to wear that T-shirt, because mathematically I can actually confirm that Michael Med has got the job done, because with a non-score for Tommy Armand, that's 24 points he hasn't been able to score in this one. So that actually puts him on 38 for the previous race, and that means, of course, 28, sorry, for the previous... No, I was right the first time, 38. I will do my math right in the future, I promise. And that means then that the championship is won, because he has 200 points exactly on Dan Merrin, with 200 points still to score. So there is no way that Michael Med can be caught for this championship. Even if Dan Merrin were to tie him for points, they would still go to Michael Med on countback.
So here they come up to the line, BMB 140 Cup. Title seemingly then has been decided, but still plenty of points for riders going into the final round at Red Lodge, of course, and this penultimate round at Whilton Mill is still very important indeed. The riders taking their positions on the starting grid now. As always, of course, a standing start. You'll see how the riders are shuffled about on the grid to give them a clear run off the line, should anybody lose the engine, for example. Seen that a couple of times, but everyone able to dodge any slow-moving or stationary riders off the start line. Last few of the competitors making their way up to the line. There's the number 416 of Dean Rowland, Harry Swan on the number 96 just behind him. So the last couple of riders in position now. Looks like the start is ready to go. Green flag goes up, so we are under starters' orders, waiting for the lights to go out. And BMB 140 Cup gets underway. Fast, aggressive start there. And Michael Med absolutely nails it away from the line. Stuart Hardman also getting away very well as they make their way up towards Christmas Corner for the first time. Everyone through Oblivion safely, and Med guards the inside line. Through they come for the first time. They pile through Christmas Corner. Technical off-cambered section at the top of the hill here at Whilton Mill. Down the hill they go into Ashby, and Stuart Hardman just trying to break away, keeping the pressure on Michael Med at the front, who's had a brilliant start there. Good smooth start, and gets underway quite comfortably.
So already Michael Med has just decided that he's going to end this season in victorious fashion, but I tell you what, Harley McCabe is absolutely determined that that's not the way it's going to happen. Working his way through. I'm actually trying to make out where Harley McCabe is. He's
obviously... Didn't actually see him on the
Has he not started? Has he not
started
started the race? I wonder if he's just been either been a party pooper or decided that he's not going to do the last race, but for whatever reason he's not there. Tommy Armand is, though, 6th place. Michael Med from Hardman, Quincy, Merrin, who is in 4th place now, and of course he's now 2nd in the standings. Stephen Humphreys 5th from Tommy Armand, then Tim Patterson, Ben Johnson, Jordan Merriweather, Mark Portis, and then Trinder, Portis, Carver, Yates, Hayburn, James, Swan and Rowland. And yes, we're absolutely right in considering that there is no Harley McCabe.
And Dean Rowland there looked like we just saw him a few moments ago on the inset hitting some trouble on the first lap, so it looks like he may be an early retirement. So Harley McCabe opting to, it would seem, opting to retire early from proceedings here, which opens things up for the other riders here. And Michael Med looking to crown his championship with a victory here at Whilton Mill. The title already in the bag, but would certainly be the right way for him as a champion to round things off here at Whilton Mill this weekend as the victory. Has a look over the shoulder. He can see Stuart Hardman behind him. Harrison Quincy's got away strongly in 3rd position. Dan Merrin, Tommy Almond up to 5th position now from Stephen Humphreys. And Michael Med making his way up the hill in towards Christmas Corner very smoothly. Classic racing line through there. Gets the exit of the corner right. It is actually quite an off-cambered section there at the top of Christmas Corner. And that can really affect the exit from the corner. Dean Rowland, incidentally, has pulled into the pit, so it looks like he's out of the race. But the action is here now between Harrison Quincy and Dan Merrin, just starting to apply the pressure here.
So this is where things could get a little bit more spicy than we anticipated, and certainly than Harrison Quincy anticipated. He was hoping for a clear run, but Dan Merrin is definitely going to give him some pressure, knowing that Dan Merrin is now in second in the championship. That's going to be his target, to stay in front of Tommy Armand all the way to the end of the season after Red Lodge. So it will be a fascinating run now to see what Dan Merrin can do. Tommy Armand is only one place behind him now, by the way, as Tommy Armand has got ahead of Tim Patterson and Stephen Humphries, who has fallen to 7th position. Not an easy time of it from him. Ben Johnson finds himself in 8th position ahead of Jordan Merriweather and Mark Portus.
The pace of the race very quick at the start here. Michael Med setting in a 54.9, so the temperature's increasing here, but it doesn't appear to be to the detriment of the pace on the track. Sometimes when the temperatures do rise, the tyres can struggle and the lap times can drop if it gets too hot out there, but does seem to be approaching perfect conditions. Yellow flags going out there, just looking to see what that's all about, but no apparent reason for that as of yet. We'll have a look when they make their way through back towards the timing booths. There was a problem earlier, of course, with the 461 of Dean Rowland, so whether there's any debris or problem on there. But over the line goes your race leader, Michael Med in the lead, 55.2 last time round. Stuart Hardman second, Harrison Quincy third. Dan Merrin, Tim Patterson, after that poor start, has moved up to 5th position now, getting past Tommy Ormond. Stephen Humphries 7th, Ben Johnson in 8th place, Jordan Merriweather and Mark Portus running up the top 10. Just ahead of Simon Portus, Liam Trinder, Dean Carver, Ryan Hayburn in 14th, Lindsay Yates in 15th position. Zach James and Harry Swan running up the field, although Harry Swan has just pulled another rider into the paddock to retire from the race.
That's unfortunate and certainly not in the game plan. But what a charge from Michael Med, who leads the race here, looking very comfortable all the way to the death of it. Hardman 2nd place, Harrison Quincy in 3rd from Dan Merrin and Tim Patterson. And Tommy Armand, who's down to 6th position now. So Tommy Armand really struggling for pace in the latter stages of this weekend. Obviously he had his retirement earlier, but slipping from what was 4th position at one stage, now down to P6, certainly not going to help him out.
Looking out here for Tim Patterson on the number 13, who is just starting to close up here. Didn't get the best of starts, but he really does seem to have settled into quite a nice rhythm here. And with the exception of Michael Med, currently the fastest rider on the track here. So number 13 closing up on this battle. Oh, was having a peek down the inside. Was Dan Merrin down the hill towards Ashby. They go. Look out for Tim Patterson here, though. Number 13, who is really closing up now. Patterson still there in 5th place, but really has found some good lines out there and is settling into the rhythm quite nicely as he starts to sit on the back wheel of Dan Merrin. I wonder if Merrin knows he is there, though. Here comes Patterson down the inside into boot. Ambushes him there and through into another position. Oh, and there's a rider down there.
Oh dear. Now who is that that's gone?
That's on Ashby, I think. That's the it's one of the riders in the midfield, I think, isn't it?
Yes, it is. I think that might be Zach James.
Quite possibly, number 40. Yeah, it looked like he just ran out of road coming off the curb there, and front wheel washing out into the dust. 3 laps to go here then in the BMB 140s. Michael Med still leading the way quite comfortably. And Stuart Hardman, the race just starting to settle into a rhythm at the front here. So is there a yellow flag still? I think the track should be clear by now. It would appear so, as Patterson looks down the inside, can't find a way through. Tim Patterson still on the charge here as he gets a nice line out of Ashby. Tries to go down the inside but can't find a way through. And Harrison Quincy holding on to that 3rd place. Tim Patterson really keeping that pressure on. Here they come into boot. 2 more laps to go next time round as Michael Med makes his way towards the line here. And Harrison Quincy holding on to that 3rd place. Tim Patterson really has settled into the race nicely here and keeping that pressure on.
And that's what you need to do. Every time you've got an opportunity to charge after your opponent, you've got to try and make as much of that advantage count in your favour as possible. No worries at all for the battle going on further back as well. Quincy in 3rd place, Patterson in 4th, Dan Merrin in 5th. This is a great chance for Merrin to get on the podium when he knows that his nearest rival in the championship, Tommy Armand, isn't going to do it. Oh, very close run thing there from Dan Merrin to try and get through on the inside of Tim Patterson through Christmas. Couldn't quite finish off the job, but he bailed out at the last fraction of a second.
And here comes Patterson out of Ashby now. He's recovered, of course. He had to sacrifice a bit of track space there to fend off Dan Merrin. Oh, nice little move there from Patterson down the inside.
Oh, that was ferocious.
They nipped down the inside of the tail end of there, and Patterson saw half an advantage and snatched it there. So brilliant move there from Tim Patterson to move into third place now. He is a couple of seconds down on Stuart Hartman in second place, but Michael Med over the line, he goes second there. Goes Stuart Hartman, and Patterson to third with 1 lap to go.
That'll do nicely for Tim Patterson into third ahead of Harrison Quincy and Dan Merrin. Opportunistic overtake, as nimble as you like, but Michael Med is the man on the last lap. Harrison Quincy wants to take Tim Patterson back one more time. We need to pick up the number 1 bike, because Michael Med is the man who's going to come through, having already taken the title. He's going to do so in victorious fashion. He will come across the line in just a few short seconds. Michael Med doing an excellent job all the way through the day. He comes out to the final section now. The checkered flag will be in his hands as Michael Med comes through for the victory. Just working his way through the final groups of riders out there. There he is, Michael Med in the boot for the last time. Excellent performance and an excellent way to steal the title onto the final straight. And Michael Med is your champion for 2024 in the Minibike 140. He cannot be caught now when they go to Red Lodge. He can enjoy it, relax, and have a fantastic day in the sunshine. What a great result for Michael Med. Victorious.
Stuart Hartman then second place, Tim Patterson, Harrison Quincy and Dan Merrin rounding out the top 5. Stephen Humphries over the line. Ben Johnson just going through in 8th position, and a bit further back Jordan Merriweather, Simon Portis, Liam Trinder going through. Ryan Hayburn just about lapped there, but Liam Trinder just about squeezing through onto the last lap on that lead lap, so he will guarantee himself that 11th place. But Michael Med certainly there, Jake, with a champion's ride, one would say. Got the start absolutely nailed and put in some good consistent laps there to quite comfortably take the checkered flag.
So excellent stuff then all the way to the end for Michael Med. He can be very satisfied indeed with that. And no wonder they had the T-shirts ready. They clearly knew more than we did. But excellent stuff then as the job is finished up in Minibike 140. There are 5 races to go today, and the next of those is going to be in the FIM Mini GP UK. Very excited to see how that goes. And with Marco Holt on pole position, we're in for a really exciting battle. Michael Med takes the win then from Stuart Hartman. Tim Patterson in 3rd position ahead of Harrison Quincy and Dan Merrin. Very close between those 3 at the end. Tommy Armand in 6th position. Stephen Humphries in 7th place. Ben Johnson in 8th from Jordan Merriweather and Simon Portis. Then Liam Trinder, Ryan Hayburn, Dean Carver, Lindsay Yates, Zach James and Mark Portis in front of Harry Swan and Dean Rowland. There was no Harley McCabe in that one. But the battle now at Red Lodge is going to be between Dan Merrin and Tommy Armand for 2nd in the points ranks. Let's have some FIA Mini GPs now as we focus in on the 190s.
So the 190s will be underway in just a few moments. Riders now making their way down to the waiting zone. FIM Road to Mini GP 190 is getting underway, and this of course one of the headline races, you might say, in terms of the calendar this weekend here at Whilton Mill. The riders now assembling in the waiting zone, and they will be underway in just a few moments' time. It's one of these things, of course, the FIM quite keen to encourage the next generation of youth riders. There's always been, of course, my background's mostly in motocross. There's always a strong argument saying, where's the next generation of British riders coming through? But when you listen to people like Mark Chamberlain, the Motocross of Nations team manager, it's not just Britain that's looking for the next generation of youth riders, it's all the nations really. So it's just trying to find these pathways to encourage riders into the sport really, bearing in mind of course that motorsport, motorcycle racing, it's all potentially very expensive. So certainly this part here, the bikes are all very similar. There's no real advantage of spending lots of money on the performance of the bikes because that's not allowed in the rules. So relatively box fresh, crate fresh machinery that the riders can really get to grips with and show their talents.
There's an interesting conversation going on the formation lap. Not entirely sure what that's about. That's Henry McCartney and is that Marco Holt? I think it might be, because of course don't forget those two are fighting for 2nd in the championship because they are 10 points apart. They're having a debate on the formation lap. This is fascinating, isn't it? McCartney's on 2:15, Marco Holt's on 2:05. Whoever beats the other essentially gets the bragging rights, but there's 10 points between them, so McCartney needs to beat him by 3 places.
We just caught the end of that when I'm wondering perhaps McCartney seemed to be jinking about quite aggressively on the move down into Ashby to maybe like to get some heat in the tyres.
Yeah, look at Marco Holt gesturing to Henry McCartney.
They're all psyched up for it, though, aren't they? Here they come, the last few riders onto the line. So Mini GP 190. I wonder if he wasn't too happy about the moving about there.
The body language, you almost hit me. You almost hit me when you were weaving around there, mate. Come on, play the game. Fascinating dynamic going on here. And interesting how Blake Wilson is not on the bike this time. Off we go. It's going to be a straight fight between McCartney versus Bishop. McCartney versus Holt. For second in the championship, and they're already going wheel to wheel down to Christmas for the first time. It's going to be an interesting one as McCartney gets through on the inside of Marco Holt, and they are dueling away for position already nice and early. A very tight run for all the riders as they kickstart things, and no surprises, Blake Wilson has decided to sit out this one and just let them have the fight for themselves. But what a battle between Henry McCartney and Marco Holt for incredibly second in the championship.
Yeah, at least you're having a good fight at the start there, and Marco Holt absolutely nailed the start, but McCartney very aggressive into Christmas corner as Holt has a look on the entrance to the boot here. So I think Holt just needs to settle into a rhythm here and just let the first lap pan itself out now. Just looking at the lines now, trying to find a way to try and get past McCartney. Still a long way to go in this race as they charge over the line. Jensen Bishop's also got away well. He'll be determined to try and close up on these two. Here they come. Up towards Christmas corner once again, and Holt having a good line down the inside, going in under braking, very deep on the brakes, bar to bar, and he makes the move stick. So it's quite a late apex there into Christmas corner, and that sort of pass can be on sometimes.
What a B-E-A-U-T for Marco Holt. Really makes that one work on Henry McCartney. But this battle is going to be fever pitch all the way. Jensen Bishop trying to stay with them for third position. Then Arnie Carr, Annabelle McCarthy and Sid Marshall. Just 6 of them in this race as Blake Wilson decides, do you know what? I don't fancy my chances in this one. I've already won the championship. I ain't losing any teeth. I don't have to. This is a really good battle between Marco Holt and Henry McCartney into the final hairpin and back on the power up the straight. What has McCartney got in response to Marco Holt?
Yeah, let's see if McCartney can repay the favour here coming into Christmas corner. Up they come to the hill once again. McCartney getting a nice drive up the hill. They go into Christmas corner. McCartney having a look on the inside, under braking, but Holt breaks himself there and goes wide. And McCartney goes through back into the lead. So a very small mistake there from Marco Holt. Just outbraked himself there, ran wide. And McCartney inherits the lead now. So Marco Holt, let's see what he can do. He'll be looking to try and regroup here and close back up on McCartney. McCartney will be loving that, of course. He put all the pressure on, and Holt making a very rare error there, which allows him through. Jensen Bishop still tagging in there in third place. Arnie Carr in fourth, and looking further back there, we're looking at Annabelle McCarthy and Sid Marshall also fighting away. Here come the leaders out to the final corner, so McCartney back into the lead. Holt is determined to recover from that mistake, running a very fast pace here, 51.5, the best lap of the race. And Marco Holt gets the drive up the hill into Christmas corner, gets the line nice and early. But McCartney stays strong. Good riding there.
See, this is the problem. Marco Holt has fallen twice this season. Henry McCartney only once. Marco Holt knows not only has he got to get ahead, but he's got to force McCartney into making the error, and he's got to fall too. So Marco Holt has not just got to get past McCartney, but he's got to get inside his head. He's got to weaken his stance. He's got to really hammer home the advantage and hope that McCartney comes under too much pressure and succumbs to it. This is going to be a really tricky job for Marco Holt, and you can see that he's ferociously doing everything he possibly can. Winning and getting 5 points more than him is not going to be enough. He's got to win, but he's also got to make sure that McCartney drops back to at least 5th position, and with 6 bikes on the road, that's not going to be easy to plan. You've got to hope that you get ahead and McCartney falls off. So Marco Holt's really got to push it. Here he goes, side by side, down to the inside line into Christmas, and that was a little bit of a back off from McCartney. He had to. So a very good run from Marco Holt, but what will happen next? Can McCartney get him back again? This is personal between these two.
Yeah, and Marco Holt with a very neat move there into Christmas corner. You'll see that he just seemed to ease off on the apex of the corner there, just to halt the progress of McCartney, preventing the pass on the exit of the corner. As Henry McCarthy goes through, was a really good block pass there going into Christmas corner, but McCartney is still in there. Further back, of course, Annabelle McCarthy and Sid Marshall still fighting away towards the back of the field. Action throughout the field here at Whilton Mill. Jensen Bishop losing a bit of ground here in third place, but still running strong in third. Arnie Carr somewhat alone in fourth as the battle for the leaders making their way back up the hill. The pace of the race continuing to fall all the time. Marco Holt 51.3, fastest lap of the race, only a few tenths quicker than Henry McCartney, who is right in there as they make their way down the hill towards Ashby. And McCartney just trying to look for lines here, trying to look at potential opportunities here to use later in the race. Just looking at the lines that Marco Holt's using. So good racecraft here between the two riders. Holt just pushing as hard as he can here. And Henry McCartney at the moment, I think, is just weighing up the options here, trying to work out how to get through. As further on down, Annabelle McCarthy still fighting with Sid Marshall towards the back of the field.
Marco Holt has got to consolidate this pressure again now from Henry McCartney. McCartney has nothing to lose here. He's got a 10-point advantage over Marco Holt, so he can afford to really start getting into Marco Holt's blind spots. He can be an irritation now. This is really starting to get to be an exciting opportunity for him. Really wants to get under the skin. Look at it. He really wants to get under the skin of your man up front, Marco Holt. And Henry McCartney is really the man with all the aces up his sleeve here. He's got 10 points to the good on Marco Holt. So even finishing right behind him in second is going to be advantage McCartney. He'll be the vice champion if it stays like this.
And Marco Holt there, just a little bit ragged on a couple of those corners there, has allowed Henry McCartney back into it. He carries a lot of speed into Christmas Corner. And we just saw it just sacrificed a bit of speed coming out of the corner there as well, which has allowed Henry McCartney back into it here. So Marco Holt just regrouping here at the front of the field. Annabelle McCarthy and Sid Marshall still fighting away, but the leaders now making their way through towards oblivion. That long, fast right-hander. This has been opened up somewhat now in 2024 thanks to that change in the final corner. As into Christmas they go. There's still line of stern going through. You can see Marco Holt, how much speed he's having to scrub off into that corner. Down the hill they go, in towards Ashby. McCartney just weighing up the idea of going for that braking manoeuvre there, but thinks better of it. Stays on the back wheel of Marco Holt. McCartney, incidentally, fastest lap of the race with a 51.2. You don't need the stopwatch to say that these two are identical on pace right now, but McCartney, at the moment, can't quite find a way through. Marco Holt doing a great job here of guarding the apexes, running a nice smooth line. He's doing a good job, actually, of riding defensively, but not sacrificing his own speed into the process here. But McCartney, he goes wide on the final corner, so he's going to try for the sweep here, heading up into Christmas Corner.
So now McCartney will try again. This isn't just about beating him in the points rankings, this is about pride. You can see that Henry McCartney does not want to finish second to Marco Holt. Up the inside for Christmas, not enough of an opportunity, but Marco Holt is resolute. He's like the Berlin Wall. You're not going to get past me anytime soon. Excellent stuff from Marco Holt as he works his way now round Ashby, back on the throttle, up towards Wilkins, dropping down to Oziers. This is not going to be easy for Henry McCartney, but he certainly seems up for the scrap. It'll be really exciting to see if he can make this work in his favour. Up to the boot once again, and McCartney looks so resolute in his chance to get back on terms with Marco Holt. He's looking for every inch he possibly can. Jensen Bishop just keeping it nice and tidy in third position.
He does it again there. You see Henry McCartney just seems to go a little bit wide into the final corner just to try and get that sweep square the turn off. He's just trying to get the drive up towards Christmas Corner. Here he comes up the hill. Holt has a quick glance over the shoulder. That'll be good news for McCartney, because he knows that McCartney knows that Holt's worried about him there. Jensen Bishop we saw momentarily there on his own somewhat now in third place. Arnie Carr, another rider, ploughing a lonely furrow somewhat in fourth. Annabelle McCarthy and Sid Marshall still fighting towards the back of the field here. But at the moment, Henry McCartney can't quite find a way past Marco Holt, who's got that bike positioned perfectly thus far. And McCartney really having to think of all he can here to try and find an opening. As Holt very deep into the corner once again. You can see that Holt's really working hard to keep McCartney behind him, carrying a lot of speed into the corners, maybe sacrificing the exit speed. And McCartney again gets a nice drive out to the final corner. At the moment, it's not been enough to go for the lead. Here he comes through oblivion. Up the hill goes McCartney, drifts wider, tries to get the momentum on the outside, switches to the inside, and Holt into Christmas Corner, still comfortably in the lead.
So is there going to be one final bout here from Henry McCartney? Still edging closer to Marco Holt. These two are such imbackable rivals in 2024, and so evenly matched. McCartney has to think about it up towards Wilkins. Can't quite make it stick on this occasion. Still battling away up towards the run through Oziers. It's going to be so tricky for Henry McCartney to make this advantage count. Jensen Bishop on the inset, still just looking good for a third position in front of Arnie Carr, Annabelle McCarthy and Sid McCarthy. Look how tight it is off the turn at toe of the boot. Onto the main straight again. Can McCartney do it? 3 more laps to find out.
Well, there's Arnie Carr in the inset there, riding a lonely race in fourth place, but still quite comfortable. Henry McCartney, I think, just trying to show a wheel there on the previous lap, just to make sure that Marco Holt knows that he is right in there. Here they come into Christmas corner. And again, McCartney not quite close enough to go for the pass, but closes up on the exit of the corner. Down the hill they go. They've got Annabelle McCarthy there, I think, or that might be Sid Marshall, actually. The slow rider concedes the corner. And Sid Marshall clear in 6th position. They've got another lapper in front. I think that may be Annabelle McCarthy in front of them. And there is the bit further down there, I think that might be Sid Marshall coming through, looking quite smooth, a little bit further behind. McCarthy, there she is, just going through the boot section now. So that's good news for the 2 race leaders. They will encounter the slower rider, hopefully on a relatively open part of the track, but this will add to the pressure for Marco Holt here.
Has Holt got what it takes to sustain this pressure and soak it up from Henry McCartney? And he looks behind him. He knows exactly where McCartney's going to be. Don't spend too long looking over your shoulder. It's an invitation to the man behind, thinking, right, he's worried about me. I'm vulnerable. Now I can go for it. They lap Annabelle McCarthy, no problems at all there. They both have to shift their lines a little bit to go through on Ashby. Now they come off towards Wilkins. Down through the left-hander, back on the power, up towards Ozier's. Coax the bike in, look for a little bit more acceleration off the turn. McCartney looking so strong at this point of the course. Down the back straight, looking for the chance into the square left, hoping for a little bit more. Marco Holt is having to go a little bit more defensive than he wants to be. Down through the heel of the boot, through the left, through the right, back onto it, and we've got just one more lap to find out how this race is going to play out. Can Marco win this?
Here they come, and McCartney's got a nice line coming out of Ashby. Let's see if he uses that to good effect on the final lap. This is where it's going to come down to the wire here for McCartney, who tries the outside line this time. He's going to shadow Marco Holt through Christmas corner, down the hill. This is where the pass could be, on the exit of Ashby possibly. Here they come. Watch out for the 31. He's taking a wider line, carrying the speed on the outside. And here he goes. Oh, he's not quite close enough to go for the pass, and I think Marco Holt might just have enough in the tank here.
He's done so well to hold off Henry McCartney after the fall earlier on. It would be easy to say he's lost his confidence. Maybe it took a knock to his self-esteem, but no, Marco Holt has held on. Henry McCartney can throw everything he possibly can at Marco Holt. Well, that's not. It's going to chuck it on the inside. No way. They're going to go right the way. Yes. Marco Holt holds him off. Brilliant racing for both men. Marco Holt gets the job done in front of Henry McCartney. Oh, brilliant to the end. Marco Holt had so much against Henry McCartney there. They shake on a fair fight. It was a fair fight all the way. But Marco Holt, that is the win of the weekend after the onslaught Henry McCartney gave him right to the end. What a performance from Marco Holt. He doesn't get second in the championship, but he has become the hero of the hour.
Yeah, Marco Holt riding very well there. Henry McCartney really he had to give it a try there through the boots. Realistically, he wasn't going to be on there because he's just going to run out of road going into the second part of the boot. But he really tried his hardest there, and it wasn't to be. So a fantastic ride there for Marco Holt to keep his cool through the boots, hold the line, and hold on to victory, because McCartney really gave it his all there. It's Jensen Bishop in 3rd position, Arnie Carr, Annabelle McCarthy and Sid Marshall, but some real bar-to-bar action there. And Henry McCartney, again, he has to settle for 2nd place, you would say there, but fantastic. I think the spectators would have enjoyed that one as well.
Well, Marco Holt, who of course carries the namesake and the number of the late, great Marco Simoncelli. What a result worthy of him. What a race worthy of him. A victory in front of Henry McCartney. Jensen Bishop hangs on for 3rd ahead of Arnie Carr, with Annabelle McCarthy and Sid Marshall coming home a lap adrift. Blake Wilson decided not to start, having become the champion a little while ago. 5 races left in the day here at Whilton Mill. 4 races in the day, my apologies. We've got the Junior Supermoto 90s up next, then the Mini GP UK 160s, then the Mini Bike 160s, and the BMB 160 50s, and we'll finish off in style.
So Junior Supermoto 90 in association with Sai Motos is about to get underway for their final moto. Out onto the circuit they go. And for some of the youth riders, there'll be a good chance to showcase their abilities. Of course, Carter Spinks, who's had a bit of a mixed bag this afternoon, he would say, will be looking to try and grab a victory in the final moto. Rex Ullman, JJ Manchester, Dylan Cook, some very strong riders out there, of course. And there was the number 21 there, Rex Ullman. He'll be another one looking for a good shout in this one as well. So plenty of great action here, you would say, in the reckoning for the Junior Supermoto 90s. They've been full value for some great racing this afternoon, and we look forward to a great finale for them.
So a really exciting situation and a brilliant battle, having some great races in the past there over the course of the day. Notice the absence once again, though, of the man who's got the job done. Once you've won the championship, is there any need to go after anything else? Certainly for Cian Daly, he's decided, do you know what, I'll just sit this one out. I'll let those guys have a bit of a battle all on their own. You do tend to see this at the end of a championship battle. But fabulous to see. Now, what this means, of course, is that there's going to be a really exciting battle at the end of the season here. Cian Daly, the man who should be on pole position, is not there. So Carter Spinks will be on pole from Will Dickinson, JJ Magister and Rex Armand. Then Dylan Cook, Thomas Med, Dan Tanton, CJ Maguire, Ryan Merrin and Oliver Med. Are we going to see a resurgent victory from Spinks, from Magister, from Dickinson, from Armand or from Tanton? So many big challenges to come in this one, and with Cian Daly out of the way, we're going to get a breakthrough winner.
Yeah, it looks wide open here. The start, as always, will be vitally important. Last few of the parents and the mechanics leaving the grid there as we head towards the red lights. All eyes on the lights. When they go out, racing gets underway. Off we go. And Junior Supermoto 90s Carter Spinks with a neat getaway. But oh, look at that down the inside there from JJ Manchester. Got the drive and snatched the lead as they make their way up the hill. So Manchester with a very good start there. Up the hill towards Christmas Corner they go. But look at Carter Spinks in second place. He's got the drive up the hill, hanging on to that second position. Looks like William Dickinson and Dylan Cook have also got away quite well. Daniel Tanson in around fifth place there, I believe, and they make their way down towards the Ashby for the first time. But a brilliant start there from JJ Manchester.
Yeah, he really launched away well. He's been a little bit tentative on this first lap, but he needs to get himself into the bit of a rhythm before he can really dial things in. Every rider on this grid knows this is a big opportunity, with Cian Daly deciding to sit this one out. The win is up for grabs. Carter Spinks, who was fastest in qualifying, don't forget, he'll be wanting to try and take this on from JJ Manchester. Ironically, they both wear the same helmet design as they race around, so the only way you can tell them apart is the bikes and the leathers they're on. So Carter Spinks chasing down the new leader, JJ Manchester. Is this going to be a victory for JJ? He's certainly got the fan club on big danger money as they run through the first lap of the race. Into lap 2. Here comes Carter Spinks, though. He's got a good run off Oblivion. Along Manuel's Bank. Up Fine Lady. Can he get the run up to Christmas? Carter Spinks having a think about it. No chance. JJ Manchester, he's ready for him.
Well, JJ Manchester on that first lap just taking some quite conservative lines there, making sure he guards the racing line and making Carter Spinks do all the work. Now, this is the point where he's going to have to try and maybe open up a bit to try and pull away somewhat here. But Carter Spinks just looking for an opening here. Manchester doing a great job here of holding that racing line. Again, you see Spinks peeling to the inside, having a peek on the inside, going through towards Oziers and Chapman, heading back towards Boot to complete the lap. And then a bit further back is, I think that might be Ryan Merrin also in there as well. A bit further down in 9th place, CJ Maguire in 8th from Rex Solman, Thomas Med. Here they come. Through Boot once again. Manchester keeping it nice and smooth. And Carter Spinks in second. That Yamaha Hurricane-inspired paint job on that machine, you would say. Here he comes. Through towards Oblivion once again and up towards Christmas Corner. Takes the outside sweep. Manchester guarding the inside line here. Spinks goes wide. He's going to go for the outside sweep. It's all going to be the momentum into the corner. And Spinks makes the move up the hill. Very neat move from him there, coming out of the boot, you would say. And that's another example, you'd say, of the lines really working in the rider's favour.
Very mature and good foresight from Carter Spinks to take that outside line to really hammer home the advantage. Now he's just got to hope that lightning doesn't strike 3 times. He wants to make sure that the bike is going to go the distance this time. He's had all sorts of mechanical problems with it. This has got to be the race for him, surely, now that he's been able to get himself into the lead. And he's had the pace all weekend to show that he is good enough for the job. So let's hope for Carter Spinks that this is going to be the race where he's really able to break through. But JJ Manchester still holding his nerve, along with Will Dickinson and Dan Tanton. They come out of the final turn along the straight, and Carter Spinks has got himself a decent advantage now over JJ Manchester. But Dickinson's got pressure from Dan Tanton, who I have to say, full credit to Dan Tanton. He's made a good recovery. Started P8, now P4, and with nothing to lose, he's going to go gung-ho.
Yeah, here he comes up the hill towards Christmas Corner. William Dickinson guarding that line into the corner. Tanton just starting to use the advantage to close up here as he makes his way down towards Ashby Corner, down towards the right-hander. And there is JJ Manchester, the early leader, now in second place. But William Dickinson here is being pushed along somewhat now by the advancing Daniel Tanton, and they're both closing up on JJ Manchester in second place. Here they come, heading up towards the boot once again. And through the left-hander goes Manchester, keeping some nice smooth lines there once again. But here come the closing pack. A bit further down, Dylan Cook, I should say, in fifth place. Thomas Med, Rex Elmond, CJ Maguire in eighth position, and Ryan Merrin rounding out the 9-rider field as they make their way through the boot. And at the moment, William Dickinson looking threatening here as he starts to close the gap on JJ Manchester in second, but Daniel Tanton seems sweeping wide here on the approach to Oblivion, and again he's looking to carry that momentum through the second corner, up the hill towards Christmas Corner. It's going to be a brave move under braking here, tries to have a look on the outside, he's going to try and go for the speed through the corner here. Off camber, tricky little section here, heading towards Inkermans, down the hill towards Ashby. And in the meantime, Carter Spink's 1 minute point 4 is starting to break away as again you see Manchester taking a very tight line out of Ashby. That just seems to allow the others to close up slightly.
Yeah, he's a slower line on the way through, isn't he? He's just so protective of that inside line. He is so nervous, I guess, of Dickinson and Tanton making the impression on him that he's almost over-defending. You kind of feel that if he just stayed to the racing line, he's actually got a bit of a gap, a bit of momentum over Dickinson and Tanton. If he protects that inside line too much, he then compromises himself on raw pace, and that means that the riders in third and fourth will actually have it easier to catch him. So JJ Manchester needs to be a little bit more reliant on his own pace. Just go with what you know.
It's a little bit of a stick or twist moment coming out of Ashby, I think, because if they the best defensive line is to do what Manchester's doing there, stand the bike up, get that line covered going in towards the next corner. But yeah, if you can just leave the bike to follow the line, follow the momentum on the outside, it is quicker. But there again, I suppose on the other flip of the coin, there is the possibility. We'll watch him again through the right-hander here. So
he's so defensive, isn't he?
Very quick there, and again he stands the bike up very quickly. It's a very neat line actually, but again it's very difficult to overtake him there, but potentially allows himself to be closed up by the chasing pack.
It's a bit stalemate really, isn't it? Because they get a decent pace out of Christmas by staying on the racing line, but then JJ Manchester essentially by stamping on the brake pedal, on the brake bar anyway, and keeping himself into position, he actually gives himself a little bit of momentum off the corner. So he's slow in, but he's faster out. So it looks to me as though it's basically swings and roundabouts. And with only 3 laps to sort this out, you kind of feel that Will Dickinson needs to dig deep and find something pretty special here to make the advantage count. Look again, Manchester slow through the radius of Oblivion, but because he's able to position himself well, okay, Dickinson closes him in, but look, it's the positioning of Manchester. It's an unconventional approach, but it is working.
It's very slow. It looks very slow and steady, but the actual line choice is bang on correct there. Again, very defensive into Ashby. He knows he's on full defence here again.
Yeah, look again, that's really impressive. You would think that Dickinson would make mincemeat of him, but Manchester's actually been really smart here. He's gone for something that's really unconventional. It looks like he's getting it wrong because we're so used to seeing one particular stance of ride, but this is actually really smart from JJ Manchester. He's going with what works for him.
Yeah, it's hard work here because it's just allowing Will Dickinson into the fight here, but Manchester's got to make sure he gets these lines correct. It looks like Daniel Tanton just seems to have faded a little bit, but he's still in there in 5th place. Carter Spink's comfortably ahead at the moment. The gap is currently 6.6 seconds from this fight for second place. JJ Manchester holding on to the second place, and Will Dickinson just dropping a little bit further behind there. Now he'll be looking to try and get the sweep. There goes the leader. Carter Spink's clear through from Christmas Corner. Manchester still in second place, Dickinson third, Tanton in fourth, and again you see Dickinson just trying to change his lines here as he drops a little bit further behind. Now there is the lapper, I think that's Ryan Merrin, as Manchester again peels very quickly, should squeeze around the outside, as does Dickinson just about, which is good news for him, and also Tanton getting the momentum on the outside line as well.
Yeah, really solid, really good ride from JJ Manchester, from Will Dickinson as well, keeping with him, and Dan Tanton is not out of this yet. So with just over a lap to go, Carter Spinks has got this race in the bag, and I have to say, the way that he's ridden all weekend and had a couple of races taken away from him through cruel fate, this is going to be well deserved for Carter Spinks. He was so fast in qualifying. If he can just keep this together on the last lap and bring it home, this is going to be such an emotional victory for Carter Spinks, and a very deserving one. Yeah, Carter Spinks will be have every right to be pleased with this one. He can bring it home on this final half lap or so through Christmas for the final time. He's looking super smooth. He knows he's got the race under control here, so he can run his own pace down towards Ashby for the final time he goes.
Very smoothly goes through. Looks like Manchester still holding on to that second place. Of course, that won't bother Carter Spinks, your race leader. And here he comes down towards the central part of the circuit now through Oziers and heading towards the boot for the final time. Brilliant ride here for Carter Spinks, and looks like he's going to wrap this one up as he makes his way down towards boot for the final time. Gets those apexes nailed on here. He's done all the hard work. It's been a difficult weekend for him, but Carter Spinks looks like he's going to round things off with the checkered flag and just get it through boot for the final time. Here he goes, gets the power down. He knows he's done it. Punches the air. Carter Spinks takes the checkered flag. Here's the fight for second place.
That's the result he deserved. Carter Spinks in the victory, but who's going to come home second? It is going to be JJ Manchester with his unconventional riding stance. He gets it done from Will Dickinson and Dan Tanton. I tell you what, the shares of strepsils in the Manchester households have just gone up big time. They've all got sore throats from screaming so much for JJ, but he deserves his vice champion status. He had so much hard pressure there from Will Dickinson and Dan Tanton to hang on to second place. He did it. He managed to make it work. But finally this weekend, Carter Spinks comes through for the result he deserves. He's had 2 good races taken off him through technical problems. And finally, Carter Spinks comes away with the win he deserves. That's a really pleasing way to end the Junior Supermoto 90 weekend.
Yeah, he'll be pleased with that one. He didn't put a foot wrong for the entire race. And yeah, just sometimes on a difficult weekend, just keep the head up. Whatever it was with the bike earlier on, looks like it's been righted now. It almost was like it was almost like some sort of carburetor issue earlier on today. The way the bike was seemingly struggling for pace out of the corners, but whatever reason, that Ovale working very well in that final moto. Carter Spinks wins from JJ Manchester in second place. Will Dickinson in third from Daniel Tanton. Thomas Med, Rex Ullman, Dylan Cook, CJ Maguire, and Ryan Merrin rounding out the field.
Shall we have 3 more races then? We've certainly had some pretty exciting ones so far here at Whilton Mill, and it's going to be an interesting challenge now for the FIM Mini GP UK 160. And this is where it all comes down to the final hurrah for second in the championship. We already know just how exciting it's been prior to this. Great to see the messages coming through on the streams in support of JJ Manchester. Stacey Earls writes, so proud of you. Another weekend of racing smashed, and well done all. Angie Carroll, a very proud Nanny Ange. He got it, and thanks to you all. Well, you guys did all the hard work as well. You put these guys in their confident frames of mind to make it happen. So you all deserve the pat on the back as well. So here we go then. This is the fight for third position in the Riders' Championship for the FIM Mini GP UK 160. Just 2 men with the chance to make it third in the title fight. Hudson Cooper versus Frankie Watson, and there's 4 points between them. Whoever beats the other, if it goes for the victory, whoever beats the other becomes third place in the title fight. So I wonder if there's any more absentees in this one. I noticed that Wilson Dilks has got out there. Second position already secured, of course. Is Tyler Humphreys going to go out there? It wouldn't surprise me at all if he decides not to. And so far, I don't see him on the list. I'm not at all surprised. I think he knows how ferocious it's going to be between Frankie Watson and Hudson Cooper and thinks, do you know what? I've already won the title. Don't risk it. What's the point? So, going into the final race of the day then for the FIM Mini GP UK 160, it's the fight for third in the championship between Frankie Watson and Hudson Cooper. Tyler Humphreys in pole position, although I don't think he's going to be starting this one. He doesn't seem to be there. Frankie Watson then on the front row alone. Wilson Dilks and Hudson Cooper, Dan Stevenson and Josh Herring, Lucas King and Ollie O'Gorman, from Ollie Ebbets, Chloe Gleeson, Harry Rafferty, Leo Hams and William Round. And I make it that there's only 12 riders out there. The big absentee is the new champion, Tyler Humphreys. Wilson Dilks, the new vice champion, has decided to go out, though. He wants to take one more win away. But the real battle is between Frankie Watson and Hudson Cooper.
I'm wondering if Tyler Humphreys, there is a rider going to the front there. There was a rider left behind in the waiting zone. Couldn't quite get the machine fired up. So I suppose we'll wait and see in a moment, I suppose. But
there's only 12 out there. There should be 13.
So it looks like he is indeed sitting it out by the looks of things.
Well, Frankie Watson versus Hudson Cooper. Whoever beats the other will be third in the championship. But there is a 4-point difference between them. So Frankie Watson needs to beat Hudson Cooper by at least 1 place by winning the race. Off we go. Is it going to be a good start for Watson? No, it's not. It's a perfect start for Hudson Cooper. He charges forward, and Hudson Cooper slams his way through from the second row of the grid, takes on Frankie Watson, and gets ahead immediately. So the fight for third in the championship is right on fever pitch.
And a lightning start there as well. I think Daniel Stevenson got away incredibly well there from that second row. They both seem to spur each other on somewhat there as they make their way through the right-hander for the first time. Wilson Dilks also getting away very strongly as they make their way through Ashby for the first time. And brilliant start there, though, from Hudson Cooper. Now, can he control the race from the front here? We've got Wilson Dilks, Frankie Watson all right in there now as they make their way through towards boot for the first time. Dilks having a peek on the outside. I think he was trying to weigh up the move on the inside into boot there, but didn't quite work out for him.
You were right to suggest that there was a bike in the pits waiting to get started. It's William Round, so he is going to be at the very back of the field. He was going to be starting last anyway, so he's going out there for an extended test session by the look of it as he runs down at the back of the field. So there is no Tyler Humphreys, but the focus is on this pair of racers. Here comes Wilson Dilks trying to take on Hudson Cooper up to the inside line. It's going to be a late lunge, but he gets there into Christmas. I wasn't sure if he was going to stop for the corner, but he does take the lead away, and now with the gap between Hudson Cooper and Frankie Watson at 4 points, they're going to finish the championship in a dead heat.
Wilson Dilks did very well there to make the pass stick, so they carried a lot of speed into Christmas. He had that one weighed up, so let's see what Hudson Cooper can do here. Can he fight back? Dilks, of course, will be keen to try and break away now. He's already starting to pull a small gap, but the track, it's getting hot out there now. Grip potentially could be at a premium here. So Dilks has got to keep his composure as he makes his way out to the final corner. Cooper right in there in second place, and Frankie Watson keeping the pressure on in third. Dilks making his way up towards Christmas corner. 53.6, very fast start pace to this race, you would say. Frankie Watson, Daniel Stevenson a bit further behind. Joshua Herring, Ollie O'Gorman, Lucas King, Chloe Gleeson and Leo Hams having a close fight there. And of course Harry Rafferty, Ollie Everts and William Round, a little bit cut adrift there he is. So Round will concede the line. He sees the leaders coming through.
Just about Frankie Watson getting through there for third position without losing too much ground. Interestingly, Wilson Dilks lost a bit of ground though to Hudson Cooper. If it stays like this, Hudson Cooper will be third in the championship by 8 points. If Frankie Watson gets ahead of him, they will finish on a dead heat. So Frankie Watson could do with getting past Hudson Cooper and then going after Wilson Dilks as well. It's a big mission for Frankie Watson.
And here they come out to the final corner, so Wilson Dilks just trying to break away here. Let's have a look at the gap when they cross the line. Over they go. Goes up to 0.6 of a second. So Wilson Dilks just trying to pull a few tenths here and there. He's got all eyes down the ahead of him now, just looking to try and look for the short way around, he would say, as peeking down the inside goes the number 14, and he makes the pass stick there. Great move there from Frankie Watson, although Cooper trying to fight back. Could there be something going on here into Ashby? Down the inside he goes, has a look, but has to bail out of that one. And again Watson goes wide out of the corner, keeps that momentum though, and Hudson Cooper determined to try and fight that place back.
So now in the fight for third position, they finish on a dead heat. It is so tight in this title fight, but it's going to come down to countback. And by my reckoning on countback, Hudson Cooper would get it based on his previous race performances with the victories earlier in the year. There's not been a race win for Frankie Watson in a race weekend. What he's been able to do, though, is be ultra consistent. That's what's kept Frankie Watson in the fight for third in the championship. But Hudson Cooper really needs to come back at him. Look at the gap that Frankie Watson's been able to pull. Cooper struggling on this lap.
If anything, actually, Frankie Watson really does seem to be motoring at this stage. 53.582. Cooper doing his best to keep that pace, but at the moment Frankie Watson, he is determined to try and close up on Wilson Dilks. He's using a lot of curb coming out of Ashby. And Frankie Watson absolutely charging here. He knows that this could be on for the lead. Trying to close up on Wilson Dilks all the time. I'm going to be keen to see this lap time when Frankie Watson comes over the line in a moment, because he really is motoring. And Hudson Cooper doing his best to try and hold on in third place. Here they come down towards boot once again. And you can see the aggression from Frankie Watson really attacking those apexes as he goes over the line. So Dilks leading, Watson second. The lap 53.091. So that's a blistering lap there from Frankie Watson, pulling nearly half a second on Wilson Dilks here. And he's going to try, I think, and maybe not just yet, try and line him for a pass. Dilks, I think, just glanced over the shoulder. I think he knows that someone is closing up.
Frankie Watson's got to make this overtaking move if he wants third in the championship. Wilson Dilks has already secured second. He's not really in the battle for anything. Come on, Wilson, give me a break here, says Frankie. He really wants to get this third place in the championship. The only way to do it is to get ahead of Wilson. Wilson's racing for pride, but he wants another win. Frankie Watson wants third in the championship, and he could do so if he gets through for his first win of the season. Is up on the inside. A nice little battle going on further back as well. That looks to me to be Josh Herring battling away with Dan Stevenson for fourth position. Those two riders having a really close race of it as well.
Wilson Dilks has responded to the pressure here. He's picked up the pace. He's up his own fastest lap of the race, but still Watson closing up here. Here comes the potential move into Christmas Corner. Not quite close enough there for Frankie Watson to try and make a move. Here they come, heading down towards Inkermans. That camera angle gives you an idea of how off-cambered that section is at the top of the hill. Down the hill they go. And at the moment, Frankie Watson, he can certainly keep up with Wilson Dilks, but he can't find a way through at the moment. He's having a look on the outside, trying to get the outside sweep. Carrying the momentum now down towards... Is he going to try and line something up here in the boot, I wonder? Here he comes in towards the more technical part of the track. Has a peak on the inside. Hasn't quite got the momentum to get the drive on the inside into boot, which I think he was trying to do. Here he comes through the boot. And there's that battle a little bit further behind there as the leaders make their way out to the final corner. And Frankie Watson tailing onto the back wheel of Wilson Dilks. Here they are neck and neck coming through. Bolivian, here they come. Up the hill towards Christmas Corner. And Frankie Watson trying to line something up down the inside. He's late on the brakes, but can't quite make it.
He's got time. He just doesn't need to rush it. There's 7 laps remaining in this one, and he's clearly got the measure of Hudson Cooper. Whatever you do, Frankie, don't overcook it. We've seen a couple of moments this weekend where he's had the chance to go for the lead. He's gone too hot into Christmas, and he's run wide and not been able to recover from it. You've got time. Let Wilson Dilks do all the hard work. All you've got to do is just sit behind him, put him under pressure, wait until he makes a mistake, then you can make the move almost without even trying. Look at the defensive line from Wilson Dilks. Frankie Watson putting him under massive pressure, but this is critical. As far as Frankie Watson is concerned, he knows just what's at stake here to try and get ahead of Wilson Dilks. Look at Hudson Cooper dropping back. He's got to be careful, Hudson Cooper, that he doesn't lose more time, because Stevenson and Herring are having a great fight for fourth position. He can lose out to them. Here we go. This is Frankie Watson's best chance yet. Up to the inside line. Can he finish it off? Yes, he can. Frankie Watson takes back the lead, but now Wilson Dilks is coming straight back at him. Up towards Ashby. Can he sling it back up the inside? Yes, he does. Frankie Watson's got to react well on the exit. Can he outsprint him? Yes, he can. Brilliant from Frankie Watson.
Yeah, Frankie Watson had to be strong there, because Wilson Dilks did very well to square the turn-off going out of Minkermans down towards Ashby. Just about ran out of road, so rest assured here that Wilson Dilks will be determined not to give that lead up lightly. Question is here, has Frankie Watson shown his hand a bit too soon here, I wonder? He's not going to be too worried about that, though, of course. We're looking... Oh, dear.
Oh,
hey,
no.
Frankie Watson.
Frankie Watson collides.
No, the front end washed out on him there, and Dilks with nowhere to go went straight into him.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, the front wheel washing out on... yeah, just...
Both of them gone. We need to see that again.
So that means Hudson Cooper, of course, takes the lead all on his own. Well, will the race continue? Because there was a lot of incidents on the track there. So Hudson Cooper leads the way, although he has eased off here. So
that's third place ever. I think we're red flags, you know.
Yeah,
that's such a horrible way to end it. Yeah, red flags.
Bit unfortunate there for Frankie Watson. Just coming through that left-handed part of the kink, the front end just seemed to wash away on him. And the unfortunate Wilson Dilks had nowhere to go, piled straight into him, got stuck under the bike there. So let's hope he's all right as well. So Hudson Cooper will take the lead of the race, of course, with the red flag coming out. So 5 laps to go. One would imagine they'll just run that race to completion as soon as we get the all clear.
It's a tricky one to know if they'll restart it or not, isn't it? Because you've not got many riders left, of course, because a couple of them are pulled out. And, well, they are going to form up together on the back straight. So it's going to be Hudson Cooper that will take that. Let's look at it. Right, let's see. So, well, that's earlier race. I'm not sure what happened there, so not entirely sure what the situation is. Well, hopefully we're going to be able to see what actually happened there with Frankie Watson and Wilson Dilks. They tangled into each other. The red flags came out instantly, of course.
It just looked to me like a classic symptom of a warm, greasy track there. The front wheel of Frankie Watson's machine just seemed to break traction when he least expected it. Down he went instantly, of course, and... Trouble is, of course, Wilson Dilks was lining him up for a pass going into Christmas Corner, so he was right on the back wheel. He had absolutely nowhere to go. So the riders, of course, holding station. Let's hope those two riders are okay, because that was really quite a nasty tumble between those two. And at the moment, the riders gathered just on the approach to boot. The incident, of course, occurring about 50, 60 metres ahead of this part of the track on the exit of the... pretty much on the exit of the boot complex. The riders now gathered in position. So when the red flag came out, Hudson Cooper had taken the lead. Daniel Stevenson, Joshua Herring. There was that brilliant battle earlier on between Lucas King, Ollie O'Gorman and Chloe Gleeson. They're having a good fight there. I think that looked like the number 14 machine of Frankie Watson's bike being pushed away a bit there, back to the paddock.
So, fortunately, on my monitor in front of me, I've been able to rewind the stream a little bit, and we can sort of look into it. He's just taken a little bit too much throttle.
A little bit too much it was.
Too much, he just low-sided, unfortunately, and because Wilson Dilks was right behind him, there was nothing Wilson Dilks could actually do to get out of it. He tried his best, but because he slammed on the brakes, here we go, let's look at it. Just washes out underneath him. And look, Wilson Dilks is too close to him. Nothing he can do to get out of that. So unfortunate. The two leaders coming together, with Frankie Watson obviously having his moment, and then Wilson Dilks no time to react to it whatsoever. What a shame.
Frankie Watson will feel that tomorrow. That was a nasty tumble off the bike there. It's one of those, it's those sort of slow speed tumbles that they really, you will wake up and notice that in the morning. That was, of course, the safety equipment doing its job as well. And
he'll be sore, won't he? He'll definitely be sore.
A real shame for him, though, because that was, say it was an error. It's a bit harsh to call it an error, really. It was just the case coming in quite hot into the corner there. And warm afternoon, of course. The track getting quite warm out there as well. Those tyres may give way when you least expect it as well. So, as always, of course, in an incident like that, the medical vehicle is on the circuit. They'll take those riders away just for further examination, standard protocol, really. I don't think there was any serious injuries. The riders appear to be up and about. So, well, the unfortunate Dilks family, they're going to have a bit of patching up to do here, because I think both the riders have been down in the second block. That's racing sometimes, of course, the way it goes sometimes. But both riders off to the medical centre. That's not what we would have wanted to have seen, of course, but that's racing sometimes, and the worst does happen. But it seemed that both riders didn't appear to be particularly badly hurt, although Wilson Dilks did get stuck under the machine. You have to feel for Wilson Dilks, of course. He had absolutely, he tried his best, but there was absolutely nothing he could do about it. That machine of Frankie Watson pretty much high-sided right in the path of his bike, and he had absolutely nowhere to go. So, moments here for the riders to gather their thoughts. How they're going to tackle the final few laps, I assume. They're holding the riders on the track, of course, so one would assume they're going to continue this race, it would appear. Yeah,
it does look as though they're going to conclude it. We only had about, 5 laps remaining, so they're obviously going to run the race to the order that they were in to that point. So they're going to take it back a lap. Now, count the bikes, because we should have only 8 of them there, and, well, we've actually got 9, I think.
9, sorry, yeah, 12 starters, weren't there, with William Round joined later on, didn't he?
So I wonder, we should actually have 10, shouldn't we, if William Round has not pulled off? Oh, no, William Round pulled off, that's why.
Yeah,
so
he retired early on.
He started and then only finished 4 of the laps. So Wilson Dilks and Frankie Watson obviously delete that. So that means it's going to be Hudson Cooper in the lead, Dan Stevenson second from Josh Herring, then Lucas King, Ollie O'Gorman and Chloe Gleeson, Leo Hams, Ollie Everts and Harry Rafferty. So that's really unfortunate, and that means, of course, that Hudson Cooper is going to finish 3rd in the championship, no matter what happens now. That's really unfortunate, because Frankie Watson had done everything right up to that point.
It's sadly it's how racing goes, isn't it, really, sometimes, through just a slight miscalculation into the corner there, just caught him out, and well, that's the battle over, really. But of course, for Hudson Cooper, the advantage very much in his favour now. He will be the lead rider when they get back underway, with the 2 race leaders out of contention, bringing out the red flag. So Hudson Cooper, who was running very strongly and was actually 11 seconds ahead of Daniel Stevenson when the red flag was displayed. So really, I would say Hudson Cooper, what he's got to do is get that start nailed, really, and just get some couple of good, decent laps in there just to try and bring it home and snatch the checkered flag. But he will have to just wait a little bit longer, because we are still waiting for the track to be safe and ready to go. So Hudson Cooper has a really good opportunity here, Jake, I think.
Certainly does. He can certainly win it going away. and he certainly had the pace to cover it, although Dan Stevenson's last lap was actually fairly comparable to the pace that we saw from Hudson Cooper, so I suppose it's not really done yet.
Yeah, this is where the start comes in now, of course, because they are pretty much a dash to the flag, really, if things, one was assuming we have a relatively short conclusion to this race. So Hudson Cooper, he knows he's got the pace. I think his visor's down here, so they're going to make their way out. So I'm assuming they're going to go for a formation lap here. Would they send them straight back to the grid here, do you think? Or they are quite close to the start line, I suppose.
Well, it depends on whether they've decided they're not going to restart it. So let's have a look. Yeah, they are going to bring them back to the start. So, yes, I think it would be potentially they'll just put them back on the grid and then we'll go racing again.
I think they're having looks like a warm-up lap here. Of course, I suppose they were stationary.
A warm-up lap's a good idea.
Yeah, they were stationary for quite some time here. They would do that, of course, because with the bikes being stationary out on the track, the tyre temperature would drop, and you'll see one or two riders there just jinking about, getting a bit of temperature back into the tyres, getting the feel for the bikes once again, bedding those tyres in. It's you'll know this, of course, as well, Jay. Of course, with competition tyres, if you try and drive or ride a vehicle, a bike or a kart with racing tyres on cold, it's like just understeers off the track on the first corner.
It's fascinating because you essentially have this momentum that comes out of a red flag. You know, in your head you think, right, well, I've got this race won then, because the other rivals have just gone. But it's not quite as easy as that. You've got to then rein it back in. You've got to dial back in that adrenaline. You've got to have that focus and that momentum ready then to take it into the conclusion. I mean, for a rider like Dan Stevenson and Josh Herring, this is a golden opportunity. They know they're pretty much a shoo-in for a podium now that Watson and Dilks have gone down. So from their perspective, they actually have a really genuine chance here of not just a podium, but they could even take a win off Hudson Cooper if they get it right off the start.
Well, this is it. The start is going to be vitally important here. They've just got to get that absolutely nailed into the first few corners and get down towards Christmas Corner as smoothly as possible. Riders now gathering on the start line now. They should be underway in just a few moments. Of course, the machines are ready to go. The signal being given for the grid to be cleared, and we will get this restart underway. FIM Mini GP 160, the dash to the line here. 4 laps to go on your timing charts on the left-hand side of the screen. The start is going to be vitally important here. Hudson Cooper will lead them away and absolutely blitzes the start. Looked like Daniel Stevenson, a bit too much power on there, but he holds on to second place. But Hudson Cooper gets away very smoothly indeed. Stevenson fighting back up the hill into Christmas for the first time as Cooper makes his way through. It's a good, clean start here as they make their way down the hill towards Ashby once again. Hudson Cooper getting the early drive on the field as, having a peek there was Joshua Herring on the inside going into Ashby. But Stevenson gets Stevenson getting a nice line out of Ashby there, and Hudson Cooper absolutely nailed the start here, but Stevenson has recovered very well.
Well, what were we saying? This is exactly what you need. The chance for a second go at the victory suddenly becomes possible as William Round has got going again by the look of it, so he clearly wants to try and finish the race if he can. But look how close now you've got Dan Stevenson and Josh Herring very close to Hudson Cooper on this restart. You never know. That's the thing. You've just got to give it everything that you've got in the hope that you might just have something. If Cooper has a problem, then suddenly you've got Stevenson and Herring looking for the win. But whatever happens now, with Frankie Watson out of the race and not going to score, Hudson Cooper is going to be third in the points ranking.
I believe this is 3 laps to go now, and Cooper just starting to break away slightly at the end of that first lap. Down the hill he comes into Ashby, but Daniel Stevenson is hanging on in there. He just needs to get a good lap here, stay on the back wheel of Hudson Cooper and try and line him up for a pass. Of course, Cooper, for his part, he will know that he was running quite well before the race was stopped, and he's just looking to try and pick that pace up once again. It looks a bit further down like Ollie O'Gorman, Lucas King and Chloe Gleeson having their battle, and of course with that reshuffle in the pack, they are now fighting it out for 4th position as Cooper very neatly takes his way through the boot. Down that final corner he goes, and still hanging on in there. In second place, Daniel Stevenson, matching Cooper for pace, 0.7 of a second between the top 2 riders.
So Hudson Cooper out in first position. Dan Stevenson in second place. Josh Herring in third place. From Lucas King, Ollie O'Gorman and Chloe Gleeson. Again, a lot of personal bests as a result of the difficulties that we've seen earlier on in the race. And it just goes to show you, you've just got to keep it going right to the end. It doesn't matter necessarily if you've got the pace to win or not. You've just got to be there to play at the closing stages. Dan Stevenson a lot closer to Hudson Cooper than he was on the original race start. This is about momentum, and it's also about confidence. A second chance can be all that you need to bring something else out of the woodwork. And for Stevenson, he's just got to keep piling the pressure on Hudson Cooper. He's within a second. That's all you need to sometimes get under the skin of the rider you're battling with.
Now this should be this may be the last lap they're coming through, so we'll have a look at the flag marshal. Will be 2 laps to go possibly, but Cooper knows those 2 laps, isn't it?
No, last lap, you're right. You were right.
Oh, a little bit scribbly there through Daniel Stevenson through Ashby. Cooper was looking over his shoulder there, so he does know that Stevenson's there, but Cooper just keeping his eyes down the track here and down the hill towards Ashby. Good restart here from Hudson Cooper. Daniel Stevenson making a fight of it here, so Hudson Cooper can't afford any kind of a mistake as he makes his way through Ashby. Stevenson second, Lucas King, Ollie O'Gorman, Joshua Herring's dropped a little bit of pace there.
Yeah, he's gone down to 5th place.
And Chloe Gleeson 6th, Harry Rafferty, Leo Hams and Ollie Evitts, but good ride so far for Hudson Cooper.
So Lucas King could well get a podium here to make up for the ignominy of his fall at Christmas in the earlier race. So that's going to be a very deserving podium for Lucas King. But here comes Hudson Cooper. He'll come out of the final couple of corners. The drama of this one, Frankie Watson was destined not to win or take 3rd in the championship. This man was. Hudson Cooper comes through, takes the checkered flag. He gets the win in front of Dan Stevenson. Look who's going to be 3rd though. Lucas King comes through for a very worthy podium finish after the difficulties of this weekend for him. Not bad at all. Ollie O'Gorman comes through for a very positive P4. And look who's going to be 5th. It's going to be Chloe Gleeson who comes home in P5 ahead of Harry Rafferty, Leo Hams and Ollie Evitts. Josh Herring had a problem in the closing stages then.
He's hit trouble there because he dropped like a stone on that final lap. I think he is still making his way around, his bit further around the track, running quite slowly at the moment, looking down on the inset towards the checkered flag to see if he'll complete the race here, but
don't think he will. Mechanical flags, mechanical problems have set in. This is what we were saying. You've got to get to the end of the race. You never know when trouble's going to strike, and it's that is William Round, I think, trying to come through and just finish off his race after what's been a tricky day at the office for him as well. So Hudson Cooper is 3rd in the championship with a fabulous win to finish off, and Dan Stevenson and Lucas King pick off some very unexpected but nonetheless deserving podium finishes.
And Hudson Cooper, he'll be pleased with that one, of course. A bit of good fortune coming his way there, but he certainly took advantage of that. He had to work hard because Daniel Stevenson in 2nd place there, only half a second down. Lucas King in 3rd from Ollie O'Gorman, Chloe Gleeson running out the top 5, Harry Rafferty, Leo Hams, Ollie Evitts, Joshua Herring, a late retirement it would appear, William Round running out the top 10, and the unfortunate Wilson Dilks and Frankie Watson both failing to finish.
So 2 races left today here at Whilton Mill. The first of those is going to be in the minibike 160s. Tim Patterson and Ben Johnson on the front row of the grid, from Richard Rice, the leading vet, and Sam Morrison. Then Dave Cook and Jamie McClellan, Robert Med and Pete Johnson. Michael Judkins and Barry Clark from Adam Harris, Liam Booth, and then Gaz Jacobs. We do not suspect to see either Oliver White or Andy Williams out there on the course. But of course, with this championship not quite declared and over yet, you can see for yourself that Tim Patterson is in the pits. There is definitely no points to concede or give away at this closing stage of the championship. So from his point of view, another win would be just what the doctor ordered heading to Red Lodge. Yeah,
he makes his way out of the waiting zone, just taking his time, and joins the track in quite an orderly fashion, making their way out onto the circuit now. Of course, we're in towards the late afternoon here, going out trackside earlier. It does seem noticeably warmer than it did earlier, so whether that will affect the setup of the bikes or the handling into some of the corners. We've seen 1 or 2 tip-offs there, of course, with riders losing grip when they least expected as well. But track looking in prime conditions. We've been blessed with some very nice weather here at Whilton Mill. There was a risk of the thunderstorms, but I think realistically, with 2 races to go, it looks like that's abated, and we've got some very nice late summer, early autumn weather coming in here, as Ben Johnson was a late comer onto the track there. I think he did get out onto the circuit just in time, so there might be a very brief pause when the riders make their way onto the line. There's that Rothmans inspired leathers there from the 97 of Michael Judkins. as they make their way up towards the line. There's the 21 of Richard Rice, who's had some good outings today as well. He'll be looking to round things off in style. There is Ben Johnson at the back, just coming out of Ashby, so he'll be able to catch up with the rest of the field, and they make their way down towards the line here and get this penultimate race of the day underway. You can see that the paddock's looking a little bit thinner. Some of the earlier races making their long journey north or south on the M1, depending which way they go. Always think the likes of riders from Northern Ireland and Scotland, they really do put the miles in. I mean, even the closest track, Teesside, depending on where you are in Scotland, is quite some drive away, and that's the most northerly round, you might say, along with Rowrah. And they're both fairly big journeys. And of course, we've had quite a lot of Northern Ireland riders here in the past as well, who have to make the ferry crossing as well. So you can't doubt the commitment of some of the more further flung riders. Here we go. The flag goes up. Away we go with the 160 and the vets. Tim Patterson nailing the start there. Nice smooth start. Ben Johnson, despite that late arrival to the track, has also got away very well in second place. Here they come up towards Christmas Corner for the first time, and Sam Morrison, I think, also in there as Johnson has a peek down the inside. But Tim Patterson, with a nice smooth start, has got away well.
Richard Rice having to start the race from the pit lane by the look of it, so he's definitely going to be on the comeback charge. As up the inside, Ben Johnson slices in on Patterson. Patterson's had an issue, and it looks as though both Ben Johnson and Patterson were sluggish there. Sam Morrison almost taking the lead away from Ben Johnson. So Tim Patterson down to third position. It looks like we're going to have a proper ding-dong of it. That's Dave Cook in fourth position trying to move up as well.
Riders struggling out some of the corners there as Patterson goes back into second place. It looked like Johnson was just looking down at the machine there. It seemed to bog it down a little bit there.
That's Richard Rice in the inset.
The drift there? Yeah,
so he's got to try and get back into this.
Whether it's the warmer temperatures, I don't know, but there's problems for one or two of the bikes there coming out of the corners. It did seem like they were bogging down a bit coming out there. Maybe it's that, and again you see Ben Johnson getting the weight over the rear wheel there coming into Christmas Corner.
Well, you've got to remember the whole weekend they've been on 93% humidity with overcast clouds. The circuit has not been particularly hot. It's been quite cold and greasy, so the bikes would have been set up for that. Then all of a sudden the weather's changed. The rain that was promised has not materialised, and now all of a sudden these guys are on a Whilton Mill circuit that they haven't really had. They've not had these temperatures. They've not had this heat over the course of the weekend at any point. So this is a different beast for them to handle.
And again, you see there Ben Johnson just struggling to get the traction. He's hanging off of the back of that machine as well, getting the traction over the rear wheel, got his weight quite nicely settled on that bike. Tim Patterson just trying to make the opening, but of course Ben Johnson's got the line. Here he comes. So Johnson out to the final corner, over the line. Patterson right there in second place. It looks like Patterson really closing up on Johnson according to the lap charts on the previous lap. Here they come up towards Christmas Corner. Patterson trying to line him up on the inside going into Christmas Corner, trying to get him under braking, and he does so. He'll try and park the bike on the exit, gets that line covered into Inkermans, and Patterson back into the lead here. Johnson again having a look down the inside into Ashby, and he'll get the line, and he should be able to block pass there, which he does so. But again, you see the bike just struggling for momentum out of the corner there.
So it's pretty tricky to see how things are currently shaping up, but you've got Tim Patterson right in behind Ben Johnson, shoving his weight around to try and get a little bit of momentum. Now he's got a run at him on the way to the boot. He has to bail out of it to avoid the contact, but you really get the sense that they're fairly evenly matched. Every time Patterson gets a move, Johnson's got one in response, and look how close Sam Morrison's getting to them
Sam
now.
Morrison's getting involved in this one as well, because Ben Johnson does seem to be struggling at the front there. Look at him heading on the straight down towards boot. Once again, he was constantly looking down at that machine. It's not really responding in the way he would have wanted to, but he's able to ride it out to the moment and get that bike positioned well, making Tim Patterson work here as he goes back into the lead. And let's see what Patterson does here, because he left himself open for Ben Johnson to make the move into Ashby. And again, there you see Patterson a bit more defensive going into Ashby this time, so he may well have made that pass stick. Let's see what Johnson can do. And still got Sam Morrison behind him here. Morrison is trying to make the move here, so Tim Patterson has now got a clear track in front of him, and he'll be determined to try and make that advantage stick as Richard Rice starts to get to work and fighting there with Michael Judkins.
It was a little bit more of a block pass from Tim Patterson this time by at Christmas, so Ben Johnson didn't have it as easy on momentum to try and retaliate. Sam Morrison right in there behind Ben Johnson as they go out of the final turn. He knows that Sam Morrison is all over him. Right, I've got to get on with this and get back on terms with Tim Patterson up front, through Crook, through Oblivion. Hold the bike throttle. A long, fine lady up Manuel's bank. Is this going to be a chance for Sam Morrison? It is. He's going to lunge in at Christmas and go for the position, which he takes with authority.
Yeah, he did very well there, Sam Morrison, to get through. And Ben Johnson was very late onto the track before this race, so I can only assume there was some kind of mechanical fault with that bike he was trying to sort out, and it's not really running the way he would have wanted to. I think he was hoping there just to try and get those lines sorted out and try and make that bike as wide as possible. But both Patterson and, of course, Sam Morrison have got through to first and second place. But he is trying to fight back here on the run in towards Boot. Oh, he has a look around the outside, trying to go on the inside line there, but no. Morrison gets the line covered and Johnson has to back out here. So any ideas I may have had there of the demise of Ben Johnson appear to be a little bit early here, because he is fighting back here. He seems to be getting into the rhythm of things here, and that bike is responding well. He seems to be fighting. Oh, he gets the front wheel down the inside there, but Morrison stays strong. Johnson tries the outside line but can't find a way through. He's going to try and square the turn off, I wonder, here, and go for the pass on the inside going into Ashby. Here they come down the hill. Morrison very strongly gets that line covered, though. Johnson still there in third place, and it looks like Johnson is starting to pick the pace up here. He seems to be running quite well now. So whatever faults he had at the start of the race, it looks like he's got it sorted out. Well, the bike seems to be responding quite, again, you can see there down the straight, a lot better pickup from that number 34. Further back there, we've got the fight there. I think that's Jamie McClelland, Robert Medd and Richard Rice a bit further back, having their own fight further down the field. Richard Rice has got past Michael Judkins, and Pete Johnson on the 2-1-3 rounds out the pack as the leaders make their way through. 4 laps to go, and a nice move from Ben Johnson out to the final corner. Is he going to line up Sam Morrison going into Christmas corner? Here he comes, gets a nice drive round the outside, side by side into the top corner here into Christmas. But it's Morrison that's got the line here, and he makes his way through in towards Inkermans. Down the hill they go. Patterson pulling away all the time here as Johnson hangs on to the back wheel, can't find a way down the inside. It's Dave Cook, number 78, in 4th position. Jamie McClelland, Richard Rice and Robert Medd still running quite closely. Michael Judkins, Pete Johnson, Richard Rice starting to try and close up on that battle. He's back on the back wheel of Jamie McClelland further down the field. But we're watching Ben Johnson here having a look. Oh, and you see there Sam Morrison just changing his line just to block that corner. Here they come through the boot. Oh, and again you see Ben Johnson trying to find an opening there. But Sam Morrison has got the line covered with 2 laps to go. Tim Patterson comfortably out in the front at the moment. The gap now 2 seconds. Here they come up towards Christmas corner once again. And at the moment, Ben Johnson, he gets the momentum coming up the hill here, but he can't quite find a way through. Has a look down the inside this time. Deep under braking. But Sam Morrison has got the line covered. Here they come through Inkermans. The right-handed flick down the hill. And again, you see Morrison very aggressively guarding that inside line coming in towards Ashby. Has a little glimpse over the shoulder, and you can see that Morrison is still there. It looks like Ben Johnson has really sorted that bike out, though. It's running quite nicely now. And here he comes into boot. Next time round will be the last lap. And again, you see Morrison checking his shoulder. There is the 21 of Richard Rice, who's now into 5th place, trying to catch up on Dave Cook, who is about 2 or 3 seconds ahead of him. Here they come. And Tim Patterson over the line. 1 more lap to go for the number 13. Sam Morrison and Ben Johnson still fighting away, but Tim Patterson, with a good clean ride so far, has the time to glance over the shoulder, and he can take his time on this final lap of the race as the fight's still on for second. And Johnson trying the outside this time. Can he square the turn off on the exit here and line him up going down the hill into Ashby? That's what he's looking at here, but Morrison's got the line covered. Down the hill they go, but very aggressively guarding the inside line there for Sam Morrison on the 3-1-2. Tim Patterson, meanwhile, making his way around the final few corners, and he knows he's got this race under control. He's taking it nice and smoothly. He's slowing down quite a bit now, actually, and the leaders, the 2nd and 3rd place, are starting to catch up here. But I think Tim Patterson has got things under control here as he makes his way. There are the 2nd and 3rd place chasing away. Tim Patterson makes his way round for the final time, and very smoothly makes his way over the line to take the checkered flag. Race win for Tim Patterson, and the fight to the line there, Sam Morrison just about fending off Ben Johnson.
Beautifully done and beautifully handled all the way. Tim Patterson able to soak up the pressure. Sam Morrison, so good to see him really go for the fight there. You could see he's frustrated that he didn't get the win, but just to take on Ben Johnson in a fair fight is very impressive, considering the pace he's had all weekend. But that's a very worthy second position for Sam Morrison after a lot of battles this weekend. So it is very difficult to see just how much more of an effort Sam Morrison would have been able to make there. But yeah, fascinating stuff, and a very solid effort for Tim Paterson. Another victory to add to the books. Heading to Red Lodge, it's his title to lose.
And he would say Tim Paterson would certainly go well. He seems to go very well on the technical stuff there. So we're at Red Lodge, of course, a very different track. It's probably one of the slowest ones on the BMB calendar, but that technical nature of the track really does tend to throw together some really close racing. So looks set to be a good season finale at Red Lodge. Tim Paterson then taking the checkered flag from Sam Morrison, Ben Johnson third, Dave Cook first to the vets in fourth place. Good ride for him though to fend off Richard Rice, Jamie McClellan, Robert Med, Michael Judkins and Pete Johnson rounding up the field. So Dave Cook, I would say in particular there, number 78, with that smooth steady race in fourth position, and first of the vet riders over the line as the riders now assemble in the waiting zone for what will be the final moto here at Whilton Mill, of course, for the penultimate round of the 2024 British Mini Bike Championships. It's the BMB 160 and the 50 Cup in association with EA Services. Riders making their way out onto the circuit now for the sighting lap, and Travis Shaw, Bradley Curtis, Hudson Cooper, Arnie Carr, Riley Robinson, all these top riders right in there. This looks set to be a very close and very exciting finale here for these riders as they make their way through into Christmas for their sighting lap and what has been a very exciting day's racing.
It's been a phenomenal finale for a lot of these classes. Of course, some of the competitors, particularly in the pit bike categories, are going to be continuing on into Red Lodge. And of course, there's news, obviously, on the social media pages and the website of an invitational that is being offered to the riders, courtesy of the North Gloucestershire Road Club. So hopefully there could well be an event at Pembrey to end the season as well for a few of the club riders in October. But certainly to finish things off, it'll be nice to see this battle. We've got Travis Shaw and Frankie Watson, Tyler Humphreys and Bradley Curtis, Hudson Cooper and Dan Stevenson, Josh Herring and Arnie Carr, Riley Robertson and Lucas King, Leo Hams, Harry Rafferty, Isabel Wingate, Archie Hooper, Thomas Bond, Riley Paisley and William Round. 17 were due to enter it. There are 2 absences. Guess who they are? They are Tyler Humphreys, who of course doesn't need to race in this one. And interestingly, the other one is Frankie Watson after his earlier tumble.
Yeah, that was a bit of a tumble there, wasn't it?
I'm not at all surprised. I mean, you don't want to run the risk of causing a permanent injury, do you?
I wonder if Tyler Humphreys, perhaps with the formalities wrapped up, might be looking to start the journey a bit early. He's got some miles to get back up north.
Well, so that's it. I mean, what's the point of picking up another trophy when you've already won the 2 championships you came here to win? Look, they want to make sure they've got a good rest. He starts school again, of course, on Tuesday or Wednesday.
That's the thing as well, I suppose. So practicalities coming into the real world gets involved sometimes.
Indeed. Right, one final charge to the first corner then, and it's going to be Travis Shaw versus Bradley Curtis at the sharp end of the field with the front row of the grid almost empty. Here we go, let's see what happens. Travis Shaw gets a good launch. Bradley Curtis gets a good start as well. He's going to try and run around the outside, but past both of them. That is the hard-charging Hudson Cooper straight through to the lead. So it's Cooper versus Shaw with Curtis in third position. And watch out for Dan Stevenson there in P4. Game on.
Hudson Cooper, yet another blistering start. Well, I'll tell you what, Travis Shaw got away well there, but full credit, I would say, to Hudson Cooper. Shaw has a look down the inside into Ashby. Oh, nothing going though. But Hudson Cooper had to be brave there to shut the door because Travis Shaw was very aggressive going into Ashby and getting a good drive there, getting away quite neatly is the number 71 of Bradley Curtis. The top 3 just starting to break away. We've got Daniel Stevenson, Arnie Carr, not too far behind. Oh, was down the inside, having a look. Oh, he tried to pull that one off. He was very unlucky there for Bradley Curtis. Almost got through to second place. But Travis Shaw gets the elbows out, holds on to that second place, tries to go down the inside of Cooper into the first corner. He'll pull back from that one, I think, and try and line himself up for a move going into Christmas corner. Lovely drive out of Oblivion. Oh, what a move there from Travis Shaw. Lovely line on the run out of Oblivion and makes the move nice and early into the top corner. Hudson Cooper drops to second, but he's not going to give this one up lightly. Down the hill in towards Ashby they go. And the 71 of Bradley Curtis in third place. the top three just starting to break away now from the rest of the field, but a wonderful move there from Travis Shaw to take the lead.
Yeah, Curtis looks like he's actually come out of the blocks really quickly here, having a little bit of a go. Mind you, having said that, that was a bit of an error of judgment there into Ozier's. He lost a bit of ground. So now it's all going to come down to what Hudson Cooper can do to come back at Travis Shaw. Having taken the lead away from him, you would have thought that Hudson Cooper would have had this one-way traffic. But no, Travis Shaw clearly wants to finish things off on fine style. So it's Travis Shaw who leads, then Cooper, Curtis in third place from Stevenson, then it's Arnie Carr. The battle for sixth position isn't done yet. Lucas King has got a bit of a gap now, though, to Leo Hams from Robinson, Archie Hooper, and the 10th position is currently Isabel Wingate, my former co-commentator. She was in your shoes yesterday.
Oh, she was, Danny, yesterday, wasn't she? So she's out on the track, of course, today, running up the top 10. Running well there from Joshua Herring, Harry Rafferty, Riley Paisley, Thomas Bond and William Round running up the field. But Travis Shaw getting back to the front in good style on the previous lap and just trying to put a couple of good solid laps in here to try and break away from Hudson Cooper, who is now coming under attention here from the 71 of Bradley Curtis as they make their way into the boot. You can see Curtis using that line on the inside, but Cooper's got the line covered as they make their way through the boot further back there. That battle further down the top 10, we've got the likes of Arnie Carr, Lucas King, Leo Hams, Riley Robinson right in there. This is good news, of course, for Travis Shaw if he can just get his head down here and try and pull away from this fight for second place. As a nice drive out of the corner here up the hill from Curtis, gets the move done under braking, but Cooper not giving it up. Here they come through towards Inkermans, this off-cambered section of the track. Down the hill they drop, and Cooper, is he going to try anything on the braking? No, he doesn't. It looks like the 71 of Bradley Curtis getting a nice line as they make their way through the centre of the circuit now. Travis Shaw just starting to break away here.
So is this going to be a bit of a comeback charge from Hudson Cooper, or is this a trend that he can't buck? Because with Travis Shaw now leading and Bradley Curtis into second place, it does look as though Hudson Cooper has actually got his back to the wall a little bit in this final race of the day. When he got into the lead, I think it would have been easy for people to predict, well, that's it, he's going to disappear, he's going to pull clear. But that's not been the case at all. Shaw's got ahead, Curtis has got ahead. If he's not careful, he's actually going to lose more ground. And Dan Stevenson could have a look at the top three.
Yeah, Dan Stevenson not too far behind Cooper, though. I think he's looking at the lines here that Bradley Curtis is using, just trying to get a pull from the number 71. Keeping himself strongly in third there he is. He's hanging on in there at the moment. Let's have a look at the times when they come back around here. He was about quarter of a second behind, and now it looks like he's starting to regroup. He's just changing his line slightly here, looking at possible openings here to try and repass into second place. And there is the number 17 of Daniel Stevenson, not too far behind in fourth. But further down on the edge of the top 10, we've got Joshua Herring, Riley Robinson, Archie Hooper in there, Isabel Wingate a little bit further behind. Here they come back over the line. Travis Shaw leading the race quite comfortably at the moment as they make their way through boot once again. And Cooper just changing his line here, trying to find an opening to get past Bradley Curtis up the hill. And the gap has gone down. Hudson Cooper in that third place. Up the hill they go. I don't think he's close enough yet to go for an out-braking maneuver, but he's having a look at the opportunity. As a peak on the inside, nothing going there. He's a little bit too far back. Bradley Curtis holds on to that second place. They make their way down the hill towards Ashby. Cooper again just looking on the inside line there, but Curtis has got the line covered. Stevenson still in fourth place. Arnie Carr rounding out the top five. Lucas King, Joshua Herring, Leo Hams, Riley Robinson and Archie Hooper rounding up the top 10. As again, it looks like Hudson Cooper regrouping here, but can't quite find a way past Curtis at the moment.
There is a great duel currently on the offing between the likes of Hams, Robinson, Hooper and Isabel Wingate. They're all fairly close together and swapping and trading lap times, so that could get a little bit spicy before the end of the race. But look at Travis Shaw, 8 laps to go, and he's just got so much confidence on the bike. He's well clear now of Bradley Curtis, who can't quite drop Hudson Cooper. Cooper's still giving him plenty to do. As they get down to the braking zone into Christmas, not quite going to have the opportunity to slice in. So Hudson Cooper still needing to find that little bit of an edge. Bradley Curtis has completely caught him off guard here. I think Hudson Cooper thought, well, with Tyler Humphries gone, with Frankie Watson gone, I've pretty much got this my own way. No chance.
Well, Hudson Cooper, we'll watch him again this time round. He was just trying that tactic of trying to float a bit further on the outside from the apex, going out of the boot. That slightly wider line is sacrificed a bit of track space there, you would say, but it does allow a bit more momentum. Here he comes. In towards the boot he goes. They are closing up on some of the slower traffic, so Cooper, again you see him just carrying that speed through the corner. They have got some slow riders in front of them, though. That will be William Round and Riley Paisley in front of them. And they hold their line. Oh, and the unfortunate Hudson Cooper just got squeezed out there a bit, so he'll be looking to try and close back up. That was a bit unfortunate there, because the slow rider, I think it was William Round, just holding his line, doing the right thing and letting the faster riders find their way through. And it was just a little bit unfortunate, you would say, that they came across him on that corner. There he goes, in towards Ashby, with the number 18 of Daniel Stevenson starting to close up. There is the number 71, Bradley Curtis, who, of course, has had a little bit of good fortune there. The lapping of the rider allowing him to pull away a bit from Hudson Cooper, who just had to back out of the overtaking manoeuvre. And a bit further down there is the battle with Archie Hooper, Leo Hams in there. That's the fight for 9th position. Isabel Wingate and Harry Rafferty just a little bit further behind, but Leo Hams holding on to that position. As down the inside, we just saw Archie Hooper having a look. But this rider here is the guy who's been largely forgotten about at this stage, because he's done the right thing and just pulled away at the front and controls the race. Travis Shaw had some issues at the start of the moto here, having to fight for the lead, but he's now clear at the front. Down the hill he goes in towards Ashby, and Travis Shaw leads the race by just a shade over 2 seconds at the moment, and making it all look smooth, calm and collected. Bradley Curtis a bit further behind in second, but at the moment not really able to challenge the leader.
This is such a good ride from Travis Shaw at the end of the day. I'm not sure many people thought he would quite have what it takes to put on a show quite like this at the end. But it's wonderful to see that he's been able to dig deep and find something pretty smooth. He clearly seems to ride better in the warmer conditions, and Travis Shaw definitely taking full advantage of this opportunity. There's Isabel Wingate on the inset. Now she's there in the mix with the likes of Robinson, Hooper and Leo Hams. Lucas King's actually lost a bit of ground as well, so that's at the expense of 6th position, because Joshua Herring's been able to get back into P6 again. And Lucas King is actually in danger of losing out to Riley Robinson here. So Riley Robinson's got a chance to move forward. And then we've got Hooper, Hams, Wingate. I think Rafferty's in the mix there as well. So 4 riders very much in the hunt for 9th position. It's great to see we're ending on a high note. Just watching Bradley Curtis there in 2nd place. Where's Hudson Cooper gone? He's just left it behind a bit. I think he's they had the got split by the back marker, and I think that's just been the momentum for Bradley Curtis to pull away here. So we'll have a look on the lap charts in a moment, but I think Cooper has just dropped a little bit of pace there. I think that might have been him. Cooper's dropped so much pace. Yeah, he just lost the momentum when they got split by the back marker, and that's allowed Curtis to pull away. Has Curtis closed up by very much? Not really, no. Just visually looks closer than it is here, but he's still keeping going. 3 seconds is the gap now between Curtis and Hudson Cooper. That's devastating. It's just when you lose that momentum sometimes. You get split by the back marker, just lose the toe of the rider in front, and it's just allowed Hudson Cooper to fall back into 3rd place on his own somewhat now. So Bradley Curtis trying to close up here on Travis Shaw. He's not really making much inroads, because Travis Shaw did set the fastest lap of the race last time round. But Bradley Curtis, the rider here in 2nd place, is motoring. Any kind of a mistake from Travis Shaw and Curtis will be right in there. He just seems to have picked up the pace over the last 2 laps. Yeah, the bike was a little bit unsettled at the start, wasn't it? It wasn't quick to warm up, but now that it has got some heat into the tyres and brakes, now that he's got his composure, Bradley Curtis is suddenly on the comeback track. Now, who's that's gone? That looks to me like William Round may have some more problems there. I'm just double checking. That's one of the ones a bit further down, wasn't it? I think one of the riders in the midfield, possibly. I think it might have. Well, I think it might have been William Round. Either that, or it's a bit more dramatic. It might even be Riley Robinson. But we'll double check as everybody comes through to see who is missing. Certainly the top 4, no problems at all for them. Still Travis Shaw in front of Bradley Curtis, Hudson Cooper and Dan Stevenson. Arnie Carr is still in P5 across the line. Riley Paisley has gone through a lap down as we expected. William Round has not come through to complete the lap, so I wonder if that was possibly William Round pulling off. Yeah, still not showing on the lap charts here, showing us 2 laps down at the moment, so he's still not completed the lap, so maybe it was. Oh, Round has now done so maybe it's not. In which case it's going to be somebody in that 9th place battle, so that leaves us with Archie Hooper or maybe Leo Hams. So Leo Hams has come through. Isabel Wingate has dropped behind Harry Rafferty. It could be Thomas Bond then, maybe. No, Bond has come through. So someone's obviously gone off the road and then rejoined. So looking at the slow lap time pace, that might have been Riley Paisley, actually, because they've just done a 1 minute 20. Meanwhile, you've got still this phenomenal performance from Bradley Curtis just working his way through the traffic, and the gap is down to 2.4. And look at the traffic jam that Travis Shaw has got to face.
Yeah,
this is it now for Bradley Curtis. He's got to go for it.
Travis Shaw's got a bit of work to do. He'll be interested to see where Bradley Curtis encounters these slower riders who are all having their own battle further down the field. There is Shaw, who is balked momentarily as he fights his way through.
Careful,
and
careful.
Of course, there he goes. He'll get the front wheel in there and make that move stick. Sometimes it's difficult when you're the leader, especially when you're lapping riders in their own battle. You've just got to make it known that you're the leader. Sometimes they might get vocal or they might just get a front wheel in there. But looks like Shaw is clear with 1 lap to go, and he should be able to hold on to that momentum.
Yeah, really good ride from Travis Shaw to finish the day. Good to see him really take advantage of the situation here. Obviously, a lot of good momentum from the previous race. Hudson Cooper losing a bit of time to Dan Stevenson, but not enough really to hurt him. Bradley Curtis in second place. And a really good resurgence here from Bradley Curtis in the closing stages. Just working your way through the traffic. Don't trip over anybody. Last couple of moments then in this race, and it's going to be Lucas King and Riley Robinson that will just get out of the way of Travis Shaw as he comes through the run to the victory.
So here he comes up towards the final couple of corners now, the number 4 of Travis Shaw. He had to work hard at the start of this race, but was able to control things from at the midpoint and has done very well. Bradley Curtis keeping him honest in second place, but Travis Shaw through the boot for the final time he goes. Just got to get it around that final corner, and over the line he goes. Travis Shaw taking the checkered flag. It's going to be Bradley Curtis in second, 2.9 seconds down at the flag. And Hudson Cooper put up a good fight there. He will finish in third place. There's the 53 of Riley Robinson fighting away. Lucas King in there as well. So they're trading positions for 7th place. Looks like Stevenson in 4th position. Daniel Stevenson. Arnie Carr will go over the line in 5th from Joshua Herring. And then this great battle here towards the end between Lucas King, Riley Robinson having a good fight as well.
Yeah, Riley Robinson has overtaken Lucas King in the closing stages, so that's going to go all the way. Great to see Travis Shaw and Bradley Curtis having a nice little fist bump and a handshake there on their slowing down lap. Joshua Herring comes through in 6th place behind Arnie Carr, 7th position. Is it going to be Riley Robinson, having done all that hard work to get into 7th place, only managed to make the move on the previous lap? So Riley Robinson will be the one in front of Lucas King, I do believe. No, Lucas King has got Riley Robinson back again on that last lap. So 7th position after the earlier podium, though, for Lucas King. He will take some silverware home. But what a nice way to end it. Travis Shaw, after a tough weekend, he does come away with a win. And good job there from Bradley Curtis. He can be proud of that. Yeah,
Bradley Curtis rode very well to keep him honest. Any kind of a mistake from Travis Shaw, he would have been right in there. But Travis Shaw taking the checkered flag from Bradley Curtis in second position. Hudson Cooper with a strong third, fending off Daniel Stevenson, who rounds out the top 4. Arnie Carr a little bit further behind in 5th place from Joshua Herring, Lucas King, Riley Robinson, final rider on the lead lap, and then it was Archie Hooper, Leo Hams running out the top 10, Harry Rafferty 11th, Isabel Wingate in 12th position, Thomas Bond, Riley Paisley, and William Round in 15th position.
So with Red Lodge in the autumn, there are still just 2 championships still to claim for Tim Paddison and Lawrence Wardle in Minibike 160 and Super Mini to conclude their season in the autumn. But it's been a weekend really of champions. Emilio Pereira in Mini Moto Rookie, Kian Daly in Junior Supermoto 90, Michael Med in Minibike 140, and then of course Max Robinson in Ovali 110, Mini GP 160-50 claimed by Tyler Humphreys, Wilson Dilks in the Mini GP 190-70 Cup, and then of course our FIM Mini GP UK 190s. The top 3 in 190, Blake Wilson from Henry McCartney and Marco Holt, and in the Mini GP UK 160, Tyler Humphreys from Wilson Dilks and Hudson Cooper. A fantastic end to the season for all of those competitors, Chris, and what a great weekend here at Whilton Mill.
Yeah, and as always, Whilton Mill delivering plenty of great on-track action, and always great to see the next generation of young riders coming through in towards the Ovalis and the FIM Road to Moto GP. We've seen so many great riders even in the past 2 or 3 years, really, since the Ovalis really took off and really demonstrating their skills to take on to the next level. So it really is working, and yet again some great racing and some fantastic racecraft between the top riders.
Thank you, Chris Azora, from me, Jake Sanson, and from everybody here at Whilton Mill. Thank you very much indeed for watching the British Mini Bikes season finale for the Mini GP categories. There's still great racing to come, of course, in the autumn from Red Lodge. For those who want to continue following the sport, like, subscribe, hit the notification bell. You'll never miss a moment of British Mini Bikes. And, of course, you can follow along on social media as well at British_Mini_Bikes. We will see you in great action again as we continue on our journey on the road to MotoGP. Bye for now.